seat in Florida. I would caution against reading too much into trying to glean the way the election's going by looking at Florida. Florida has kind of been bucking national trends and getting redder even as the rest of the country continues to move to the left in recent election cycles. So again, that was a potential pickup opportunity for Democrats.
Hey, welcome to the Corner Store Podcast, special election day live, where we are streaming live the election day results. Myself, Shannon Hot Dog Howard, along with Edmund, the Teacher of the Year, Richardson, bringing to you live updates. We want you guys to opine. I'm going to post a link here shortly to see if you have any questions or how you feeling or just what is your feedback on this election season, this election day. Will history be made or will history be repeated with Donald Trump? What are your takes so far on it, Edmund? I got a little anxiety looking at the maps, but
well, I mean, it's close. Georgia, I am cautiously optimistic still looking at the numbers. I've been looking at Fayette County to look at the metro area and looking at that number. I see that Donald Trump won Fayette County 52 to Joe Biden's 49%. And right now he's running 50.7 and Kamala is running 48.6. So that's close. Let me go over here. Let me see. We don't have any in from Cobb yet. Let's see, Douglas County. That's Paulden. Douglas County's coming in. She's 56.9% to Trump's 33.5%. So I'm just waiting on a little bit more numbers to come in. But right now, the projected vote share right now, it's going to be close.
All right. And for those that are watching and tuning in, we have Brian Tyler Cohen, who is he's into politics. He has a huge YouTube page where he shares all things politics. But Edmund is also tracking the real-time data on your end. And Edmund, what source are you using in case anyone wants to follow?
I'm using election, the decision desk. So right now, like I'm looking at Douglas County numbers from the last election. Douglas County went 61.9% to Trump's 36.8%. And right now, she's beating him in Douglas County about 65 points. So she increased her vote share 4 percentage points. He went down about 3 percentage points. So,
gotcha. All right, we're gonna listen in to see what Mehdi Hasan and Brian Tyler Cohen are talking about.
Quite thought that one through. But look, I suspect still Harris will win the plurality of the Muslim vote in Michigan and in the United States. Let's see, I may be wrong. I think there's a lot of people who don't want to say openly that they're voting for Harris because they're worried about being attacked as pro-genocide or pro-Israel or whatever it is. Let's see what happens. Michigan, I've talked to people in the Democratic Party for weeks who say, look, we can win without Arab Americans, which I think is a little bit complacent. But you do know, Brian, better than me, that a lot of white women voters on abortion are really worked up in suburbs around Detroit, around major cities in the United States. And the Democrats are hoping to ride that victory.
Right, and of course, there's been a heavy focus, even among the Republicans, for Harris and that contingent of people to give something of a permission structure for these white voters, white female voters, even previously former Republican voters to come on board with the Harris campaign. I think they've done like a multi-pronged approach where they have had these surrogates reaching out to these folks. I do want to point out one thing, and that is that Donald Trump has already begun spreading a lot of these lies, to call it what it is, about this idea of there being a fraud, a danger.
I mean, that's something I was talking about on one of the TikTok panels earlier this week. Do you think there is the silent voter that portrays to be MAGA, but she's going to go against her husband and vote for Kamala?
I haven't seen it, and even looking at the numbers, like I'm looking down in our neck of the woods, like Tattnall County, those vote totals look the same, identical as last time. So if that was going to happen, we'll see that right now in the data. So like Tattnall County, last time Trump got 73.9% of the vote, and Joe Biden got 25.2% of the vote. Right now, Kamala is at 21% of the vote, and Donald Trump is at 78% of the vote. So that area got redder. So I don't see that trend happening right now. So I can't say that's going to happen. I mean, they've never done that. I don't put my hope in
those are some
that.
of the most conservative areas. I mean, they're going to hold the status quo when it comes to that. Can you talk about a little bit about who carried Georgia last time, as far as the bulk of the blue votes?
What do you mean?
Most of Georgia is conservative.
Oh yeah,
except for the
most of
urban
Georgia's
areas.
conservative. You're waiting on let's see. So DeKalb County, which is the county where I sit right now, and I voted. Right now, Kamala is netting about 250 something thousand votes out of DeKalb County alone. She got 30. She's getting. That was last time around. We're not reporting anything yet in DeKalb. So last time she netted roughly. Let's see, she netted. Joe Biden netted 250,000 votes out of DeKalb County. That hasn't reported yet. Fulton County started reporting some vote right now, with about 55% of the vote reporting in Fulton County. Kamala has 217,000 votes to Trump 84,000 votes. The last time in Fulton County, Joe Biden got 72.6% of the vote. Kamala is running right now at 71.1% of the vote. And Trump is running, she's running down a point. Trump is running up 2 points. So we got to wait on that election day vote to come in. But DeKalb County will tell the story in a minute. And then Gwinnett County hasn't reported. Cobb County hasn't reported. And that's what we call the blue pond in the state of Georgia, where the Democrat would net most of their votes.
Gotcha. Are you surprised by any results so far, or?
No, it's right in line. It's right in line. I thought, I haven't seen, Cobb numbers come in yet, but you can see we still right around the place we were in 2020, which is good for a Democrat. We are a true purple state now, but we're still, I'll say, center right in the state of Georgia still. So, because the last election, the final results was 49.5 to 49.2.
Yeah, it looks like this one is going to be pretty tight as well.
It's going to be pretty tight.
Why did you not vote for Trump, respectfully?
Oh, I mean, there's a ton of a list of issues why I didn't vote for Trump. First of all, the man is a racist, and he's shown himself to be a racist. Issue-wise, I mean, anybody that's running on a platform to get rid of Obamacare, which has extended healthcare coverage to millions of Americans, allow children to stay on their parents' insurance until they're 24 years of age. It protects patients from pre-existing conditions where insurance companies used to be able to deny you based upon your pre-existing condition, which disproportionately affects African Americans. When it comes to the economy, and contrary to what some people out here are saying about the economy, Trump was handed Obama's economy that he dug us out of a major recession in the late 2000s and dug us out and began to create jobs consistently, handed Trump that economy, and Trump took it and passed tax cuts the same way George Bush did Bill Clinton's economy, and took us back into a recession. And on top of that, botched COVID, which I think contributed to inflation. When you look at everything that happened during COVID, it could have been handled better if we had a president that was an adult who could have led the American people through a better response during that time. He was telling folks to go out and smoke, drink bleach, and it's going to be okay. There's nothing wrong, and all this other stuff, and don't wear a mask, and almost died himself of COVID. I mean, I'm just tired of the clown show. And I just feel like on the issue, not personality, whether a woman is a woman or whether she's black or whether he's just, let's even put racism in the parking lot. If you go line by line based upon the issues, this man is out of sync of where I am and what vision I have for America.
I totally agree. And as I tell people, I'm a we voter. I'm not a me voter. Of course, I have the interests of my family. However, it does my family no good if everyone else around me is struggling. My community, my society, my son's school, the work environment, because eventually that's going to infiltrate into how I try to maintain my family and keep them afloat. So I look at what's good for the community as a whole, society as a whole, as a nation as a whole. And her policies align more with my values, my integrity, my credibility, more so than his. Even to like right now, if you go to X or Truth Social, his integrity is not there because he's falsely putting out that fraud is taking place and the police is headed to Pennsylvania to check it out. And he's having to be debunked in real time. Yeah. So even up to this point, he's still not being truthful in how he moves.
And even, you know, when I hear people who are talking about they are Christian and you know, to me, and when we talk about even the abortion issue, it's not a black and white issue. When we hear women who have complications with their pregnancy and it's life or death for them. Now you have some women who can't have abortions, but almost died and now can't have kids because they couldn't get the proper health care that they needed. It's not out here people are killing babies, but there are a lot of different issues and things that go into whether a woman has an abortion or not. We look at the extremes of everything. We can't have a substantive conversation about these issues without making it, oh, they're pro-choice, so they want to kill babies. No, it's not that. We feel like that should be left between a woman and her God. And like I was telling early on Facebook this week, you know, these white evangelicals out here, they love to say God this, but they've always been on the wrong side of history. When it came to slavery, when it came to Jim Crow, there would have been no need for Dr. King to write the letter from a Birmingham jail if they were on the right side of history. They were on the wrong side of history, interracial marriage, all these different issues. But now you want to lecture people on what's godly and not godly when you've always been on the wrong side of history.
Yeah, and the guy they've chosen to support is the furthest thing from godly than any. He's almost the Antichrist if you look at his actions and how he portrays himself. So, and speaking of the abortion thing, like I think about, like my wife had 2 abortions back to back. She had 2 DNCs to counter the procedure to go through that. And today, if she were to go through that, that is banned. So if these rules today and policies today were in place, then pregnancy is already high risk, but it would have been an even higher risk and even more of a threat that she could have lost her life, as women are doing now. Ever since they passed Roe versus Wade, it had the reverse effect where abortions have gone up, maternal mortality rates have gone up, infant mortality rates have gone up. Actually, pregnancies have gone up because now many of those who are unfortunately getting sexually assaulted, they're having to carry their sexual assaulters' babies, even though unless they're able to get out of the state. So with that, it's draconian to me for them to pass these type of laws. And to me, it's not about pro-life to them. It's more about pro-control.
It's pro-control. And then we pro-life until the baby gets here, but we don't want to support programs that will help folk take care of their babies once they get here. We're against Head Start. We're against all these programs. And I'm not saying everybody needs a handout, but we also need to have programs in place to support life once it's here. We want to support education. We want to support all these so these kids can have a fair shot at success in life. And I think we miss out on that. They don't want to have that conversation. All they want to talk about is pro-life, but we know where that comes from too. This is a white nationalist movement that was born out of the white replacement theory. Do your research and you will find a lot under this whole debate around abortion as well.
Yeah. And once again, if you guys are just tuning in, this is the Corner Store podcast where a couple of guys from Glenville, Georgia, who grew up together, let you in on our group chat. We have a few more fellas that are going to join us shortly. But we just wanted to bring you a special edition of live updates for the election. Hopefully we can make history tonight or this week if it takes that long. But we also want to hear from you. If you want to join the show, go to the top of the page. You can go to the Corner Store podcast page and click the link. And what I would do is bring your audio up. And we want to hear from you. What are your concerns? What are your questions? How do you feel about the election? Do you think Kamala's going to pull it out, or do you think Trump is going to return? So feel free. We're currently streaming Brian Tyler Cohen, who is a big YouTuber influencer in the political vertical. So we're going to listen in real quick to see what updates he has. All right. Currently, he's looking at Pennsylvania.
We're going to go back to.
Here he goes.
Georgia and North Carolina in just a moment here. Let's see. Okay. Let's go back to Georgia, where we have 43% of the vote in. Just a flag for people. Georgia will, once we start getting these result totals in from the major counties, we're going to see reporting early in-person and early mail ballots first. So we're going to see something of a blue mirage in Georgia. That hasn't happened yet because we are still waiting for vote totals to come in from Democratic population centers like DeKalb County, where I know that we are waiting for almost 400,000 votes to come in, and we have 0% reporting thus far. If we look at the historical comparison in Fulton County, we can see that Joe Biden took 72.6%, Kamala Harris running similar numbers here with 55% of the vote in. So that is good. We need to see those numbers tick up a little bit, but right now to see her breaking that 71% threshold is good news for Democrats.
Edmund, are you able to check all states or just Georgia?
Yeah, I can check all states. That's what I was doing. I'm going to North Carolina because I want to see what they're doing. Let's see.
Let's see if we have any other results.
North Carolina is looking good.
County will give us a good
North Carolina, they've already called the governor's race. The governor's race has been called in North Carolina, so we know the buffoon guy,
Mark Robinson. Yeah, we hate to even say his name.
Is leading right now, 52.9% of the vote to Trump's 46.1% of the vote. Let's see. I want to check a county. Let me see. I don't have nothing in on. That's Franklin County. Durham. Oh, she's cleaning his clock in Durham. Let me go up here to North Carolina. Look at 20. Let me look at 20. Oh, yeah. Let's see. That's Wake County. That's Franklin. So she's getting more out of Durham County than Biden did right now last year. I'm going to say in 2020, Biden got 80% of the vote. She's running 84% of the vote right now. And Trump is performing 4 percentage points under his total. He's at 14.7% out of that county. So that's looking good for her. Let's see, Orange County. Let's see. Let's look at Orange County. Let's see what she's doing. Orange County. She's at 77% of the vote. Biden got 74% of the vote. I think North Carolina is going to be the Georgia of this cycle.
Oh, wow. Now, I've heard, do you think it's more of just the politics of it, or has there been a migration to North Carolina?
Well, North Carolina was always right. I mean, it's a very educated state. It's similar to Georgia, around that Durham, Raleigh-Durham area. They call it the Research Triangle. they've always been right. People thought, well, Obama won it in 2008. And so, but it just went back, and these southern states are fickle from time to time. But I think with the governor's race at the top of the ballot, and that governor's race, that man, I think he bought down Trump even more than Trump. And that's hard to do worse than Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And so I think that's helping the presidential ticket, because if they've already called the governor's race, some of that, there's some spillover from that race as well. So it's looking good for so far. And we're talking about, we only have a percentage of the vote, a certain percent. I think right now we're at, trying to see a percentage of the vote in, let's see. So for North Carolina, we got about 11% of the vote in. So if those trends maintain, we might be in for, if she wins North Carolina, to me, that's game.
Yeah. What does Iowa look like? I know there was a lot of talk.
I need to see if they're reporting anything right now. Let me see. Iowa's not reporting anything yet. Yeah, they're not reporting anything yet. And see, and Florida, I'm a little surprised, but not surprised after I looked at some data and saw how there's a lot of people moving from up north to that's very conservative, moving down to Florida. Florida is becoming a red state, and it's no longer a swing state. After this election, you're no longer a swing state, and that's why they didn't spend any money down there.
Yeah, and what's surprising is Miami. How many people turned out for him in Miami, considering the Latino population that's down there?
Yeah,
and
but here's the thing. Let's let the elephant. Many Latinos see themselves. They don't identify with minorities. Many of them see themselves as white as well. Some of them. And
so a lot of Cuban Latinos
and Cubans as well. And
Yeah.
those Cubans identify with Republicans, with the Republican Party too, because I'm looking at those numbers in Palm Beach County. That's where Donald Trump, I think, ain't that where he stays or resides?
That's where Mar-a-Lago
It's
is.
49.9 to 49.3 right now. That's with 95% of the vote reporting. And then I'm looking at Miami-Dade County. Oh, I'm gonna say Broward County. That's kind of odd. Trump. Oh wow. Trump won Broward County. Oh, Fort Lauderdale. Oh wow. Oh man, it's a lot of retirees on the move to Florida, and then Miami-Dade. That's unheard. Yeah, Florida's gone. 55% Donald Trump. Yeah, Florida's gone. Y'all keep going to Miami partying.
Yeah, that's why they have the highest inflation in the country right now. Yeah, what is check my city out. See what Duval County we're using.
Duval red too, and they used to be it's 49.5 to 49.4. She got Donald Trump got 211,378 votes. Kamala got 211,249 votes. So you tell me your vote don't count.
Yeah, and we have we just flipped the mayor seat to blue, so that's surprising.
Yeah, she won. Let's see, what area is that? They're like Gainesville, so she won. She won Gainesville, Collegetown. She won Orlando, 55.8 to 42.9. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to think. Yeah. You got to think. Florida has the largest number of militia groups and racist groups too now.
Yeah, that's true. And hey, man, I'm almost lost for words because I'm in Florida. We had a hope with the villages flipping.
Oh yeah, but now that when I saw the demographics of the demographic shift from the Midwest down north, down south. Yeah, Florida's gone. Florida, there's going to be some trade-offs. And so right now with some I'm looking at Pennsylvania. vote in. Right now, just at 7% of the early vote in, it's 72.3% to 26.8%. That's 2% of the vote. So those ruby red, they said it's Pittsburgh and Philadelphia and Alabama in between. So.
All right. Once again, if you're just tuning in, you're tuning into the Corner Store podcast, where we're bringing you live election night results. Comment down in the chat. Let us know where you're watching the election results from. And if you want us to look up your state or area, just comment in the chat and we'll have our maestro pull it up for you. We're going to tune back in to Brian Tyler Cohen to see what updates he's talking about. Looks like he has some of the amendment results here.
No good news coming out of Florida this evening, but that was, I think, to be expected. So
Oh,
again,
man,
I
looks
would
like
caution against extrapolating
the
too much
abortion
information
amendment got
out of
upheld,
Florida in terms of looking at the
could be
national
upheld.
I'll keep going down to
environment.
Florida.
We are starting to get some votes.
Bro, you remember back in the day, people would come to Florida for abortion.
Right, Florida, man. Legalizing
Yeah,
the
this
marijuana,
is-
no, fail. Legalizing marijuana, fail.
Wow.
45 to 55%. Yeah, y'all
Wow.
consider a right to abortion. Oh, that passed 57% to 43%. So you vote for the man who created the problem, but then you vote to legalize it.
So they vote to legalize it?
Right to an abortion
Well,
amendment.
right now,
57 to 43%.
that ain't even close. But how do they vote for the other ones who
I
create
don't.
the bills?
That's the kind of stuff, man.
Oh my God. Make it make sense.
Make it make sense.
Yeah. Hey, I want to know what are y'all eating tonight out there who's watching the election results, man? What are you snacking on from the corner store? What is your go-to during election time? Or if you have some spirits, what kind of spirits are you sipping on right now? Because this election can make you have a little anxiety with the fluctuation of the numbers coming in and out. So we want to hear from you. And if you want to join the show, just comment below. I'll send you the link, or you can go to the top of the page and click on the link. We want to hear your feedback or whatever insights you have.
Man, Texas got results coming in at 35% reporting. She's running pretty good in Texas right now. And some of the Democratic strongholds haven't come in yet. Let's see. Dallas. Let's see. The Dallas area. Let's see. Trying to see Dallas. 64% of Dallas. She's 60.9 to Trump's 37.6. And there's nothing reporting out of Houston yet. And some of them, man, I think Texas closer than Florida. Isn't that something?
That's great. I got a great question coming in. What is the deal with Georgia and sports betting? Is that something on the ballot for you guys?
No, not right now. That's something that I think. The legislature has been debating that issue for a few sessions. I think eventually it will come. It's inevitable, in my opinion. But yeah, we still are a conservative state, but we got to do a lot. But what I don't understand is, and this is what I told some of the legislators that I know, link it to education and don't just link it to whole scholarship, link it to school funding. Where many of these rural communities can pay teachers more. We need to increase the pay because it's hard to recruit as an educator. It's hard to recruit teachers to that area. And you can increase teacher pay and make Georgia the highest paid destination for teachers. And you be able to recruit some of the best and brightest minds here instead of just all the money going to the Holt Scholarship. Link that lottery funding and to.
I was going to say that's the blueprint
to teacher pay. I think that's a winner.
Yeah, I think so too. I think eventually, it'll come, but that old ideology got to die out. So,
man, the same people that probably vote against it be in the store playing it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I don't know how many church fields we see in there playing numbers, playing that cash 3 and cash 4. Man, talking about old gambling wrong. Oh man, bah.
Yeah, Big Bro said he had to pull out that Shay Le Portier, Club Shay, that cognac, man. I feel you on that, right? I feel you. So once again, thank you guys for tuning in to the Corner Store. We're bringing you live elections results. We're also streaming Brian Tyler Cohen, who is also bringing us live results. We're going to tune in to him real quick to see what his latest updates are.
Now at 8:30, I believe we'll have some calls here that we can make. So they will likely be coming in shortly, but I believe that New Jersey's ballots our polls are closed, so I believe we'll be able to call New Jersey shortly. Again, highly recommend that nobody draws too many conclusions from the very incomplete vote totals that we have thus far.
Man, he must have been reading my mind. I was getting ready to ask you that, Edmund. Do you want to touch on the mirage effect or the?
I mean, so it's just think about it like this right here. Less people live in rural areas, so it's easier to count their votes and report their votes. So, like, let's use where we're from, Tattnall County. You probably have, let's see, I'm gonna go back there. You have in Tattnall County, let's see, total vote. They probably reported all their votes right now because they're such a small county. Let me see. Going slow right now. Okay, so I don't want to go there. Okay, so if we're in Georgia, right? So right now, Georgia vote is 54.9% to Kamala's 44.6%. But we know we still have some big outstanding areas out there. But let's see. So I'm looking at Tattnall County's numbers. 66% of the vote is in, but you're talking about out of almost 5,600 votes, right? Versus a county like a metro Atlanta county like DeKalb County where 300,000 plus people probably will be voting. And so it takes a lot longer to process those votes and report those votes out. And so that's the reason why you see more of your rural areas report real fast than some of the larger areas in the state.
All right. Now you want to talk about like some of the conservative outlets are definitely going to follow everything he says and put out. He's going to falsely claim that he won the election if he's up by the end of tonight, even though vote counts are still going to be going on throughout the night and into tomorrow, and it could be during the week.
Yes. Yeah. So you can't go off that. So what he may do is declare that he's the winner based upon the early vote totals. But I think by 11 o'clock, we'll have a clear picture of where things are going. He's not going to be able to do that, in my opinion. So, and we have our next African-American female senator from Delaware, Lisa Blunt Rochester will be the senator that will take over the seat that Biden once held in Delaware. So we're looking at Maryland too. We can have 2 African-American females in the Senate if also Brooks win in the state of Maryland as well.
Yeah, man, what's up with Arizona, man? It's just whew.
Arizona. I mean, there's still a lot of Republicans out there. You got to think. That's Barry Goldwater. If you ever did any research on Barry Goldwater, he's no different than Strom Thurmond than any of those cats. And Arizona is still a very conservative state. So,
gotcha. Let's see what Brian is talking about now.
This is where we stand right now. It looks like Phil Scott has retained his seat, a very popular Republican governor in Vermont. So he has retained his seat as well. Heading back over to the presidential race. This is where we're at right now. I anticipate that we'll get some calls soon in states like New Jersey, for example. Heading over to Pennsylvania, 10% of the vote reporting. Not much we can read into PA with just 10% of the vote reporting right now.
But those red, Alabama got to report in Pennsylvania. That'll give us a better picture. But she's clocked.
Right.
She's beaten Biden numbers by 6 points from 2000. She got 87% of the vote right now. Biden got 81, and Trump is at 11.6% in Philadelphia County. And the last time he got 17.9%. So she's doing extremely well in Pennsylvania. If those trends keep up, she's gonna win Pennsylvania. And if she wins Pennsylvania and North Carolina by 11 o'clock, I hate to tell y'all, that's game, in my opinion.
Yeah, and to fill those in who might have forgotten about civics or the electoral college, what's the total count electoral votes within those states, like North Carolina?
Just to give you a little history, the election is determined by the electoral college. There are 538 electoral college votes. Those numbers are based upon the number of representatives and senators from each state. This came about because of the Great Compromise at the Constitutional Convention, where the whole issue around should we count slaves or should we not? And should we count them as property? And so we came up with the 3/5 compromise. They also came up with the Great Compromise that gave each state, regardless of population size, 2 U.S. senators and representatives based upon population. Because the southern states, because they had all the slaves, wanted representation to be determined strictly by population, so that they could have more power in our government. But the northern states said no, you can count it as property, and so they compromised there, and that's how we came up with the system we have. And also we end up with the electoral college because they felt like the citizens were not educated enough to elect the president, and so they create this system called the electoral college. It's an elitist form of democracy where they felt like these people should elect the president. But we've changed it over the years, where now we have this system called a winner takes all for each state. So however your state votes in the popular vote, whoever wins the popular vote in your state gets the electoral college from votes from that state until the person reached the magic number of 270, because 270 is the majority of 538. And that's what the electoral college is.
Gotcha. Thank you for that update. And let's welcome to the show another Corner Store podcast host, Mr. Alexander Xavier Big Gucci, Donald Trump supporter, Lewis. What's going on, my brother?
Damn right. Oh, no bullshit. Hey, what's up, fellas? It's been a minute.
Yeah, it's been a minute, man. What's your take on the election so far, bro? Oh man, he got that Trump Wi-Fi. It's been a minute, man. What's your take on the election so far, bro? You there now, man?
Oh, yeah, I don't know what happened. Does it sound like I got an echo in the background?
I heard it a little bit.
Oh, that's me.
Yeah, you got Trump Wi-Fi done went out, man. Hey, you're gonna have to petition Trump for some better Wi-Fi down here, bro.
Hey, y'all need to move. Y'all need to move from down there, boy. Y'all getting ready to go back to Jim Crow down in Florida.
Yeah, man.
They trying to get us there.
Yeah. But yeah,
how you feel? How you feel so far, bro?
I mean, I just got in everything, trying to look at stuff, get it going. I mean, I'm positive about the outcome.
You got an echo out.
Yeah, you might have to go out and come back in, bro.
All right, let me do that.
All right, so we're gonna have a few more to join us here shortly, so we'll have more people to
y'all can join us too out there in the listening world. You want to come on? We'll bring you on.
Yeah, or send it to we want Trump supporters to come on as well. Like we welcome all opinions and point of views and perspectives. So if you're a Trump supporter and you voted for Donald Trump and you feel like he's gonna make this a greater place, come on and talk to us about it. So we're gonna have Micah King as well as Roderick Lewis is going to join us here shortly. So let's tune in to Brian to see what the latest is in North Carolina.
Let's look at what Joe Biden's numbers were in 2020. So, look, I anticipate we know that there's going to be a bit of a blue mirage in North Carolina. So, as we wait for mail-in ballots to be counted first, and then Republican-heavy election day ballots to come in, those numbers are obviously going to go down. But again, we're looking at 6% reporting, so no use in trying to read too much into any of these results.
So how are we looking so far?
Yeah, and if you're tuning in from Glenville, Georgia, I would love to hear what the results of the local elections look like. I know
I'm hearing that the AP has called Illinois and New Jersey safe blue states. I anticipate that
Illinois and New Jersey
as well for Kamala Harris shortly on this map from Decision Desk HQ.
But what I was saying, I would love to hear from the local elections to see what the outcomes were there. So if you can give us some updates in the chat, or if you want to come on the show, let us know. We'd love to hear from you. But back to Al, you get your Wi-Fi fixed, man? Big Gooch.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You just were static.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How about now?
Yeah, it still has some static. You might have to put some minutes on your camera.
Yeah, boy, don't let me cut you out. In the hotel room, dog.
Hey man, that Boost Mobile was something else, bruh.
I'm in the hotel room, man, trying to get it situated.
All right, we're gonna tune in to Brian real quick to see what the latest updates are.
Yeah, it's going a little. Let me see.
Let's take a look at Michigan, where I believe we have.
That's what I was waiting on.
Reporting right now. Not only is the presidential race important in this state, but we also have a Senate race in Michigan that we're going to be keeping an eye on, and that is where Alyssa Slotkin is running against Mike Rogers. Only 7% reporting right now, but this is going to be an especially close race. Joe Biden only won this seat by just over 2 percentage points in 2020, and it's going to be a close race between Alyssa Slotkin and Mike Rogers.
Let's look at Oakland County numbers from last cycle.
Michigan, I think, will have.
So she's running a little ahead of Joe Biden from 2020 to now. She's maintaining those numbers at Joe Biden's level from 2020 in Michigan. In Oakland County, that's one of a few counties that's reporting right now. Oakland County. Let's see. Let's look at another county outside of there. 62. We'll see Trump performing a little better there. Let's see.
So, Big Al, what's the vibe there in your neck of the woods in Orlando and Kissimmee area? Is it-
I'm in Miami right now.
oh man, you're down there where it's
Yeah.
pretty red.
I came to the room because they already were talking sideways with me just going into Publix.
Oh really?
Yeah, man. When people see certain people, they go mumble little things. You know what I'm saying? And that's all you can hear. About the election and what it's going to do and this and that and what's going to happen. Then you got a couple of other cats want to talk outside of their neck about, man, if this happened, this going to happen. So I just kind of ignored that, handled my business, and got in and got out.
Yeah, if you're out there, just be aware of your surroundings because political violence could
Right.
take place.
Mm-hmm.
I actually talked to Christy last week, and she said a guy approached her while her and Kay were out hiking, and the guy asked her to let him hold their camera so that he can watch them jump off the side and take a picture. Just out of the blue. She didn't know the guy, none of that. And just walked out of the blue. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a guy try my son at work back at home at Publix, and he was on his lunch break. The dude came up to him, was like, F. Kamala Harris, this and that. What you think about that? What you think? But when it's, Bryson went into, he like, man, go ahead about that, man. I'm on my lunch break, And the kid kept trying to amp him up. So, he got with the store manager and said something to him about then. Dude ran up out the store.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy, yo.
You want to get that noise, you know what I'm saying? Especially tonight, when the morning comes, you're going to get a lot of, nonsense. So like you just said, people just beware of your surroundings,
Yeah, I just hate that it come to physical violence. I can take the chirping and you expressing your opinion, even if you be disrespectful. I can take that, but when it comes to trying to put your hands on people or getting in their face, no. I don't know if y'all saw the story about the kid with the machete. That was actually here in Jacksonville. Went to the polls.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was voter intimidation.
Yeah, sure was. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Neptune Beach.
Sure was. Yep.
So, but I never hear that from the left side as far as being violent. Have y'all ever seen that?
No, nobody. I mean, you got some of those extreme, I call them anarchist people. They can be a little crazy on the left, but not like how some of these folks on the right are. I mean, this is like some crazy stuff.
Yeah. You see the video of the family that got cursed out for having a Harris Walk sticker? And then I think it was an 18-year-old pulled up beside him and was cussing them out.
Yeah.
Didn't even know them.
In a bigger truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, start yelling at him and cursing them out. And it's.
Yeah. All right, we're in Texas. Let's see what Texas is talking about.
Good news in that the vast majority of votes are still outstanding in the population centers: San Antonio, Austin, Houston, Dallas, Lubbock, and El Paso. So that is good news for Kamala Harris. If we look at these numbers, just adding these numbers up right here, which of course I'm not able to do, but looks like we have at least 1.3 outstanding. And going back to the live results, that is okay for right now. I mean, Trump is leading by 300,000 votes, and there's still over 1 million votes outstanding. So obviously, we will keep an eye on Texas. Let's look at the U.S. Senate race out of Texas and see where that stands right now. Colin Allred leading Ted Cruz, 50.8 to 47.2.
Oh, let's go.
Interesting because it looks like Colin Allred may be running ahead of Kamala Harris in this race.
We'll take that. Texas was never on the radar.
51% reporting he's leading. And let's go back to the presidential race right now.
And if that's the case, he's running like that, and the population is never reported
of Kamala Harris.
He's performing really well.
Ted Cruz, that should probably not surprise you. But an interesting
Yeah, if it keeps holds the truth, he's gonna definitely take that seat. But
Yeah.
he's ahead of her and Trump.
So interesting to see thus far, with half of the votes in, Colin Allred leading Ted Cruz in the state of Texas so far. Something that we will, of course, keep an eye on. Let's see if there's any races to watch out of Texas as far as the House is concerned. Okay, here we go.
And it's not gonna win Florida.
We're going to keep an eye on Texas's 15th congressional district. It looks like 12% in right now, so not much we can glean from this race right here. And it looks like the race has been called in New Hampshire for Kamala Harris. So New Hampshire has officially been called for Kamala Harris as she leads Donald Trump in that state with 33% reporting. So good news out of New Hampshire, which again was there were rumblings of that looking like something of a pickup opportunity for Republicans. Going back to the U.S. Senate, it looks like no new calls thus far. Okay, let's take a look at the state of the Senate race in Maryland. Do we have this? Maryland. We have no reporting thus far. That's going to be a race to keep an eye out for as well. So as of 5 minutes to 9 Eastern, this is where it stands right now. No surprises thus far in this race, other than for the U.S. Senate. A hopeful pickup opportunity for the Democrats was Debbie Booker-Powell edging out Rick Scott. That obviously didn't come to pass, with Rick Scott handily winning that race by 14-point margin.
All right, real quick, want to throw a few topics in there. Evan, what I was going to call you earlier last week, but what has been your opinion of the evangelicals who are directing messages to the black church?
Oh, you know, I gave a whole spiel on that. They can't tell us nothing about how we should vote. I mean, these folks, they don't have the best track record when it comes to those things. And I mean, most of them vote out of their white nationalist Western view of Christianity, and they can't tell me anything. And so that's why I stand with them.
Right.
They have no credibility.
Do you think the black pastors have a duty to stand up and retort some of the stuff that's been coming out?
Most definitely, if they have the ability to speak. And my thing is, when you out here speaking and talking about prophetically and all this other stuff, I mean, I side with I'd rather hear the black pastor. Hey, we know based upon history, they've been right more than on the other side. So, you know, and I think that's what we call the prophetic gospel, the same vein that Dr. King operated in and other black preachers that we grew up listening to. They spoke out for against injustice, and I think that's our duty as Christians. And that's the reason why I don't understand. You know, I understand. You know, you can vote for somebody based upon maybe the issue of abortion and some gay marriage and things like that. But when you still support a man that has done everything on the list that you say you're voting for, I have a problem with that. That is a major contradiction.
Yeah, it's very disingenuous. Big Al, why, respectfully, who did you vote for? Big Al?
Bruh, you know who I voted for.
All right. Now, respectfully, I asked
That's
Edmund
true,
this
man.
earlier. Respectfully,
Bro.
why didn't you vote for Donald Trump?
He just it's nothing fit about him. You know what I'm saying? Bottom line, he don't give respect. He don't believe in the middle class. He's not for the people. He's for the rich people. It's just that, you know, it's nothing that he says is truthful. Everything he's spewing is lie. For day one, since 100 days ago, since Kamala Harris got announced as the front runner, he's just been attacking this lady, you know, character, you know, from who she is. You know, and I never had anything good to say that Donald Trump did this, Donald Trump did that for us.
Gotcha,
You know?
gotcha. So your life wasn't better under Donald Trump. So was your life better under Donald Trump, or is it better now?
It's better now. It was never better under Donald Trump.
Yeah, because that's a question I hear all the time is was your life better under Donald
You know who
Trump?
you hear that from? I'm gonna keep it 100. You know who you hear that from? Everybody that gamed the system under the PPP loans and got unemployment, sitting at home doing nothing. You know, and so when I hear those people say that, I just shake my head because I know what they're talking about. Yeah, times are good for you because you cheated the system. You got $25,000, $100,000 free money that you still may have to pay back to whoever
or go to jail.
Right. And so, yeah, times were better for you. You were balling. You were over taking trips, buying this and doing this. Yeah, times were better for you. And then you were working. I know some people who had a full-time job was home on the one job and got laid off on another and claimed unemployment. So they're getting a full-time check, getting unemployment. Yeah, times were good for you. So, yeah, I can see you making that case. But let's look at how you got that money on the backs of a million dead people. Because this man botched his responsibilities as president and did not, lead us through a crisis the way he should have as president of the United States.
Real life.
Yep.
You know what's funny though? It's just the people that, I hate the fact that people that don't know the fact about the stimulus check package and all of that right there. Oh, Donald Trump did this. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. The Congress did that. They didn't even want to pass it without his name on it. But you guys jump around.
They didn't even support. You can go through history. They don't even support intervention measures like that. They're supply side economics people, and I don't want to get into the weeds with y'all with that. But supply side, they believe in pretty much a hands-off approach. It's the Democrats who believe in a Keynesian approach when the economy tanks. They believe in stimulus. They believe in aid and unemployment and things of that nature. And so when the crisis hit, they were opposed to it. They wanted tax cuts to go to their buddies to say it will trickle down to all of us. And we know that's not the case. We tried that. We tried that under Ronald Reagan when the recession after he cut taxes. We did under George H.W. Bush went into recession. See, what I hate is that Democrats come in after Republicans, clean up their mess, and then people blame them for why they're in the situation they're in. We know under Bill Clinton, we produced jobs, we did all this stuff, and we handed the reins over to George W. Bush, and he messed up the economy. And then Obama had to come in and clean it up for 8 years, handed Trump a great economy. Then what did Trump do? He did the same exact thing that although Reagan and Bush did and screwed up the economy on top of botching COVID. And then now we're going to say Joe Biden digging us out, we're worse off. It makes no sense. I don't understand the logic.
Yeah, and they're going off of emotion and feelings. And even before the pandemic hit, they were saying they were making more money, but no one points out that we were on Obama's economy, Obama's growth up until that point. Like no one could tell me what policy Trump passed that made us do better, other than tax cuts for the rich, but for the working man. Micah, welcome to the show. It looks like you're on mute, Mike.
I'm off mute now. What's going on, fellas?
I can't call it, man. Keeping up with these real-time updates. And Micah King is another political savant, up-and-coming guy. He's going to be a senator or something one day. mayor, hopefully. And what has been your feeling? There's been a lot of anxiety going on with the election. How do you feel about it so far? Is a optimistic outlook? Is it going to be tight? What's the word, bro?
I think it's gonna be tight. I've been pretty optimistic so far. Um, I feel like she can pull it out. I feel like there's still a lot to be left on the table. I'll say don't get nervous by what you see right now because these usually the states that report first anyway, and that was going to be red anyway. So we already were kind of counting on those states to go where they go, but we still got Georgia on the table, North Carolina, all the states, the swing states, and the battleground that we were expecting it to come down to. I think it's going to be close though, but just to jump into that conversation I was having before, like Edmund said, people don't realize that it takes to the next 4 years or to the next presidential cycle for some of the stuff that the previous president did to really take effect. So yeah, Trump was going off of Obama's, basically riding off of his success. And so Biden is coming in and having to fix with his 4 years the things that Trump did. So the next president will either be riding off of the things that Biden did or dismantling it, which we know Trump will dismantle it. Kamala will kind of ride and enhance it.
Gotcha. And looking at history, Michael, has the economy, because this is another talking point I hear about the economy, has the economy done better under Democratic administrations or Republican administrations?
Usually the economy does better under more progressive leadership and progressive ideals because you have more job creation, you have more regulations on some of the people who mess up the economy, like some of the big Wall Street companies and things like that. So usually the economy does better under progressive leadership. And people would look at numbers and say, oh, things are more expensive and things like that. But at the same time, spending hasn't slowed down any. People continue to go shopping. People continue to spend a whole lot more money. So the economy can't be suffering too bad because we're still spending a lot of money.
Yeah, and the wage growth has increased also.
Yeah, the wage growth has increased. I mean, they don't understand that the economy, especially the personal economy or the consumer economics, is more to do with behavior than policy. So it's really driven by how we behave as a society than it is by policy. So if we continue to spend money and continue to overconsume and waste and buy more, then prices are going to go up. That's just the nature of it.
Man, big fact. Every airport I was in this summer, every restaurant I went to, every hotel I went to was packed or booked to capacity. So for them to say the economy is jacked up, I just can't get on board with that. But back to the show with another one of our co-hosts, Roderick Slick King. Before you get started, man, what is your election drink of choice tonight?
Agua.
The anxiety got you, bro? Or you just got to get the water in?
I'm gonna tell you, and I had this.
Here go another one with that Trump Wi-Fi. You and Big Gooch.
No, son.
Yeah, but while we're waiting on Roger to come back, Edmund, any updates?
You got it.
You're on mute, Edmund. All right, Roger's back. All right, we got you now, Slick.
Man, I don't know that hurricane, man. My internet been acting up, bro. But like I said, man, I don't want to be. I got a feeling that we're gonna be disappointed tonight, but I'm still optimistic. I'm looking inside of some of the House races, and some of those numbers are real good, which is normally an indication of the person, for the president. If the House is running good or Senate races are running good, then that usually means that whoever, it's only been a couple of times. I think Donald Trump was, his was a little different because he lost some seats in Senate races. I think in some states that he won in the last election. But North Carolina looking good. I'm a little disappointed in Georgia right now, but we come in a little late, so. Let's make sure that I'm hoping that none of these election laws hurt us. And I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I'm a little disappointed with this number right now. I'm a little scared. 154 to 27 is a little scary.
Yeah.
You know,
You're on mute, Edmund.
I just went through. I just went through a whole thing. Don't get. That's just all the red states are reporting first, right? Their numbers are easy.
Missouri.
If you look
Missouri
at
was in play.
If you who was in play?
Missouri.
No, never. That been red since Obama. The only you need to be looking at Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. That's the game. Okay, those 3 states. If she lose every battleground state and she has to win, that's we call the blue wall. That's what you're looking at. Don't look at all this other stuff and get sidetracked by 54 to 154. The magic number is 270. And if she wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, that's the ball game. Now, here's what I'm looking at. If North Carolina switch and changes and goes blue, that's the ball game. Because what I'm looking at numbers from last election cycle with Biden on the ballot. With Biden on the ballot, Trump pretty much cleaned the clock of all of Pennsylvania, about 5 or 6 areas. Pennsylvania and Pittsburgh is what he won. Right now, she's running ahead of those numbers in most of those red counties. She's running ahead of those numbers in Pennsylvania. And if she wins Pennsylvania, we in business. There's a ton of blue on the map right now. Last time those suburbs around Philadelphia, they look like they're going Harris way right now. But this is still early. It's only 23% of the vote reporting. But if these trends continue, she's going to win Pennsylvania.
Right. Let me ask y'all this: are y'all surprised that it's so close with the erraticness of Trump and the court cases, the racism,
But it goes
the
to show you we're still no one likes to talk about it. Let's just be honest about it and call a spade a spade. You know, race still plays a part, and sexism still plays a part in who we are as a country. I'm not saying that's going to prevail and be, what happens in the end, but that still plays a part. I mean, no other candidate, let's say Kamala or Barack or anybody else did what Trump is doing, they would have a shot. No, that's where we are.
Yeah, I'm just surprised by how many people are supporting this joke.
It's America, man.
I'm not surprised.
I guess it's the number of people that are supporting him that gets me. Like, I know he's gonna have support, but like for all these people, they live amongst us, work amongst us. A lot of them are in managerial position, would never hire someone with his credentials, with his job references, with the criminal court cases. And I guess it just irks me to see that, because they lower the standard for the presidential office, but raise the standard for everyday working people.
I'm not surprised because
he's showing it.
His base is low educated, poor white people, men mostly, but poor white people. Yeah. And if you look at the states who reported already, that's the majority of the voters. Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri. You going into the Ozarks and redneck country, hills have eyes type people.
Yeah,
and a lot of people held out hope for these white Southern women, thinking they were going to vote against their husband. I mean, just look at Patrick Mahomes' mama. These are Trump support. This is who these people are.
Yeah, and his wife.
Yeah,
I can't look at them.
Their whiteness come first. They don't care if they have a chance of dying up under the new rules. They don't care. Whiteness comes first. But they'll turn this around on us and say we play the race card and we vote for people just because of the color of their skin. Come on, most white folks will not vote against people that vote for a person that looks like me unless I'm carrying their water, and I hate who they hate and carry their agenda.
I feel you on that, bro. All right, Tawana Murphy Williams says the stimulus checks and PPP loans are also why we're dealing with inflation. Also, when wages increase, prices go up because we consume more. So it kind of talks about what you were saying, Micah. And Mike, do you want to touch on that? I know we don't want to have a economic class. We're just opining on the election, but a lot of people don't understand the supply and demand or the cause and effect that has an influence on the economy. Do you want to touch on that a little bit?
Yeah, it's kind of simple, right? So coming off a pandemic, everybody's inside. We're not consuming a whole lot. We're not traveling. We're not spending money on gas. We're working at the house. And now all of a sudden you pump everybody back to work. And not only do you do that, you pump stimulus checks into people's pockets. So now you have a whole bunch of demand and a whole bunch of consumption all of a sudden that the supply couldn't keep up with due to supply chain issues and things like that. Workers being out of work, some workers dying. You got to remember, people died during COVID. That's a lot of positions open at these companies. So now you have supply chain issues, you have issues hiring and things like that. So because of all of that demand and consumption, and not enough supply, it causes prices to go up. And usually when prices, even with housing prices and things like that, it starts kind of at the top or at the commodity level or at the level like, the stuff that goes into the finished product, it starts there. And then some of the other prices it doesn't hit the grocery store or it doesn't hit the actual shelves or the retail store until they sell what they bought at that certain price because they have to make a profit. So they can't just drop the prices all of a sudden, even though maybe now wood is cheaper. Well, it's still gonna be the same price at the store because they still have to make a profit. Same thing with gas and things like that. So it's not necessarily about policy. Yeah, they can do stuff like with Kemp freezes the gas tax and things like that. But if we still overconsume, we're still outpacing the supply, and stuff can't be produced at the level that we consume because everything doesn't grow, or unless we, like, some people are like, well, we don't want to depend on imports. Well, we can't grow everything. We can't produce everything that we consume, so we have to reach out to other countries to get those things to increase our supply so that we can keep the prices down. And truth be told, as the United States, we're a country of consumers.
Exactly.
We're a country, we don't save. We're a country of consumers.
Exactly. And one thing the pandemic triggered was greedflation.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about that with the companies who raised their prices, saw that people can consume and overconsume at that price, and then when everything got back to normal, they left it there at that price?
Yeah, and that's been proven time and time again. So again, it goes back to behavior. So we can really control more than we think we can control. Because if a company raises their prices, all we have to do is buy from somebody else or stop buying it at all until they lower their prices. So a lot of times the companies saw, and they do it even outside of the pandemic, they were doing it. They would raise it little by little and notice that, well, it didn't change how people bought it. So they just leave the prices the same, or they drive them up. So now they saw where they could drive the prices up really high and people will still consume, and they can make a whole bunch of profits and spend a lot of time on yachts and at Diddy parties and all that stuff because we paid for all that baby oil that he was buying. But yeah, so they noticed that people were still gonna consume no matter what. So why not leave the prices up?
Yeah, and can a president control the price of the grocery store or the gas?
Not necessarily. They can try to influence it, but they can't really control it because you got to remember we're in a free market. So exactly. You got to understand we dealing with different types of. It's different areas of government, but it's also different ways like that we operate socially and economically, where we really have more control than we know and more control than we think. So the president can try to influence it with certain policy and things like that, but at the end of the day, we kind of have to. They can't twist anybody's arm or anything like that, as long as they're not doing anything illegal.
they can use the power of the Consumer Protection Agency at the federal government level to go after people who are price gouging, who are raising their prices during this time. And that's some of the things that the vice president has ran on to really put some more energy into that apparatus to go after these folks who are doing that.
Yeah, the
especially
consumer,
when they're getting subsidized by the government. They a lot of companies receive subsidies and tax credits and tax breaks, but they're price gouging at the same time, which is crazy.
Yeah, and that's where people like the consumer, like Evan said, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, they come in and they, you know, they're kind of like the watchdog or the bird dog for that kind of stuff to crack down on it. But the red people want to get rid of that type of stuff. So
yeah, and then I'm gonna bring Slick to the state, man. I got to catch up with my brother this weekend. Had so much fun. He even walked around the city with me, man. Go Dogs. We spent some time at Georgia Park this weekend. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Good time as always, man. And I always knew he was smart, but just sitting talking to him over the years. Slick, can you tell me what power does the vice president have to change policies? Does she write any bills? Does she veto any bills? I mean,
no. Vice president is.
Go ahead.
They don't have any power like that. The vice president is like that broke best friend that goes shopping with you and kind of, you know, help you pick stuff out. You know what I'm saying? Now what kind of elevated Kamala's power?
He gonna never get a name right.
Right.
Yeah, she gonna be all right. Take it. As long as I put Miss Madam President in front of her, and I ain't got to worry about it. But you know what put her in power, you know, increased her power or importance is that she was the tiebreaker. You know, and you know, she from what I understood that she had the most tie-breaking votes ever. So that's a good thing. You know what I'm saying? That kind of helped her, you know. But you know, the vice president, like I said, is like that broke best friend, you know. And if you got an individual in office that, you know, kind of let's say Trump's vice president, Pence. You know, Pence probably didn't have zero influence on this man. You know what I'm saying? Zero influence. And, you know, I ain't gonna say Joe Biden, but from a distance, I think Joe Biden's one of them guys that, you know, when he get an ideal in his head, that's pretty much, you know, you got to convince him different, you know. And, you know, she didn't have any power to make policies and changes. I thought she did a good job by, you know, letting Joe run the show. She stood back, did her job, didn't have any waves. And, you know, we didn't really see the Kamala of the future until he passed 120 days or something it was when they announced. So she's made me a team member, you know. I think I could get behind her administration, you know, but like I said, is the damage already done? You know how people are. We are instant people. So instant means they looking at right now. They don't, you know, right. Obama policies is what put that stuff in place. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Trump destroyed that. You know, and if you look at the Republicans, they've always, you know, destroyed it. We come in with a surplus, they spend money. They're either fighting wars or doing different things. So go back and look at it.
Yeah,
Dave Bush a surplus, Obama, Trump a surplus. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, but we the guys that spend too much money. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you can't put the blame on her. You know what I'm saying? She didn't have. You know, this ain't no husband and wife sharing responsibilities. You know, everybody got a job, and
it just, I hate like people of influence like Umar Johnson. I heard he was on he was on a debate and said, what has she done? She's been in there for 4 years. And when I hear people say that, they actually don't know how the government works, but you're out here trying to influence and sway people certain ways. Another talking point is her international relationship, or how do you're the only vet on here, Roderick. How do you think other countries would perceive us? Do they think we're weaker because we have a woman? I don't think so, because of our military.
Germany had a chancellor over there. She was tough as nails. Margaret Thatcher, she was tough as nails. So that idea that a woman can't lead, we had a guest on here a few months back that asked that same question that you had, and I just totally disagree with that. United States is always, we gonna be the world leaders, and the only person that I see that tried to get out of that is Marjorie Taylor Greene and Trump. They want us to sit back home, and we've never been that type of people. We're gonna reach out, we're gonna help.
Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene just done sent something to Evans County over there, man. You stuck again. While we're waiting on Roger to come back, Evan, you have any updates for us?
Right now, we're still waiting on. I'm looking at these Pennsylvania numbers. They still, coming in 23% reporting, and then we have Pennsylvania 23% reporting. We got Michigan 13% reporting. We got Wisconsin. They only got like 4% reporting, so that's nothing right now. And we have Colorado 24% reporting. So you're about to see as soon as and see everybody's talking about vote totals in electoral college. You will see her. She's going to sweep West. So when the polls close out West, they're gonna give her Washington, Oregon, California, Hawaii, and so California, and then New York just went to her. So she's at 95 to his 210, and so it's gonna come down to the swing states, the 7 states, right?
194.
What was that, Michael?
I was asking what state did he just take? Because he was at 194.
North Carolina. So North Carolina, they're projecting he's gonna win North Carolina.
I'm a little shocked about that one.
Yeah, I am too.
The governor, didn't we just have the governor one?
Yeah,
the governor. But see, goes to show you. See, this is what we're still dealing with too. Now you have what we call the Bradley effect, the woman effect. So you still have those things in place. So there's some margin, but these still are southern states. That's the reason why I like Georgia. My mind has always been on the 3, the blue wall. That is Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. That's what it's going to come down to. And so that's what we're looking at. Because I think Arizona is going to probably go him. If I'm looking at Georgia, looking at North Carolina, Arizona is probably going to go Nevada. That's up in the air. New Mexico is going to go our way. And so when you add those up, you're going to be back where you are as far as 2-something or 2-something. So because California is about 55 electoral votes. Let's see. Trying to pull up my numbers. So we waiting on New Mexico, Nevada, California, Oregon, and Washington. But everything is going to hinge on Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. That's where the race is going to come down to. And then Minnesota, that's the vice president's running mate. That's his state. We'll probably get that. And we're going to be waiting on those 3 states, the Rust Belt states. So that's what this election. So all y'all that are nervous, if you really want to pay attention to the race or where it's going to be the 3 Rust Belt states: Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So he served back ahead in Georgia.
Georgia, he's just let's see. Georgia, It's just going to once the votes come in and count, because see, we still got, let's see, we got outstanding. Henry County hasn't reported at all. That's a Democrat county. We still got vote out in Newton County. We still got vote out in DeKalb County, 6 to 8% of the vote reporting. She's going to make up ground there. Gwinnett County is only reporting 17% of the vote. She's going to net some vote out of there. Fulton County is only reporting 80% of the vote, so that's like 20 more percent coming out of there. Douglas, let's see, Cobb County is reporting 81%, so there's some more vote to come out of there. Let's see, Douglas County, they're pretty much about done. Fulton County, let's see, I already said that 20 more percent. And then Clayton County, they got about 16 more percent of the vote to come out of there. And then my county, where I'm sitting right now, yeah, we got about 32% more to report. And she's going to net probably another 100,000 votes out of here. So it's going to be down to the wire here in Georgia, but we can still eke it out.
Yeah, real quick, looks like Ted Cruz is going to surge ahead of Colin Allred in Texas. Let's see what Brian's talking about.
Let's see if we have any other Senate races that have been called. Still nothing right now out of the U.S. Senate that's any different than what we saw before. Let's see if we have any
they're going to be in trouble.
called.
If the Democrats lose the Senate, the House, and the presidency, they're going to really find out. And it's going to be crazy around these parts.
Let's see if we have 20% reporting with Dan Osborne leading. This would be a huge upset if this is what we're going to see in the end, but still a lot of votes left to be counted. Let's see where those votes are remaining. They're remaining overwhelmingly in Omaha and Lincoln. So let's see what the breakdown right now is. Dan Osborne is taking 62% of the vote right now in Omaha and 64% of the vote right now in Lancaster County, which is where Lincoln, Nebraska is. So we'll keep an eye on what Dan Osborne, the independent, is doing out of Nebraska. And of course, Missouri, we're watching the Lucas Coons, Josh Hawley race right now, but there's only 14% reporting. Colorado has been called for Kamala Harris. We can report that Colorado has been called for Kamala Harris. That will add to her total now. She's at half of the electoral vote that Donald Trump is. Again, none of this is a surprise.
Yeah, has there been any surprises, George?
No surprises yet.
Not really. The only one, maybe, I thought North Carolina would be closer, but not. I mean, it's not a surprise.
Gotcha.
So she's down in Georgia. In Georgia, she's down 223,426 votes. And so with that outstanding vote out, the number she needs to so if she can net that out the region, because let me go back and look at like where it's reporting in the state. So where we got outstanding votes. So like y'all, Tatton County is reported all their vote. Pretty much all the smaller counties are reporting most of their vote. The only county out is Toombs County. They haven't reported votes yet. McIntosh County hasn't reported any votes. Let's see. Jones County, Washington County, Jefferson County. Some of those counties are kind of.
Looks like Maryland voters added an abortion rights protection to the Constitution. Let's see if we can find.
County. So the Black Belt. So we still got a few more areas to report. So yeah, it's gonna come down to the wire again in Georgia.
Dang. Anything close, he gonna holler foul. Yeah, Michael, with the local election there in Glenville, what's the latest there with that? I was trying to get Ricky Arthur to come on tonight. I think they were having a meetup at 6:30. But
Yeah,
I
they're
didn't hear
having
from
a election party. I honestly haven't kept up with the numbers, but if it's anything how the turnout is, it's probably not looking great because we had an overwhelmingly majority white turnout in Tattnall County.
Oh man, looks like we made some history there. Miss Verdi said Theron Harris won council seat tonight. We have made history again. 3 African Americans. Do you know Theron Howard? I mean Harris, Michael?
I don't know him.
Hmm.
I don't know him. I'll probably get a chance to meet him, but I haven't met him yet.
Okay.
Yeah, but see, Reesville is good at getting more progressive council seats than Glenville is. Glenville will have maybe one and a half, maybe progressive council seats. So you can see a lot more stuff done in Reesville on the local level toward progress than you can in Glenville. A lot
Gotcha.
of the time.
So you say turnout was underwhelming again this year?
Yeah, in Tattnall it was. Well, county overall it was a little bit better, but as far as African Americans, it wasn't great.
Man,
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
it
know what we
used
got to
to.
do to get them out, man.
They just got to get out and go do it. It's not hard to vote here, man. People pass the Reesville all the time. Early voting is it is everywhere. Just well, not everywhere, but it's not hard to vote. People just have to get out and go vote. That's one of the things that I want to work on probably over the next couple years at least, because even in these counties, the smaller counties, you don't necessarily have to win, especially with president or with the Senate. You don't necessarily have to win, but anything we can do to boost the numbers, like Edmund was saying, she needs to net that amount. If we had 50% more of the vote to go out, she will win easily and it wouldn't be as close. But we just have to get the numbers.
Yeah.
And see, here's the thing. The reason why I say we got to hit the numbers. If you look at Tattnall County, the African American population around about 30-something% of the population. Then you got the Hispanic population. There's no way a Republican should be winning Tattnall County 76.6 to 23%.
Exactly.
Because if you look, I'm gonna go. Let me look at the demographics of Tattnall County.
You about right. It's about 70%, 30%.
Yeah, what do you feel, Mike? Is just disengagement, low information, under the education levels, or
well, a lot of the people who I'll say are capable of doing the work or connecting with some of the younger demographic, they're not here. So I'll say, for example, like if y'all were still in Tattnall County, then not saying move back and nothing like that, because you probably won't. But if y'all were still in Tattnall County, it'll probably be higher engagement, more activity, and stuff like that. But like I said, that's something that I'm gonna try to work on over the next couple of years at least, because we got congressional seats that'll be up again. The next 4 years, we got local seats that'll be up again and stuff like that. So getting the voter turnout is one thing that I definitely want to work on for, so by the next time we looking at these numbers, it's more than just 11% of the black vote that came out or whatever the number is right now. But yeah, some of it is misinformation. Some of it is people not getting no information at all. Low education and poverty levels and things like it's a few things playing into it, but we just got to continue to fight the good fight, as they say.
So yeah, I'm looking. I think some of these are wrong, but it says 60% white, and it has 20% black and 10% Hispanic, but that can't be true because they don't add up to 100.
No, it's maybe 70% white, closer to 70, and more like last time I checked, it was like 32% black somewhere in there, and then the rest was like Hispanic.
Yeah, yeah. I'm pulling up the census now. The census. Let me see. I pulled up the census. I was on Wikipedia. That's why you don't go to Wikipedia.
Yeah, anybody go in there and change that.
Right. So the census says 66% white,
Yeah,
29% black, and 11% Hispanic, and then other. So just do those demographics alone. They shouldn't be getting no 70, 73, 76% of the vote out of there.
Mm-mm.
This is the lack of engagement and lack of voting.
Yeah.
Yep. Disengaged. Yeah. And if you're just tuning in, once again, this is the Corner Store podcast where we're letting you in on our group chat. And tonight we're bringing you live election results and insight. We would love to hear from you and your thoughts. If you have any anxiety, if we can calm those anxiety, we would love to do that. But we want to hear from you. I see we have Birdie here and Tawana. We want to hear from y'all. You don't have to turn your camera on. I can send you the link or post the link. Go to my page and click on it, and I'll bring your audio up. So if you don't mind, Miss Birdie, you don't have to turn your camera on with them rollers in your hair or nothing like that. But you as well, Tawana. We want to hear from you also. So I'm gonna post the link in the chat. If you guys can click on it, we want to hear your thoughts so far on the election. And I think Big Al is on the call, but I had a question for him as well.
See, right now with 20, see, here's why y'all don't lose your mind right now. I'm looking at some of the results coming in. So right now she's leading. If this holds and this trend holds, she's leading in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin right now. So, there's too early. It's like 23% of the vote reporting in Wisconsin. And let's see how much reporting, and about 14% reporting in Michigan. And then we have about 29% reporting in Pennsylvania. So still close, but she does have a lead there. And I feel more comfortable about those states than anywhere outside of the reliable blue states out west. So that's the ball game right there.
Yeah, I feel a little bit better now. It's just those numbers start playing with your head when they don't move like you want them to, but it's just like last time. So I just don't want to be like in 2016 where I went to bed thinking Hillary's going to win and woke up we had Donald Trump.
No, I'm looking at these trends. So that's the key right now. So people don't lose faith and don't, because see, all his states came in, all her states out west now, the Northeast, and still Maine has to report and be declared a winner. And then I'm surprised at Iowa, but that poll might have been right about Iowa. Iowa may go blue. I don't know. I'm not banking on it, but it could possibly go blue. And so when you look at those Western states, she's going to make up like 100 or 100 and something electoral votes just off the West Coast when those polls close. Because if you add up, let me see.
If Iowa does go blue, it was probably because of her vice president pick.
Yep. And that's why I think she's going to be much stronger in the Midwest than in previous elections.
And you guys, y'all saw that Chris Rock movie when he was they had him running for president. Everybody went to sleep and woke up.
Man, that's one of my favorite movies. Head of State.
Yeah, that sounds funny.
My favorite movie there, but hey, I said that for movie. I was
What's
talking
the
to
name of that movie, man? That's like one of my favorite too.
Head of State.
Head of
State. Right.
Hey, we gonna wake up in the morning and listen to Outkast.
Yeah, man. But yeah, but Al, I had a question for you. Like one of the other talking points as far as why people are voting for Trump or Harris is the border. And me and you are in Florida, and there are a lot of undocumented here. There's also a lot of legal immigration here. How would you say the current state of the border has impacted your decision? Do you feel the impact? Do you say it's non-consequential? Is it more of an issue than a crisis? Because everyone I hear talk about it on the other side, they put it up as it's a crisis when there was a bill to combat it, but they held off on it. So what is your
And
thought?
they held off on it. And you ask yourself, is it really a crisis? I mean, this has been going on before Biden. This has been going on for years. But has it got worse lately? Yes, it has. You know, it's hard for me to answer that, man, because I deal with, you know, different minority people.
I mean,
and, you know, I don't feel, you know, that type of way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen an impact on my end up here because, I mean, how they make it, like they're coming to take jobs or moving into the homes next door to you. They're committing crime. When crime has gone down, yeah, I haven't seen that either. So it's more fear mongering than anything. And they don't look at the granular details of it where they pay more into our system than they take out. But if you take them out of our system would collapse.
You know, you go back to the same thing that somebody said. You know, you got people who want to do these jobs, people who don't want to do these jobs. You know what I'm saying? And they come over here, and a lot come over here to do it the right way. They go through the right channels. They get they you know what I'm saying, they freedom the right way, and they go to work and they become something and become model citizens. But all the things they try to promote the last year or two about the killings and this and that, that happened regardless.
Yeah, they commit more crime, commit less crime than native born.
I mean, I hate to say this. Look at the black kid the other day that shot up, you know what I'm saying, with 8 people here in Orlando. You know, yeah, man. Killed like 8 people here in Orlando, man.
Oh yeah, that's wild. Michael, you was getting ready to say something?
Yeah, that border issue is very, it's kind of sensitive because, and people don't, it's very nuanced because, like you said, some of those immigrants are vital to our economy.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for immigration, the poultry plant, we probably wouldn't have chicken around here because a lot of the Haitian immigrants are working at the poultry plant now because other people aren't. And there was
y'all see what happened to those farms around there when they started running all of them away.
Exactly, it happened twice. So when Bush was president, he tried it, almost killed the farming season, and then a lot of people don't know this, but during Obama's presidency, he kind of tried something similar, and again, it was like, oh, it didn't work because it hurts the farming communities because it kills their working their workers. It kills their working class, so they have nobody to work those fields or to do the job.
We started here in Florida, and I don't know if you started up in Duval, where with the building, you know what I'm saying, the housing building, it put on a major problems. That reflected back to a lot of things, man. You know what I'm saying? Companies like myself, well, we can't sell furniture because now we got to delay in home building.
Yep,
you know what I'm saying?
It's so bad. Your Wi-Fi messed up right now because there ain't nobody to lay the line down and set it up. But nah,
hey man, I'm about to hang up anyway. I got to be working 5:30 in the morning. Man, I got a photo shoot. Trying to wrap up. Hey, but I mean, wishing for the best, hoping not to see the worst.
Yeah, and Michael hit on it earlier, like he was talking about inflation. Like people don't know, like migrants play a part in inflation. If there's no one to pick the oranges or work the fields, then there becomes a supply and demand issue. If there's no supply, then the demand is going to stay the same or go up. Now prices are going to go up. So they kind of help taper down inflation. But people don't look at the nuance of it. They'd rather have culture wars than do what makes sense.
I never seen a school of whites or blacks go to a strawberry patch in Plant City since I've been living down in Florida.
Nah, bro, you remember when they passed, I forgot what the bill number was, but they passed it to where migrants had to go through the new employment system, or the employers had to use it, and then they passed a bill where you couldn't give them a ride or you would be arrested if they were found undocumented with you.
Yeah.
And so a lot of the migrants left, and some of the truckers boycotted coming to Florida. But do you remember the Americans that tried to go out there and work the field and quit by lunch? It was crazy. And then a lot of the farmers started complaining because the American ones, they couldn't even make it to lunchtime with some of the jobs the migrants do. So
Man, I got a real life example. 2017 or 2016, somewhere in there. They did all the ICE and immigration stuff, and so I was trying to get this landscaper to do my yard, put some, make it nice. He was like, "Yeah, I can't do it." They shipped out all my workers. They came and rounded them up and sent them out. I can't do any of my jobs.
wow.
So because of that, he couldn't do his landscaping business. He couldn't get straw laid down. He couldn't do anything because they took all his workers.
Yeah. A lot of businesses are set up, or the infrastructure set up where the migrants are secondary or tertiary, to where that business only survives because of them. You would remove them from the business, then you have no business. Just like here in Florida, the tourism. Like, we went to Orlando recently, stayed at the embassy. I did not see one American-born, black or white, worker there. Like, they were all foreign. Every last one I saw was foreign.
And where you go this way, that's all you see. Down here in Miami, that's all you want to see in them certain areas, hotels, restaurants,
Which it doesn't bother me. I'm happy. I mean, as long as they make the economy better and things get done. Do we have an issue at the border? Yeah, but we've always had an issue at the border. Ronald Reagan pretty much ignited them to come in here. So it's just funny when I hear
immigration always been one of them issues where they try to fearmonger. They just change the demographic that they're going after. Because in the early 1900s, they was the Italians and the Irish is the ones who messing up the country, and then it started getting to the darker and brown people now. So it's always been some type of fear mongering and some type of trying to, sway votes.
Yeah.
Based on immigration. So I mean, it's not going to change. Just the demographic change.
Yeah,
so we can target Mexico, we can target Haiti, we can target all these black and brown countries now.
Yeah. And like you said, it's the fear mongering. And they never talk about like the tech industry in Silicon Valley, all those immigrants who overstay their visas. Who actually become me. Exactly. But you never hear that talking point.
Never hear. And here's the thing about the jobs thing. They like, oh, the immigrants coming to take the jobs while simultaneously building robots that's actually going to take the jobs.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it makes no sense, bro. And then the other thing I hate is no one looks at the root of the problem. Like, honestly, the U.S. causes a lot of destabilization in other countries' government, especially in the Golden Triangle or Northern Triangle in South America and Central America, where Kamala was tasked with going down there to look at the root of the problem. And she got companies and got Mexico to actually to buy in and invest down there in the billions of dollars to address the root of the problem, to slow the migration from coming this way. But nobody talks about that. They're just saying she's the border czar, which is no such thing. Michael, you can touch on that too. I'm just trying to make sure we just hit the talking points until Edmund comes up with the latest stats. But you want to touch on that real quick? I keep hearing she's a border czar. Was she a border czar, bro?
No, there's no such thing as like, hey, Vice President, you're in charge of the border. there's just none of that. I mean, it just doesn't exist. We kind of touched on the role of the Vice President earlier. Now they might have said she might have went down there to see what was going on and maybe report back and help strategize, but there's no like, hey, you're in charge of the border, you decide what happens and what doesn't happen. Number one, while part of it is Homeland Security, and Homeland Security falls under, the executive. So of course that's the president's job to kind of see what's going on down there. But also, you can't just unilaterally make decisions because the border crosses into a state, and the state government has some say so on what happens at the border too. So
Exactly.
it's different, and a lot of people don't understand that either. It's different levels of government, so it's you can't just unilaterally, as a vice president or president, make decisions to say, "Hey, we're gonna do this or we're gonna do that." The president can't even deploy the military without Congress approving it. So
Exactly.
even if she wanted to send the military, she wouldn't be able to do it unless Congress said yay or nay. And of course, Texas, if they want that, I mean, the state has to decide whether they want to use their National Guard or not.
Exactly.
Yeah,
If,
I
if
understand
I
why
hear
people
those
can't
talking
understand
points, it's just
like,
puzzling. What'd you say, Al?
I said that's why I don't understand why people can't understand that and just go back and do a little history on this, on what the president can do and can't do. A lot of it's passed through Congress. You know,
Yeah.
all the
After this
presidents
election,
signing
man,
off.
civics teachers need to be the highest paid educators in the system after this. That and U.S. government teachers. And Edmund. Edmund's the
Now
cross of everything. So
we need to take they need to look at this curriculum close and study, like really study how our government works, really study how civics, economy, and all these things work, because people just don't get it. And not
that's
study it from a lens of we want to dress it up and say this person was important and that. No, we need to look at the true history of how everything happened, why it came to be, what it's like now, and how we can change it if we want to. Every other country does that. They know about their country and their history. And people think that, well, you'll have less pride. No, you'll have more pride in your country because you know about it. You know about the secrets, you know about all the demons that it had to face, you know about all the skeletons in the closet, and it gives you a deeper level of respect and understanding for where you live and what power you have to change and control where you live, because that's the beauty of where we live. And I think people just don't understand that, and they really relinquish a lot of the power that we have as people to change things and do things that we need to do to progress as a society.
I agree 1000%, bro. And they don't understand that the quality of life will go up because the quality of politics will go up, which will engage the quality of policies that are put out there for us. So I 1000% agree with that. I mean, any he done dropped off. I was gonna say, I mean, any updates so far?
Right now, we still in a holding pattern. Pennsylvania's close, but going into the internal numbers, we still look good. Some counties she's underperforming Biden, but they're in the smaller counties. But then she's overperforming Biden in some of the bigger suburban counties outside of Philadelphia. So that's good news. And then the Michigan numbers are slowly coming in. So we want to watch for those states. And I was just looking. I haven't looked back at Georgia. Last I saw was 223,000 vote deficit at the time. So let me go back.
That the projection that they're showing right now, that's spot on, and that looks promising.
Yeah, they were like 298 to 240.
Yeah. So that's what I'm projecting. I did a little map over here myself, as far as I said her baseline. Let's say I give her, okay, so if she gets out west, Washington, Oregon, California, she wins Nevada, Colorado, New Mexico, and take the 3 Rust Belt states, she can end up with anywhere from 279. That's me not giving her Arizona, not giving her Iowa. Even though Iowa is blue right now, this is surprising, but it goes with that ladies poll that came out over the weekend. So with that alone, all we looking for is 270. So for all the people out there nervous right now, to me, and then giving Donald Trump one electoral vote out of Maine, because there's a red district up there. So I just gave that. I haven't seen any numbers come out of there yet. So if everything holds the same and she picks up Nevada and she picks up the three Rust Belt states, she wins the election. And so that's what I'm looking at. Nevada, the three Rust Belt states. If she doesn't win Nevada, then guess what happens? It's a tie.
It's a tie.
It's a tie.
Oh man. Yep. Well, I want to bring another special guest. Got a special guest coming to the stage. We have Mr. Ricky Arthur himself. Welcome to the show, Pastor Ricky. How are you?
Hey, how are y'all doing? I'm doing fine. Thank you for inviting me. I just saw your message.
Yeah, we wanted to get you on here, and I haven't heard any updates, but wanted to see how everything fared for you today.
Well, it's still going. It's right now. We're not in the lead, but it's not over yet.
All right. Well, we definitely gonna keep hope alive. As long as it's still going, there's always a chance. And we got you in front of the people right now. So, what message can you give about change that you would bring to the community?
Well, I think we need more openness in this county. As those of you that have lived in this county know, or those of you that are online know, there's a lot of the good old boy system going on. And we try to bring some back to the forefront so we can stop some if we can. As far as working with the other commissioners and not allow people to have things based on what their last name is and how much land you own in the county. Those are some changes that we were looking at going into this election.
Gotcha. We were talking earlier about the participation in the African American community, and it still doesn't seem like it's meeting where it needs to be, and it's underwhelming, actually. What do you think we can do going forward in the future to let everyone know the importance of voting or participating in the political process?
Well, you've asked a good question, and it is an issue in this county. And we have recently formed a Tapno Evans Democratic Party committee. And that's one of our goals, is to get out and register people to vote and encourage people to vote. There's no good if you're going to register if you don't actually get out and vote. And try to explain to a lot of people don't understand the process. And as y'all know, you guys know, I've listened to y'all. I know y'all are very intelligent men. That knowledge is power. And this is what a lot of people don't understand. And we're trying to get that out to the public here in Tapno County, which also help with this help of this forum and others like it. We can get the word out that every vote counts. There should be no more of that. My vote does not count, because every vote counts. And that's the word we want to get out to the African-American community, and not just the African-American community, the Democratic Party as a whole. We know this county is a Republican stronghold, but we can change that if people get out and vote, black and white.
I totally agree, Pastor Ricky. I actually hate the labels of it, because I feel like if there were no parties, people would overwhelmingly vote for the right person that's the best fit for the job. So
I agree.
With that being said, I want to say thank you for coming on. I know I asked you before, and this is actually a good time for you to come on to go on to the next level, the federal election, the presidential election. I can guess who you voted for, but respectfully, why didn't you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, the same reason you didn't.
That sounds good. Okay, well, tell me why you voted for Kamala Harris.
Well, it's time for something different. I mean, she has been in politics for some time, but I'm just so tired of all that rhetoric that Donald Trump brings and his party and his cronies. It's the same old negative attitudes that we don't need in this country. We need to try to come together. And he's saying, as you know, as the rest of you guys know, he's saying a lot of things that other people want to say. And that's why he's garnered so much participation or so many votes for him. But we don't need that. We need togetherness. I know it's been said, and it's not a cliche, we are better together. And this is my primary reason, one of the primary reasons for not voting for him. Another is that every time I see his lips move, I hear a lie come out. And I just can't deal with that.
Yeah, there's a lot of falsehoods. I was just telling the guys tonight, he's already tweeting that there's election fraud in Pennsylvania and the police is on the way. And now the attorney general in Pennsylvania is having to come out and do press conferences and put out statements on their end to combat all of that. So like I told the guys earlier, it doesn't surprise me that it's this close, but it's so disappointing that it's this close.
Like, it really is.
Like a lot of the people that vote for him are business owners or managers. They would never hire someone with his credentials, his references, or his criminal record to work for them. And when you look at their core values of their job, like I think me and Kelly Murphy were talking, he's in HR, and we talk about core values that companies have, especially in Fortune 500. He goes against every core value most major Fortune 500 companies have. But there are so many people voting for him, whether they're a one issue voter or not. To me, you can't separate, if you're going for the economy, you can't separate that from the misogyny, the racism, all of the felony, the criminal activity and all of that. It's all or nothing. And it looks like they've chosen to be on that side of history with that. So go
I
ahead.
do agree with what you're saying. And it is unfortunate that people are so narrow-minded. Not all people, but some people. Some people are just voting for him because of the color of his skin. It has nothing to do with what he's saying. He's going against someone of a different ethnicity, as you know, and a female. And because of that, he's going to get a vote without even giving her an opportunity. He's already been in once, as we know. And y'all, excuse me for not knowing, but I didn't see anything that he did to help any of us.
No, they like to tout the First Step Act, but as I tell them, I don't know, none of my family's been in prison. None of my people have been arrested with that. And then that
was Obama's legislation. That was Obama's legislation.
Exactly right.
Yeah,
that's
and
right.
With that, everything he has, you give him credit for signing things, but he begrudgingly signed things. He had to be coaxed into signing the First Step Act, coaxed into some of the other, like the stimulus. He had to hold it up to get his name on it. Like everything he actually did, or they claim he did, he had to be coaxed into doing that. He didn't do it from a stance of presidential or out of the goodness of his heart or anything like that. Like he has no empathy or humanity.
Well, you guys have children, and you know how your child, Daddy, look what I done. Daddy, look what I did. He's that type of person or individual. He likes to do things just to be seen doing it, not for helping anyone other than the people that are in the same class that is with himself. He's not doing anything. And that was one of the hardest things for me to understand, and still is to this day. Why are these people that are in the poverty level voting for this man like he's going to help them?
Yeah, I mean, he already give con artist vibes. I always say him and Deion Sanders are two of the best marketers America has ever seen. He says a lie so much to the people that follow him think it's true.
This is true.
So yeah, and we don't want to hold you long, Pastor Ricky, but one other thing I wanted to touch on is the religious arena or the religious environment. I've seen so many white pastors come out and try to chastise the black pastors or the black religious community. What are your thoughts on people like Franklin Graham and a few others who've come out and said, if you're voting for Democrats, you're delusional and you black pastors need to do better?
Well, my first thought, Shannon, was he's not studying from the same Bible that I'm studying from. That was my first thought, because my Bible, the Bible that I study from, does not agree with anything that Donald Trump is doing. I know we serve a forgiving God. I know that for a fact. He's forgiven me for so many things, but for the things that he has forgiven all of us for, we're not going right back and continuing to do those things. And we had to ask for forgiveness. And I didn't like what not Graham, but what was his name? Whatever his name was, I didn't like what he said when I saw it. Say it again.
Swaggart. It was
Yeah,
several
Jimmy
of them that came out.
Swaggart's son. Yeah, Jimmy Swaggart's son. So, the fruit don't fall far from the tree. So for him to say something like that when he don't have a clue about the black church, he doesn't have a clue about it. He's probably never even been in a black church. And as the other pastor that rebuked him said, there wouldn't have been a black church if white people had not segregated the churches. White people will not allow blacks and white to worship together. And it's been this way since the beginning of time. The most segregated time is, well, we used to say 11 o'clock, but now we're having times differently, worship times different. But 11 o'clock is the most segregated time, and churches and cemeteries are the most segregated places.
Woo, yeah, that's a fact, Jack. That is a fact. Yep. All right. Well, before we let you go, we're gonna have a little fun with you, and this can be offhand. It doesn't have to be serious, but name 3 things you trust more than Donald Trump. Like I put up a post on TikTok. Like I trust the McDonald's ice cream machine being up, raisins in the potato salad, and Shannon Sharp going live on IG. That's my So what are your 3? It can be something funny, comical, whatever you want to say.
You done caught me at a loss for words, and that's not very usual. I'm gonna take the fifth on that because someone may be listening. Someone may be listening that's attending my church, and I don't want to lose my integrity.
Okay, I was gonna say keep that pastoral integrity.
I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for joining the show, man. We've been wanting to get you on for a long time. Oh, well, I guess I can ask you one more question. Give me your top 3 best athletes you've seen, whether they played with you, came before you, or after you, that come through Tattnall County.
Oh man, that's just so hard. Right off the top of my head, Marvin Phillips comes to mind. He was one of the best athletes before my time, and the graduating class, this before you guys was even born, of 1972, that went to state. My brother Sherman Grubbs, James Frazier, Dutchie Moore. They were super athletes. You could just about Shannon. You could just about name anybody black that was a super athlete. I would put myself in that number. I don't like to blow my own horn, but I was a pretty good athlete during my time.
Oh, you were. I saw you firsthand with softball. Then you guys' heyday with Rotary and some of the other softball teams. And man, I always tell people that the lineage from you guys impacted us as a group. How did y'all all have babies around the same time? Matter of fact, because that group that you just mentioned had kids that came up with me, and all of us had good athleticism and great teams to come along and progress from there. Unfortunately, most of my class moved away from there, so our kids won't grow up there and have that same connection and camaraderie to build up the Tattnall County Forum there. But man, you just named some great names. I concur with a lot of them. Duck tells me about them all the time. I would also put you in the top categories as most athletic as well. And but first and last but not least, thank you so much for coming to the corner store, dropping some non-labels on it, some big gulp and all of that. And then I'll give you the last word. Anything you want to say to your constituents?
All right. I'd like to say to you guys, thank you. Y'all are doing a great job. I listen to y'all whenever I get the opportunity because y'all bring a lot of issues to the forefront, and it's very important that people hear these things. I like it that you have a comedic side to it as well, so that those of us that are serious all the time, and I'm not one of those persons that's serious all the time. It's just people just think I'm like that. But I love the way you guys handle your business on this Corner Store podcast. And to the constituents of Tappan County, 4th District, or Tappan County as a whole, I love all of you and God bless you. And thank you so much for your support. Thank you for your encouragement. Thank you for everything you've done, whether it was financially or just stopping by, shaking my hand to encourage me. It really meant a lot, and it still means a lot. And I'll be forever grateful for the citizens, black and white, of Tappan County.
There you go. There you go. Let's give it up for Mr. Ricky Arthur, Pastor Ricky Arthur.
Pastor Ricky. Hey, Mr. Ricky, I know y'all got a spread over there. I don't know how late the watch party gonna go, but y'all have a plate or two left.
You better come on. You better come on. You know we over here doing it, so you better come on.
I know it.
That's what's up.
Y'all probably hear the noise in the background because they making a lot of noise.
It's all good. It's all good. Tell them they can come to the Corner Store too anytime.
I will tell them. All right, well, thank you guys so much for having me on.
All right, thank you. Good.
God bless y'all.
All right.
All right, Edmund, what's the latest updates, my man?
It's razor thin. Votes are coming in. We still look good in the Rust Belt. That's the ball game is the Rust Belt. So, like we all thought, that's where the race is going to be won. The Rust Belt, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. It's going to come down to those three.
I think
so. For all the people out there, let me explain this again. Yes, you see Trump with 226. Those are all red states he were going to get regardless, right? Except a few of the southern states that were called swing states. It always was going to come down to Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
And you got to remember, in some of these states, it's not hard to report the voting from certain precincts because it's not a lot to count. So they're going to come in quick. And also California some of the states out west just closed their polls. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock on the East Coast. It's 7 something over there.
You're gonna see her vote total jump by 100 electoral votes or so when California, Washington, and Oregon close their polls.
Yeah, Edmund, I get stage fright when I look at the win probability because I think of fantasy football. At fantasy football, they got your win probability based on your point total.
Yeah. Oh, you can't go by that. That's
yeah, I know.
That'll mess you up.
Yeah, man. Because I had a game this Sunday where I had a 1% win probability at 4:00. Went to bed Sunday night, woke up Monday, I had none one. So
man, I hate y'all rules. I couldn't even pick up a defense because of I forgot to move Tua out of my heart. I was like, man, y'all some busters.
That's cheating.
I forgot. This was my school homecoming, man. I got caught up. I said, dang, I forgot.
Man, you better set them notifications up. Yeah, but once again, thank you guys for tuning in. We've been on for an extended time tonight. We just thought we'd bring you guys some live update election news with the political savants that grew up in Glenville, Georgia, Edmund Richardson and Micah King. Our other co-hosts, they have the Trump Wi-Fi, so hopefully they can put some minutes back on it and come back and join us. But we'd love to hear from you, whether you put it in the chat or if you want to come and join the show. There's the link in the chat where you can click on and join us. You don't have to turn your camera on. You can actually turn on your audio. But we love to hear from you. If not, if you're going to watch this in the after show, please be sure to comment. And we're going to keep it rolling, man. keep it rolling. As Edmund says, don't be frightened by the number you see right now. There's a lot more to come. A lot more to come.
A lot more to come. And I think she ran for the length of time that she ran a brilliant campaign.
A historic campaign, man, for the money she's raised, and then to pull her policies together, and for the man, I wonder what her air mileage is, bro. She's in the air every day, like 2 or 3 rallies.
She left it on the field, but see, it goes to show you, we still got a ways to go in this country now. This, even if she pulls it out, we got a ways to go in this country, and this is showing that. Like, a white man can do all of that and still win, or possibly come close to winning the presidency. That says a lot about who we are as a country. So they can hide behind, it's abortion, it's this. No, they are the most tribal people in this country, and they hate to admit it, and they get mad with you when you call it out. But then they'll turn around and say, we use the race card.
Yeah.
That's how it is. They're the aggressors, but say we're too aggressive.
And
they're the ones who they're the ones who created all the race and all the issues, all these things, and then say, well, if you hadn't pointed it out, you know, or you just, if you hadn't have said anything, or you too rebellious, it's
right.
They're hypocrites.
Yeah, and then if you show too much passion, you're angry, and if you're a woman, you're an angry black woman. So it's just crazy, man. Like Tawana said, to even be able to run after this, I need some employers to revamp their applications. If you can run for president with this many felonies and bad character, bad job references, people can work for you then.
It goes to show you. It goes to show you, man. It's funny and it's laughable, but it goes to show you we got a ways to go in this country, and we're not a colorblind society. We got a ways to go when you can do all of this, but we know that would have been Shannon Howard or Edmund Richardson. We can't get away with that. Heck, they try to crucify me for something I didn't even do in politics, and then they'll try to tarnish a career for something like that. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, man. Or just let her have done half of what he's done. This race would have been over. He would have been home celebrating right now.
You go show you get heat, man. That white privilege is something else. But we can't say that now. We can't say that.
There's no such thing.
Right.
Tell me somebody black can do this. They'll be calling us a criminal. They'll be calling us, you're corrupt. You're
criminal. We'll be in jail already.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man.
You know, how they come out.
Let's pretend. Let's have role play right quick. She doesn't talk about her policies fluent enough.
When does he ever talk about policy?
Man, she never done anything for black people.
We get feedback. Somebody.
Let me see if that's me or not. It's still there?
No, it's gone.
She's never done anything for black people, Emma.
And we know that's a lie. But it goes to show you miseducation and lack of education is, man, social media has, as an educator, we have what we call people that have different proclivities. I'm going to say it in that manner. And so just imagine how we used to separate people based upon learning styles, based upon deficiencies. Just think all of those folks are on Facebook and they have a voice. And so we're in trouble because these people can get on here and say anything they want to say.
If you struggle reading that paragraph out loud, this ain't the conversation for you today. Sit this one out. Just go vote. Be quiet.
Hey, if you got a note on that test that says
social media made everybody a reporter. Social media has made everybody a professor. Social media has made everybody a preacher. And these folks are untrained and do not have the education to opine on some of the things that they opine about. And people get on here and speak like it's the gospel. And they loud and wrong. And it's not that we know, we think we know, oh man, congratulations. We have out of all of this so far, we're gonna have 2 African-American women in the U.S. Senate. Angela also Brooks won the Senate seat in Maryland. So, hey, that's a bright spot. We got Delaware and Maryland are sending 2 African-American women to the Senate.
Is that history?
Yeah, that's history. And at the same time, you got 2 African-American men, and 2 African-American women in the Senate.
That's big.
That's big.
But yeah,
Miss Verdi said, did we see, and we talked about this with Pastor Ricky, did we see her Jimmy Swaggart call her that woman? And JD Vance called her trash last night.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a blanket statement for a lot of women, even on his side. And they still.
But you see how this works? So it's wrong for Biden to say trash, and he's not even running for president. But it's wrong for Biden to say trash, but he can call the sitting vice president of the United States trash, and it's okay. And the media is culprits in this too. And let's be honest, I'm gonna call them out tonight while I got this bullet, because see, here's the media. If you look at how they cover Trump, they gave him so much free press again this time. They didn't learn their lesson the last time. But at the end of the day, he's good for ratings. He's good for their bottom line. Everybody, although we may hate what we see and hear, they love it because people love entertainment, and he's entertaining. Exactly. He says crazy things, funny things, and he's good for their news show. So they want him. That's the reason why they hated Biden, because he was boring. You didn't hear nothing about age again after Biden left the race, and they're 2 years apart, right? And this man doing all type of crazy stuff, but you don't hear. It's a double standard in the media, and then they'll come and say, "Oh, we just cover it." No, you're not. There's a double standard here. Yeah, but you want Trump because he's good for ratings.
Yeah, controversy sells anytime. That's why social media is so popular. Like people, you can put up a positive post that speaks to positivity. Few people may like it, but put up something negative about some gossip, something with P. Diddy and all of that, you'll get way more engagement and more people paying attention to the foolishness.
Yeah, it goes back to who are they trying to entertain? Right? Who are they trying to? It's easier to attract people of stealing Edmund's word. I forgot what he said now, but it's easier to attract people of a lower. Man, I'm trying to be nice.
IQ.
Yeah. It's easier to
less education.
Yeah, and so those are the type of people who will kind of gravitate toward that type of entertainment, because it's no substance. It's just all entertainment. And so people will gravitate toward that.
And most of them, they like what he's saying too. See, there's no Trump. See, everybody want to absolve Trump, and place all the, I'm going to say not absolve Trump, but place all the blame on Trump. But Trump can't be Trump without his supporters. He's only to be for their grievance.
He is the face of what they want. That's it. He says out loud what they all think in their head, and they love it.
Yeah. He is.
In some strange way, he empowered them to say it out loud.
Yeah. And we got to Michael, are you on the Bluetooth?
No, I'm on my phone.
Okay. Tap your airplane mode, toggle it, and then toggle it back on. See if that gets rid of it. All right, let's see what Brian's talking about now.
99%.
Oh no, he might be on Trump Wi-Fi too.
He does all our social media, so all the stuff you've been seeing.
Nah, I'm back now. You still hear the echo?
No, that's much better.
Okay.
Yeah, I may have to go out and come back in. Sometimes the frequency gets backed up with the cache in the system. Looks like Brian Tyler Cohen's feed got interrupted. So let me see if I can find this feed again.
Yeah. He does all our social media, so all the stuff you've been seeing, that's him.
100 mil, I need it. I took out for walking around like I was in the.
All right. Any new updates in that short amount of time, Edmund?
That's what I'm looking for now. I'm looking at now.
Hey fellas, I'm gonna pop off and go make sure the kids get into bed. I'll jump back on.
Yeah, go ahead. We'll be here, my brother.
All right.
Yeah, we still Wisconsin 49-49. Wisconsin. Yeah, that's only 40-something% of the vote reporting. Pennsylvania 50-48, with 54% of the vote turned in. But it's just like Atlanta, you're waiting on those last votes to come in as well. So they've called the decision desk called Georgia for Trump. So and I gave it to him on my map as well. So on my map, Trump will probably my wish without the Rust Belt states is that I even gave him Arizona 11 electoral votes, and if he gets Arizona electoral votes, that'll give him 263. And if she wins Nevada and the Rust Belt states, that's 275. So that's our path to victory, in my opinion. She has to run a straight in the blue wall. So unless she picks up Arizona, if she picks up Nevada and Arizona, which I'm not banking on Arizona. If Georgia and North Carolina went for him, Arizona's going for him too, in my opinion. I could be wrong.
Looks like the forecast still has her up at the end.
Yeah, my forecast has her 275. Just my forecast. I could be wrong, but my forecast, I have her at 275, him at 263.
All right, looks like Brian's feed is back up, so let's tap in with him to see what he's talking about.
Definitely within the Democratic population centers, but still a lot of votes left to be counted in the state. Over 2 million left to be counted in Missouri. Back to the presidential race here. It looks like there has been a call. Georgia has flipped to Trump. Decision Desk has called the race for Donald Trump in Georgia.
I could have mine before him.
Which seems very surprising to me.
Let me see what we did here in DeKalb.
Georgia has been called for Donald Trump. That is true. Okay.
That's
so
crazy.
This is the map as it stands right now.
Those red counties went redder.
Like Kamala Harris has a path to victory. It is the blue wall. It is through Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Didn't I say that?
Yeah, you called it, bro.
But some bad.
Looks like we have another guest on the show. We have Mr. King David Jordan, who is another podcaster. He has a large platform that's consistently growing. To give you a backstory, me and him went to college together, the great Savannah State University, where we played football together. And over the years, we've always been pretty close. He's been like a little brother where I have to tap him on the head every now and then to get some of that delusion up out of him. But he's also a strong conservative who leans heavily to the right. He says he's independent, but everything he does to the conservatism is in him. He's a brother. He has a religious background. Very talented. One of the most talented people I've met in my life. And from music to entertainment to tech, he's always up on the latest things, except for politics. He makes me scratch my head every time I see him post something. But he does what he does. And we want to welcome King David Jordan to the show. What's up, my brother? You just inboxed me, asked me, was I scared, man? We're not scared over here, bro.
No. I asked you, was you sure? I asked you want me to come. We should come on. You guys are a strong left liberal podcast. So I wanted to make sure I came on, and I was, I didn't want to come and ruin the party. You know what I'm saying? Or
I would say I wouldn't even put a label on it. I would say we're more critical thinking podcast.
Okay. Well, I didn't want to come and ruin the party you guys are having.
No, we loved it. We just got off of entertainment, so you came at the right time.
Okay, so, cool. Or the pity party.
Respectfully, my brother. Respectfully, my brother. Tell me why.
What exactly I should call it right now? You know what I'm saying?
Pity party race not even over.
When I saw the video, I wanted to know if you was okay, if everything was good with you, if they was great, especially with the results coming in. Kind of how I predicted, but it's okay. You know what I'm saying?
Tell us how you predicted, my brother.
Well, I said, now you said I was a conservative. I'm an independent that leans conservative because of my religious beliefs.
And I cleaned it up and said which is go ahead. I don't want to double talk you because you said your religious beliefs, which is oxymoron when you vote for Donald Trump.
Okay, well, not really. If you look at majority of the biblical characters in the Bible, they all had issues. And even Scripture says a man can sin all his life, and then in the last days ask for forgiveness, and he can be saved. So at the end of the day, I think it was I think a lot of people were upset with a lot of us, especially a lot of black men who saw Kamala Harris as a weak candidate. And since 2016, I said she wasn't a strong candidate. And there were stronger candidates in the Democratic Party that we felt like they could have chosen. And I think this is just the byproduct of a bad decision from the Democratic Party. And
what a bad decision, or the race relations in America, the racism in America?
I don't think it's racism. I don't think per se racism, because if you look at the numbers are pretty similar. Like, it wasn't like the numbers kind of stay the same. The people that didn't vote for Kamala are the people that voted for Barack. The people that actually voted for Biden, which were the independents. The independents turned on you guys. You guys had an issue not with the right. The right and the racist right stayed consistent. The liberal left stayed consistent. What you guys lost this time was the independent vote. And the independent has shown not that it's a race issue, but it's a policy issue and it's a candidate issue, and that's why you guys lost this time.
Okay, can you elaborate on the candidate issue? Well, why do you say she's a weak candidate?
Well, anytime you run for presidency and before and you lose, you're like one of the first outs when you actually run for presidency. It kind of shows that, hey, that's not maybe the candidate that you want to be, to have the popularity to win a presidency when you're running against somebody like a Donald Trump or something like that. I think at the end of the day, her huge issues that she has not been a strong orator. She has a very liberal and leftist voting record. She's not central enough. She's not centrist. I can't think of the word. She's not in the middle enough. She's not. She doesn't go to the middle enough. And I think a lot of times when you're trying to attract different independents and different people to vote for you, you kind of have to be more centric. And she's more wide left than she is more centric.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Yes,
why do you think she dropped out of the race? Why do you think she dropped out of the race when she ran in 2019?
I think when she hit Biden with the race line in the initial in the presidential debate, if you remember that, she hit him with the race line. Then Kelsey Gabbard came back and she called on it. In the next election, she lost a lot of credibility with a lot of the voters, especially black voters. When Gabbard called on her, Gabbard called her on her race, you know, the fact that she had some issues with her record concerning black males and different things. A lot of people say it's been debunked. A lot of people said it wasn't true, or a lot of people said the numbers were different. But I think that also cast a stain on her record and really hurt her.
But hey, before you go further, King, you don't say a lot of people say. Don't say a lot of people say either it is or it isn't. You can't say a lot of people say what is the truth.
Can I come back? I'm going somewhere with him. I'm just trying to.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
So you said, okay, so you felt like she was liberal, and then you felt like people didn't believe her after the Joe Biden situation. How many people ran that primary?
How many? What now? Repeat the question again.
How many people ran in the primary? Her and where Biden got the nomination.
It was a large number. I think she was number 15 that dropped out during that time. She's the 15th candidate, the 15th presidential candidate to drop out at that time. Democratic candidate. Was she the 15th candidate to drop out to be eliminated?
Yeah, she was one of the first. Yeah, she was one of the first ones, and so now that I said that, I was going somewhere with this. One of the things that I followed that election, and I was her supporter when she ran in that cycle in 2019. Here's the reason why she dropped out, and I would have done the same thing. She dropped out because there was really no lane. Okay, you had Cory Booker, you had her, and you had Biden. They were all competing for the African American vote. When she got traction, she shot up when she challenged Biden on busing. That did happen, but there was really no lane because she's always been attacked from the left and the right. I can take you back to Karl Rove in California when she ran for attorney general, and Karl Rove and the Republican Party spent a lot of money to kill her. And I can pull up the article for you because he said, we need to stop her now, because if we don't stop her, she's the next Obama. So she had to compete, not only deal with the left, the Bernie Sanders left, then she had to deal with the right, and then she ran in a campaign against Joe Biden, who was Barack Obama's vice president. And so she had really no lane to run in. So when she didn't feel she was getting any traction, that's why Cory didn't get any traction, especially when James Clyburn came out and endorsed Biden in the election. That was the ball game. That was the ball game for everybody, because Bernie Sanders won in Iowa. Bernie Sanders then turned around and won in New Hampshire, and Biden was left for dead. But it wasn't until the African-American community say, look, we want to go with Biden because we know we need to go with somebody who's older, who Republicans, who white will vote for, because we know in order to win, we need somebody like Joe Biden to run. And so that's the reason why the black folks lined up behind her, and she had no path to victory.
Okay. That doesn't negate the fact that she was a weak candidate. We also thought in the 20.
But here's the thing.
We thought in 20.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Obama, we thought in 2007 that Barack Obama wouldn't have a path to victory with Hillary Clinton being the favorite amongst African American. Barack Obama definitely came through and surprised everyone and broke the glass ceiling. I think at the end of the day, if you're a strong candidate and you captivate the people, we can make excuses, but the truth is the truth. The facts is the facts. If you're a strong candidate and you captivate the people, you have a path to victory by captivating the people and get people to fall in love with you and vote for you. So,
can I say this right here? I'll submit this.
But excuses are, we can accept the excuse or we can say negate the excuse, and I just think that excuse should be negated. She's just support.
Oh no, I'm not negating the excuse. I'm not negating this, and I'm not making excuses, because that's when you go back to 2008. There's a little different dynamic that's going on there as well. And with Obama, And Obama has, a different background at the time. He had the DNC speech that catapulted him to notoriety, and there's a lot of other stuff. But I want to fast forward back over here to Kamala, if you were willing to go back and talk about that. And you said a weak candidate. There's been no candidate has run a flawless campaign in 107 days because people underestimated her and said some of the same things you're saying right now. But her oratory was top notch. Her organizing, her campaign organization was top notch. So you can't say, we can hypothesize and say before this campaign that she was a weak candidate because we never saw her on the stage, on the national stage like this. But we see her now in real time, and you can't tell me she not run a flawless campaign. In this cycle, the crowd speak for itself.
You said she did run a flawless campaign, or she did not run a flawless?
Yeah, she ran a flawless campaign. I have to give it to her. One of the best campaigns I saw since away.
Not distancing herself from Joe Biden was problematic. The fact that she did not get in front of the media earlier to kind of get some of the cobwebs out, to get more consistent in her interviewing process, that was problematic. People not really going out, being kind of hid behind different things where people didn't look at her as being genuine. Those things were problematic. Those are all issues that her campaign started. Now, we can even talk about the weakness of her, the fact that she wasn't even elected by the populace of the Democratic Party. Now, I mean, we can go there and just say, hey, she's a selected candidate. And I think that was problematic. Even the Black Lives Matter organization agrees with me. They wrote an article and whatnot.
So, bro, why you're emphasizing on formalities, right?
Democratic policy to some type of Democratic thing
you're emphasizing on formality, right?
We've been talking about.
Ken, you're emphasizing on formality.
I'm emphasizing on the fact that the basic principle of democracy is the will of the people.
But isn't there a rule on the GOP side that a candidate must participate in 2 debates in the primary?
Well, you're talking semantics of ruling, but I'm talking about.
But you just brought up semantics.
But I'm talking about. But we're talking about voting. We're talking about the basic of democracy.
You just brought up semantics.
We're sitting here as Black people say people died for the right to vote, and then have someone select the candidate for us and say, "Hey, you're not going to vote." Come on. I mean, that's the difference between saying, "Hey, you didn't do a second."
Is that not what the GOP did? He didn't follow the rules of on their side.
15 million people.
But he didn't follow the rules on their side.
Was
Harris a part of the Biden administration, or was she on the ticket when everybody selected Biden?
Well, we no, she's not, because if you look at the tickets when you're running the primary.
Oh, okay.
Ticket, the vice president
I don't want to get into the too deep with it.
Are you listening to me?
I'm listening to you. You're filibustering,
I heard people use this a lot. Can I answer your question? I heard people use it a lot, but if you notice, if you go to a primary ticket, the vice president isn't on the primary ticket. So no, she wasn't. Let's try again. What's another question you have for me?
No. Can I stop right now? No, Shannon. No. Before a president, when they declare, especially a sitting president, because you had some people in the Democratic Party wanted him to eliminate her from his ticket. When the primary started, we know I'm a Democrat. I voted in the Democratic primary. When we go out and vote, we knew we were voting for the Biden-Harris ticket. That's why by law, she was the only person that could inherit money if something was to happen to the president at the top of the ticket. That's law. Okay. So don't give me talking about she haven't been elected by the people. She's on the ticket. He had the ability to choose who he wanted to run with him before the election process started.
So the vice president is on the primary ticket for voting?
Yeah.
When you go vote, cast your ballot.
Yeah.
She's on the ballot.
Yeah.
Go look it up.
That's why you pick your candidate. Back in the day, let me give a little history lesson. Back in the day, actually the presidents were picked basically at the convention. How this process worked. They used to go in smoke-filled rooms and determine who will be the nominee of the party. It wasn't until like the 70s, after some mess happened within the Democratic Party, that we changed the process and had a primary election system. Back in the day, they used to go in the smoke-filled rooms and choose the leaders of each party to run for president.
I'm pretty sure Donald Trump was the Republican nominee before he named J.D. Vance as his vice president.
I'm not saying he wasn't, but that's not how it worked with us.
What's your point?
We know they're gonna follow him. They'll follow him to Jim Jones' camp and drink Kool-Aid. So we know he's running on this by himself. He's gonna run the country by himself if he wins. J.D. Vance is just
now this is what it says. In the United States presidential elections, voters do not directly select vice presidential candidates during the primary elections. Instead, after securing their party's nomination, presidential candidates choose their running mates who are then formally nominated at the party's national convention. This process ensures that the vice presidential candidate complements the presidential nominee's campaign strategy and policy position. She was not on, like I said again, the primary.
Now go look up how the delegates are awarded, bro.
But hold on, wait. You jumping
I mean,
now. The
come on,
conversation
bro.
was you said that she was on the ticket. You said that people voted for Kamala
Bro,
Harris.
that goes without saying, bro.
That's not facts. That's misinformation, as you guys like to say.
Well, I'm telling you, I'm a Democratic voter, and I know who I was voting for when I went in and I voted in the Democratic primary.
But that's not what we said. That was not the statement that was made. But that's
I'm telling you, that's what everybody who's voting for her saying. But that's what everybody who's voting for. You're talking about semantics when the other side don't even follow the rules of regulation or of campaigning.
Well, I think the nuance.
Move the conversation along, brother, before you go. And I don't want to cut you up because I don't want to waste your time either. But you're an ordained minister, right?
Of course.
And Michael, you're ordained, correct?
Yep.
All right. So, and to introduce you to them, King, these are my brothers. We grew up in Glenville, Georgia, not too far from Dublin, Georgia. And both are very well educated. Both have worked in public spaces, public office. They've ran campaigns. They're savants when it comes to politics. So anything you say, they're pretty much going to eat it up, spit it out, give it back to you. But just to introduce you, you brought up your religious beliefs on why you couldn't vote for Harris. Can you correlate how your religious beliefs intertwine with Trump's policies, his beliefs, the person himself?
First, I'd like to meet you, Michael, man. I also produced the Only Black Talk show in Middle Georgia with Quentin T. Howell. It was the Democratic chair for our area, and also he also casted the delegate vote for Barack Obama in 2008 and 2006. Also, Benny Jones, who's also the Democratic chair here in Dublin, Georgia. So I have a lot of Democratic friends who also give me the business on this too, and I always also give. So first, I want to thank you guys for allowing me to come on, and I appreciate the back and forth and discourse on everything. I think my issue, religious-wise, is of course, the big issues, the abortion and the LGBT plus, pushing those narratives and voting for those things is really kind of problematic for me, myself, and a lot of other people that are very religious. And it's not just evangelicals. And also, I want to push back on something y'all said earlier. Y'all kind of made it seem as if Donald Trump's voters are uneducated because their supporters. Now his base, a lot of them are uneducated. And I think CNN threw that out too, and I thought that's throwing shots at people that I think is unnecessary.
Is it the truth? Is it a fact though?
It is a large percentage, but you're looking at Donald Trump now that has an opportunity tonight to get over to get the popular vote tonight. So you're talking millions and millions of people that you're stereotyping.
Oh, he's not gonna win the popular vote. We know that ain't gonna happen.
Well,
California has come in. You even got to.
When is the last time a Republican won the popular vote?
Oh boy, that was a long time ago. I can't remember it.
So what makes you think the most unpopular president is going to win the popular vote tonight?
Well, what we're seeing tonight is really what I told you it's going to be a landslide before, Shannon. But what we're seeing tonight is unprecedented.
A landslide.
No, the race isn't even halfway over. What are you talking about?
Well,
right.
by all the margins and the numbers that we see, unless something drastic.
It looks like 2020. It looks like 2020.
I know that's what y'all hoping for, but this is 2024.
Okay, no, Shannon, hold on here. Okay, Can you walk me through your logic on how this is going to be a landslide?
Because at the current moments, if you look at the numbers at the current margins, Trump has a chance to win Wisconsin. He has an opportunity to win Pennsylvania.
What numbers are you looking at? What numbers are you looking at when you say he has a chance to win Wisconsin? I mean, anything can happen. Right now, he's in the lead in Wisconsin, but I'm trying to figure out like what's giving you where you're definitive that he's going to win Wisconsin.
Well, first, if you look at I'm looking at the electoral results of New York Times and the real time. The fact that at 67% of that's all Pennsylvania. Hold on, let me go to Wisconsin. And hold on, let's go back.
Less than it's like 1.1 percentage points.
Right. So I think if you're looking at the areas in which she's doing well, 80% of Madison has already come in, 86%, and that's a largely urban community. If you look at Milwaukee, 53%, so she still has a lot more votes coming in there. Now, we haven't gotten anything from Green Bay so far, but if you look at the urban areas in the state, especially that big Madison, that's a big urban area right there. 87% is coming out of Milwaukee. It's also a big urban area, 53% there. And they are already come in, and Trump is still leading right now at 50% with 970,000 votes. So it is probably leaning right now. Right
so
now,
what was the vote total for Wisconsin last time? What was the vote total for Wisconsin last time?
I don't have that map in front of me.
That vote was decided by less than 20,000 votes, sir.
Okay. Well, right now the projected him winning Wisconsin by 1 point, and it's going to be a close race, but they're projecting him to win it by 1.3%. 1.3%.
You can't go by. We just talking about that. We play fantasy football. You have to go off the real numbers. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying you can't make that projection based upon looking at these projections based upon where the votes are right now.
That's what's been projected. I'm not making the projection. I'm just saying what I see.
Because when you look at what 55
you as a determining factor, bro.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying what I see.
So what I'm saying is,
go ahead. I'm just saying I'm looking at the map right now.
When you look at the vote right now, she's getting about 67. She's getting about 67% of the vote out of Wisconsin, and she's netting over 100,000 or so votes, around about 100,000 votes over him out of Milwaukee County, right? So with 55, she could easily double that and make up for some of the lost ground there. And then there's still some outstanding vote in some of the blue areas and those red rural areas. So this is going to be a close race. We always knew Hillary Clinton lost it by a few thousand votes. Joe Biden won it by a few thousand votes. And so the Rust Belt either way. That's why they're called swing states. And that's why when you say a landslide, that's going to be a landslide of Biden votes. She's going to win because in California
votes, not a landslide in the swing state. I think he's going to. You asked me why.
You're looking at what most other people are looking at, getting nervous, looking at him at 210 or so electoral votes. Those are votes he was going to always net or get. And so that's nothing new. This election is going to come down to the three states.
Yeah, Mr. Evans, does he have an opportunity to turn Wisconsin?
Yes.
Huh?
Wisconsin go either way. Either way.
Okay. All right. So
I never negated that.
I'm not speaking on stuff that's already been plotted. I'm speaking on the fact that these are the swing states that we're talking about. And at the current moment, if you look at the numbers and how things are being digested and crush the numbers, we're seeing the fact that he has an opportunity to win Wisconsin. And I think if he wins Wisconsin, he wins Michigan.
It's different than an opportunity to win. You said he was going to win; it was going to be a landslide.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm projecting a landslide. I mean, we all could be wrong, but I think he has a chance to win Wisconsin. Okay. He has a chance to win Michigan, and he definitely has a chance to win Pennsylvania.
Well, let's get back to
Pennsylvania. It's oh wait. Can we agree on this though? If he wins Pennsylvania, it's over. Correct.
Oh no! If he win Pennsylvania, it's over. If he win any one of the Rust Belt states, I will admit to you that this is ball game. I'm not in denial here. If he wins one of the Rust Belt states,
Now, can you admit if Kamala wins Pennsylvania, it's over?
Say what now?
If Kamala wins it, is it over?
No, I think she has.
See what I'm
I think
saying,
it gives her a listen. I'm fair. I think it gives her another
Bro, we just
path.
conceded if Trump wins Pennsylvania.
I think it gives her another path that she wins. She has to win out Pennsylvania. She has to win Wisconsin. She has to win Arizona. She has an opportunity. It gives her an opportunity to win. I'm not putting the nail in the coffin yet. It's almost there though.
Bro, you came on talking about landslides. The fact that you mentioned landslide means that tells me you don't know how to count.
But hold on. All right. So my question is, when I say it's a landslide,
no, let's go back to my initial question. The initial question was, how does Trump align with your religious beliefs?
I think that when we talk about the policies of Kamala Harris.
No, I don't want to talk about Kamala. I'm talking about Trump. We know your stance on Kamala. What is your stance on Trump that aligns with your religious beliefs, with you being a minister?
I think that I like the fact that he talks about the fact that he will not allow LGBTQ plus to move forward in the dynamic of allowing them to interact with our kids. I also like the fact that he talks about in his policy of his economic policy. He talks about which it affects me directly being a caregiver. He talks about giving tax breaks and to caregivers that take care of people with special needs. I think those align with things that I think in myself as a Christian are things that I really appreciate.
So what do you mean by let LGBTQ interact with our kids? Explain that.
Well, I mean, you have somebody like Tim Walz that in his state were putting certain things in bathrooms that were inappropriate. Kamala Harris, when she came out as president, her first one of her first interviews was with the Queer Eye Straight Eye was with the LGBTQ plus community. I think those things are in direct conflict with my religion and what I think and I believe in.
So what did he put in the bathroom that was in conflict with your religion?
Huh?
What did he put in the bathroom that was in conflict with your religion?
Well, you know, it's rumored that it's rumored that he put tampons.
No, bro, no, we don't want to talk about rumors. We want to talk what you know.
Well, I mean,
if it relies with your religion, would you not go and look?
I mean,
if it happens, or would you go by rumor?
Okay, I'll change it. It's reported. You like that better?
Even reported. Have you substantiated it?
But how is a gay person going to use a tampon?
I don't understand.
How's a gay person going to use a tampon?
I think, but see, that's the thing. The scripture that I think it brings forth confusion, and that confusion is something that we definitely don't need right now.
But
I'll let Michael retort this. Yeah, Michael, let's let Michael retort this. I would love to hear this conversation between a minister on the right side and a minister on the left.
Don't do this to you, boy.
But I would say this though, King. If that kind of stuff bothers you, does talking about Arnold Palmer's meat bother you in public at a rally in front of kids? Arnold Palmer's meat in front of kids at a rally in public as a presidential candidate.
I don't agree with that.
Does that align with your religious beliefs?
No.
There are a lot of Catholics. When I see SAs or sexual assault with kids, the majority of them I see are on your side of the ideology.
Grabbing women by their private parts, is that Christian?
Or insinuating.
If it's your wife.
What about insinuating? What about insinuating fellatio at a rally in front of kids as a presidential candidate? Does that align with religion?
I don't think he insinuated fellatio. I think he made a gesture that probably was inappropriate.
That aligns with your that inappropriateness aligns with your religion?
No.
But you'll support him anyway.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, Michael, take the floor, Michael.
I mean, honestly, just from my point of view, hey, everybody has their right to believe how they want to believe. But me personally, when I go into the polls, I'm not voting for a pastor. I got one of them already. I'm not voting for a savior or a blessed hope. I'm voting for the person who I think is best for the job and the person who is best for that position. So even though some things they make, like the LGBTQ, I may not agree with it, abortion, I may not agree with it, and I don't may not support it. However, again, we live in a free country who, they make laws based on different things, religious freedom and things like that. And nothing that anybody does, any policy or anything like that, is going to limit my belief in the gospel and my belief in Jesus Christ, and also going to limit the spread of the gospel. So policy is not going to change anybody's heart. Policy is not going to change that. But what can change somebody's heart is, are we sticking to the gospel, or are we going to be engaged in meaningless, mindless debates on policy? I think that echo is coming back. But are we going to be stuck in meaningless, mindless debates on policy or left versus right? And I think some people have an inflated view of America in God's eyes. Some people think that America is God's new country. We've inserted ourselves in the Bible as Israel. And to me, if anything, America is Babylon more than Israel. But we have this inflated view now. We've placed ourselves in God's eyes as his new children, as his people, as that, when it's not necessarily that. America wasn't even really necessarily founded on the Christian principles that people claim that it was. It was founded on the principles of religious freedom and things like that. So when it comes to politics, I separate that from my religion. I separate that from my belief structure, because there's certain things that people will call out, and certain things that people will ignore. And when it comes to that, you can't do that. You have to, either it's going to be right for everybody or it's going to be wrong for everybody. You can't be double-minded. You can't be unwavering. What they decide to do policy-wise, they got to answer for that. They're going to have to answer for that. Everybody got to make an account for their own self. What they decide to do in their lifestyle, they're going to have to answer for that. So when I go to the polls and when I go vote, me personally, I separate that from.
Can I ask him a question?
Before you respond to Michael, I would just like to add too, we live in a democracy, not a theocracy. And many Christians need to understand that. Like, we have to represent everybody and not just people who believe like us. So let's say one day we're not in control, where Christians are not the majority. Do we want Muslims telling us that we got to live by their rules and their laws, their religion? No, we don't want that. And so we better be very careful how we try to advocate for a religious rule in this country. I'm not saying that your religion can't influence your values, inform your public policy positions. No, but what I'm saying is, when you say your religion is superior to everybody else and you must live this way, I have a problem with that as a Christian.
Well, I've never said that anyone had to live anyway. What I said was, as far as my voting policy, my voting practice, I try to vote. Micah, I do have a question for you, sir. Would you vote for LGBTQ plus being a minister? Would you vote for LGBTQ plus person to be a leader in your community? Like was that Julie Johnson that just won? She's the first LGBT congressman in Texas. Would your religion allow you to vote for that and to go out and not only endorse her, but go out and campaign for her? Could you do that in good faith as a minister?
If they're the right person for the job, yes. That's a worldly position. That's not a church position. That's a worldly, man-made, man-set up, established position. There's nothing spiritual about. There may be spiritual people in our government. There are people who pray. There's all types of religions and belief systems and beliefs in our government, and represented by the people who represent us. So if they're the best person for the job, if they're the best person or if I feel like they're the best person for that particular job or for that particular position, then yes, I can vote for them. Does that mean that I'm going to go out and champion LGBTQ rights? And no, that would be inauthentic anyway, because that's not me. So I would be useless doing that. So that doesn't mean that I would do that. But if I feel like they're the best person to represent all people, if they're the best person for that position, then yes. Because again, we inflate our view of ourselves in God's eyes. We inflate our view of ourselves. We inflate our view of our country in God's eyes.
So you agree with Sarah McBride, the first transgender person making a House seat on tonight?
Yeah.
Did the people vote her in?
Quick,
Huh?
Did the people vote her in?
Thank
you.
you.
Would she have your vote?
If she was the best person for that position,
we're not talking in general.
I'm not talking in general either. I'm talking specifically me. I made that plain. If she was the best person for that position, yes.
Okay. So if her policies were to push that agenda, you still would feel comfortable voting for her?
What is the agenda you saying she's pushing?
I'm trying to figure out what's
for the agenda was for the upward movement of the LGBTQ plus community and gender rights and gender affirmation for LGBTQ plus community. Would you still vote for it? If that was her number one policy?
But your candidate had those policies when he was.
No. I'm talking to my man Michael. I'm talking to the best.
I know, but that's like, come on, King. Don't be disingenuous like that.
That's not disingenuous. I'm talking to
that is. You asked him a question about something you're against, but you support a man that has those policies. Bro.
No, because you're asking me about a single issue. I'm not a single issue voter. I'm not a single issue voter. I'm a totality voter. All right, I vote on the totality of a person, the totality of their policies. So, and again, there's a team. There's not just one person that can push for an agenda and force it through. You can't force feed any policy or anything through. If that was the case, then everybody would just wield their own power. So, even if that was something that she believed in, that's her conviction. That's not my conviction. But if she's the best person for that position, she's going to represent everybody equally, then okay. Again, this is a man-made, man-established government. If we want to be specific, it's white man-made and white man-established government. So
we agree. I'll say this. I don't think I could support a Satanist being president. You could?
What?
A Satanist?
Yeah, I couldn't support somebody being a Satanist, like somebody who
does that include?
Satan as the God.
I mean, let's quantify or qualify.
Somebody
does that include sexual assault?
Huh?
Does that include sexual assault?
No, I'm talking about in religious belief. I'm talking religious belief.
That includes. So you're saying that that's not included.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this. So first off, you got to identify Satan. Who is Satan? Who is the enemy? Who is the opposite of God? What is it? What is it? What some people don't worship Satan, but they worship money. They worship their own power. They worship their own selves. Their own selves. They worship. They turn themselves into God. So you can vote for somebody who believes they're God and they can wield all the power and they can control everybody and bend everybody to their rules and their will.
Would you vote for that person?
Would I vote for a person who serves themselves over anybody else? No.
Yeah.
Why do you think I'm not voting for Donald Trump?
Well, Trump has showed that he's been a man of the people many times.
What?
The man of the people.
You can't be serious, brother.
Yeah.
The man of the people.
Well,
grabbed women by their, you know what? Sent people up to terrorize the Capitol. Indicted 96 times. Convicted on 34 felonies.
Yeah, well, I should have given you, Mike. I should have gave you, Edmund. I should have gave y'all a disclaimer. He is the Jason Whitlock of Middle Georgia. I forgot to tell y'all.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are, bro. I forgot to tell
I
him.
think Jason Whitlock. I actually.
And honestly, I know you don't mean a lot of the stuff you say.
Huh?
And you do a lot of stuff to get their attention, to get the algorithm to pick up on it. But bro, I always tell you to protect your brand.
You're a grifter.
I hear
yeah, he's good.
I hear echo somewhere.
Hold on. You still hear it?
No, it just went.
All right. But a lot of stuff you do doesn't seem genuine, bro.
Oh,
It's
no.
serious.
Let me ask you a question.
Even like what you talk about the LGBTQ plus community. What about that? That lifestyle that they choose privately will prevent them from serving the people publicly.
I think. All right. So let me
And
explain
when the
my
people
LGBT.
vote them in, like how what?
Let me explain my LGBTQ plus community situation. My LGBT plus community situation, I think, is something that has been forced on the Black community to stop the advent of the Black family. So anytime you talk about LGBT plus, if we go back to Willie Lynch's major thing was that if you emasculate the Black man and in front of his woman, that you can separate the family, right? And then you can take control of the family. I think the LGBTQ plus, and I think this is the issue with the Democratic Party, they have for years excluded, taken for granted, and emasculated the Black man. Even when Black men came and said during this election cycle, hey, we think we want to vote something different than Democrat, we had women, other men come and try to emasculate them on the decision. They said they wasn't educated, they were dumb. They said they tried to bully them back into place to say, hey, you need to get in line and vote what we vote, right? I shared it on my page when one lady said, in this election, I'm canceling out what my husband's vote. I think it's very important that we understand the trials and the tricks of the enemy when we're talking from a religious standpoint. When we talk about those things and we talk from a religious standpoint, we talk about how the abomination of sexual sin is when we're talking about LGBTQ plus, and how God frowns upon it from the Old Testament to saying that they should be taken out and executed to New Testament, where Paul says they shouldn't be mentioned among us, with a whole bunch of other sins also, right? But I think at the end of the day, when you start talking about what I believe in, voting something that I'm very strenuous about, not only do I think spiritually that it carries conflict, I think also when we talk about our people and the advancement of Black people, it also carries conflict. And I think that's why the issue is same thing with abortion. 30 million black kids have been aborted over all those years. Scriptures particularly talks about thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not murder. You know what I'm saying? That's something that is
See how selective you are with that, brother. How often is abortion? How often is abortion mentioned in the Bible?
How often is abortion? Murder is mentioned in the Bible plenty of times.
How many times is it mentioned kids being killed unalived in the Bible?
Well, what Jesus says in the New Testament, he said, it's better for a stone to be tied around your neck and you thrown into the sea than you harm the least one of my little ones. That's Christ. That's Bible. So when you're sitting up here and you're trying to talk about murdering a child, and I do believe in concessions. I believe if a woman is raped or incest, I still don't think she should. I think that's her decision. But I just think that at the end of the day, those things are more problematic in our community that we have to eventually take a stand and say, no, we're not doing that. I think morally, when we talk about the switch in the 60s, the 40s, and those things weren't prevalent in our community as they are now. That single motherhood, all those things are prevalent in our communities now.
Okay.
And I think that's a detriment to our kids and our future.
Is that the mama fault or the daddy fault?
I think it's both.
So can you answer this? Since Roe versus Wade has been overturned, and I'm about keeping that same energy for if you're pro-life, be pro-life for everything, not just abortion. Okay. Since Roe versus Wade has been overturned, why has abortions gone up? Why has mother mortality rate gone up? Why has infant mortality rate going up?
I think if we talk from a spiritual standpoint,
I'm talking about from a physical, actual people living and dying.
If we're talking from a spiritual standpoint, and we bring it to physical, if we're talking from spiritual, anytime you deal with sin, and you try to get rid of sin, there's always rebellion. Okay, so any type, when Jesus says when you cast out demon, one come, but 6, 7 more come back to the same place. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta make sure something is there. I think anytime you're dealing with that, you're gonna deal with rebellion coming forward, and the rebellion is it's my body, my decision, blah 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 blah, right? And that's what you hear women saying, but that's not scripture. That's not what the Bible says. The Bible says that your body is the temple of the living God. It's not your body. It's God's body.
I
So
got a
as a
question.
believer,
Do you cast out demons by policy or in Jesus' name?
Say what now?
I say you cast out demons with policy or in Jesus' name?
I think you have to I think as a Christian, you live what you represent, right? So if I represent the word of God, I live that. That's what's wrong. We got a lot of people that say they're Christians and believers, but they don't live it.
So who's closer to living it, Kamala or Donald Trump?
I don't know. I don't know either one's personal lifestyle. All I can go by, but I'm not voting for a person and how they act. I'm voting for a person and what they're going to do for the community and what they're going to do for the state and what they're going to do for the country.
So how do
policies they're going to put in place for the state, the country, and first for me, what's best for me, my family, what's best for my community, what's best for the state, what's best for my people, what's best for the country. Those things, those
we got state representatives and stuff for that.
Say that again, sir.
I said for the state, we got state representatives and the governor for that.
Well.
What's considered an abortion for you?
Of course, you got different levels. That's why we also teach on my page, and Shannon make a proof of this. That's why we teach that the local elections are actually more important than the presidential election. But we can't dissolve the presidential election too, because when I looked at the ballot today on the presidential election, we had our district attorney was on there. We had the propositions that were on there. We had our my county commissioner was on there. All those things were on those ballots that we have to vote. So I'm not all because I'm a Trump supporter doesn't mean that I'm not for my people. I'm actually a Trump supporter because I am for my people. So
but is he for your people?
I think he's more for my people than Kamala Harris is.
What has he done to show you that?
Well, my question you should ask is the Democrats for the last 60 years, what have they done to show us that?
Oh, the economy has performed better under Democrats. We've got out of deficits under a Democrat. We haven't gone to war as much under a Democrat. I mean, we've gotten civil rights under a Democrat. We've had civil rights
imposed
under
under
a Democrat.
1963.
I should let Edmund answer
this.
Edmund, answer this one. Here's the baton, Edmund. Get the baton.
Right, wait a minute. Civil rights in 1964 was bipartisan. In 1965, when the president Johnson got up,
Bro, you know I don't like misinformation on the show now, so make sure it's accurate.
Hey, challenge whatever I say. Look it up and let's see if I'm factual.
I have the teacher right here.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
He teaches this stuff every day.
Okay, cool. All right, so if we talk about why we never talk about the origin stories, we love to talk about origin stories. We talk to the X-Men. When we talk about Marvel, when we talk about comics, we talk about the origin stories.
Where the Democrats created the KKK. Listen, here it comes.
Now when we talk
about the origins of the KKK.
All right, wait. I'm not talking about the origins of the KKK. I'm talking about the origins of the Democrats. Wait a minute. I'm talking about the origins of the Dixiecrats. I'm talking about the origins.
I don't care what the label is. It was white versus black back then.
Okay.
I don't care what the label
about the origins. I'm talking about the origin story of the Democratic Party. Why we never tell the story that the Democratic Party came from the Deep South that went against the why can't we say that the Democratic Party came from the Deep South and were those generals that y'all want to talk about? Y'all want to talk about an insurrection that caused the Civil War to come forth. More people died on U.S. soil than anyone else. And when the North won the war, they didn't kill them. They didn't 12-gun salute them. They didn't hang them. They let them go back home and get their land. They let them go. Well, they took a little bit of land for them, but eventually gave it back to them. And these General Lee, the other ones, they were able to start and get political and start the Dixiecrats, the Democratic Party, and was responsible for not only because slavery was abolished, but was responsible for the Jim Crow law. Now, the Republican Party, on the other hand, in Wisconsin, which may go red tonight, Wisconsin, that was starting in Wisconsin, was started to stop them from advancing the longitude-latitude line, where, we used to run the freedom. To stop them from advancing the longitude-latitude line and run the freedom, they started to stop saying, hey, the slavery can't go forward. Now, all of it wasn't righteous intent. They was thinking about money, finances, and different things of that nature. But that's what started the Republican Party. But we never want to tell the origin stories of the thing. Now, I'm glad he said the party switch. They say the party switched in 1965. But Lyndon B. Johnson, who was the president in 1965, got up and the Democrats said, "Why are you out there with those nigger lovers?" And President Lyndon B. Johnson, it's documented, said, "Hey, I can't." He said, "Hey, if we do this, the nigger will vote for us for the next 200 years. Y'all got 140 more years to vote Democrat." I'm done.
What did he say about the poor white folks? Don't forget about what he said about the poor white folks. What did he say about them?
The poor white, I think he kind of put them in the same position. But this is the problem.
No.
But hold on.
Wait.
I'm not speaking on. Wait. I'm not speaking on the white folks. I'm speaking on my people. Poor white people have to make those group of people have to make their decisions for themselves. I'm talking about black people. And Shannon, everyone sits there and say, because I didn't vote Democrat, then I'm a Trump lover. This is my first time, and I said this is my first time I ever vote for Trump. Right? Ever.
So why are you championing so hard for him during the pandemic?
Hold on, I don't. If you notice, I don't champion
hard.
hard.
I told you I got receipts, bro.
Okay, wait a minute. Listen, I don't champion hard for Trump. I champion hard against the Democratic Party.
Can I respond to some of this nonsense now?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Let her out.
No,
I'm done.
He's
all right. First of all, you spewed a lot of misinformation when it comes to political parties in this nation. Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
Yes, the Republican Party was created to end slavery. Yes, the Democratic Party was a Southern party at first. Okay. We started seeing a migration from the Republican Party to the Democratic Party, and many black people began to go to the Democratic Party after FDR and the New Deal programs because they saw him as saving the economy during that time. But they didn't come all the way over because even in those programs, African Americans were not allowed to participate at the degree that they should have been able to participate. But it wasn't until the 1960s, something that happened right here in Georgia, right here in the county that I'm sitting in right now, in the county that I was born, well, not born, but raised in. All right. Dr. King had a broken tail light here in DeKalb County, Georgia. He was sent to prison down to Reedsville State Prison. And there was a whole situation about jockeying about who should call Coretta Scott King and have him released from jail and do all this stuff. So Nixon was going to do it, but he decided not to do it for some reason. Dr. King, I'm going to say, but John F. Kennedy did. When John F. Kennedy stood up and endorsed, stood up and had, made the call, Dr. King's father and family stood there and endorsed him. And that began, you begin to see many African Americans from that election on start supporting the Democratic Party. Then it came time for the Voting Rights Act of 1964, and the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights of 1965, when that was passed, which those Southern Democrats did filibuster the bill and almost killed it. But Lyndon Johnson, a Democrat as well, twisted arms, used his institutional knowledge within the Senate and probably all the skeletons in the closet and got them to pass those pieces of legislation. And when he signed that legislation, I don't remember if it was the Civil Rights Act or the Voting Rights Act, he said, "I just wrote off the South for a generation." And if you go back and you look at the South since that time, since the passage of the Civil Rights Act, the South has always been red. And those Dixiecrats left the Democratic Party and went to the Republican Party. And many Black Republicans left the Republican Party and became Democrats. If you look at a platform that pre-1960, if you look at a Republican Party platform pre-1960 and look at the Democratic platform today, they're pretty much identical. There's some changes there. So that explains the evolution of the parties in this country. So I don't get hung up on the back and forth about political parties because there's history there and you need to understand that. But for some of y'all on the conservative side, especially Black, that spew this stuff's talking about, the Republican Party is the party of Lincoln. Yeah, but and Lincoln wouldn't recognize this party today.
I wouldn't say that he would recognize this party today, but I don't think that this would be something that. I was trying to figure out first what's my misinformation though.
You said I had misinformation. It was what did he say about Lyndon Johnson and some of the stuff? you cherry pick certain things to kind of make a point. Now, I'm just talking about the clear history of the switcheroo in political parties and how African Americans end up in the Democratic Party. If you want to talk about policies and things that have come about, most of the policies that came up African American came under Democratic administrations. When you talk about programs that help kids like me, Head Start and food programs, that was passed under Democratic administration. When you look at healthcare, the expansion of the creation of the CHIP program that gave kids the opportunity to get health insurance if they lived in poverty. If you look at student debt relief, if you look at home ownership programs and things of that nature, those policies happen under Democrats. When you look at federal judgeships, who put the most federal judges that look like you and I on the bench? It's been Democrat presidents, not Donald Trump and the Republican Party. And those judgeships are very important as well. So when you look at the totality of Democrat policies, I don't agree with everything the Democrats. So I'm not that type of person. But in totality, I have to say that the Democratic Party has benefited the African American community more so than the Republican Party.
Yeah, I don't think I agree with that at all. I think when it comes to family, I think when it comes to family, I think when it comes to policy, I think when it comes to being able to, even if we look at Biden in the last thing, we look at Biden and saying that, hey, he brought down unemployment, or when it comes to the wealth gap, or Black wealth gap has gone up under Biden and went down under Trump. When we talk about unemployment rate that came down to 5.3%, we still has disparity. Even if we're talking about violence in our communities right now, they say, well, violence is down in the United States. But
what I can't tolerate, what I can't tolerate in a conversation like this is you using right wing talking points.
No.
If you look at the facts and the numbers, hold on. If you look at the facts and the numbers, if the facts and the numbers from the Justice Department shows that crime has steadily down under Joe Biden. If you look at the economy and you look at job creation, when you take out COVID and you adjust, you just look at raw numbers, administration outside of COVID, you can see that Biden has created on average about 200-some thousand jobs a month. If you look at let's just talk about Trump. Y'all love to talk about Trump, and I said this earlier in the night. Trump, when he came in, he inherited a good economy from Obama. Then when he was presented with a crisis, what did he do? He botched it. He did not manage that crisis. We had over 1 million people. Die because he was telling people to inject themselves with bleach. He was telling people that COVID wasn't real. Don't wear masks. He did not model good behavior. And a lot of people died.
Those are black talking points.
It's on video, bro. It's on video. What are you talking about? He said this out of his mouth. These are Trump talking points.
You can't sit there and criticize me for using conservative talking points and turn around and use liberal talking points. He's doing the same thing.
How is it liberal if it's on video and he said it? Did he not say it, King?
We saw people die.
This is the campaign.
Did he not know? Did he not say it?
It was a lot of things.
No, come on.
Hold on.
All
right. First of all, let's talk about COVID, because y'all love bringing that up as one of his failures. And I wasn't extremely happy with how COVID went under Donald Trump either. But it's COVID. Nobody's ever been through that before. This is a world pandemic.
So can you not say?
Did he not have precautionary measures in place?
Do you feel he handled himself in the presidential way to limit? I'm not saying he could have stopped all death, but did he do everything in his power to limit the amount of people that died during this crisis?
Everything in his power. All right. So you asked that question. Now you asked two different questions. I'm gonna answer both of them. Did I think he handled it great? No. Do I think that he did everything in his power to try to help as many people that he could? Yes. I think he made a mistake. Listening to, because nobody knew what COVID was, what really was going on with COVID. We were hearing different things. We were saying different things. Nobody, even to this day, right? Even to this day, I got a friend who just got a different mutation of the COVID virus. We still don't know what's really going on with COVID. But some kind of way, we're holding him responsible for a world-changing event that really the only person that we really could ask and get answers from is God. Now, did he handle it the best way possible? Did he make some mistakes? Yes. God
So
did.
would you say dismantling the pandemic response department a bad decision? Now, this is before COVID was even heard of. Like, we have proaction measures placed. Are you froze, Ken? Thank you, froze, man. If you can hear me, Ken, your screen froze, bro.
Oh, he froze.
There go that Trump Wi-Fi. Hey, King, if you can hear me, drop down and come back up. I'll bring you back up. Yeah, I don't know, but man, it's just the talking points is just hilarious, bro. Like you can show them facts. Like we can't unsee that stuff that was recorded on video of what he said, and yeah, and I know you can't intertwine, like you said, Michael, the religious portion of it with policy, but to me, your policy reflect your personal and religious beliefs. To me, I feel like a lot more pastors need to have a Bible in one hand and a newspaper in another, so you can tell people how to navigate through life using the Bible. So,
yeah, it's not to. Again, the Bible. First off, the Bible is not. It's a guide to life, but it's also a narrative of the story of one man. From Genesis all the way through Revelation, it's the narrative of the story of Jesus Christ, how he came to be, his death, burial, and resurrection, and what we are supposed to do afterward. When we read the New Testament, it wasn't talking about how to set up government. It was talking about how to govern the church and how to govern the churches in Asia and the churches in Rome and the churches. When Revelation was written, he wasn't talking about a country. He was written to the 7 churches. And some of it was stuff that passed already, and some of it was stuff that's still to come. But a lot of people don't understand that because they want to create a doomsday scenario based on one person coming into power. But the Bible is not about the history of America. The Bible is not about the future of America. The Bible is the story of the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ and his redemption of mankind. That's got nothing to do with policy and what they decide to do. All we have to do is preach the gospel. So we can't change anybody's heart with policy. It's love. They want to talk about all these things and sin. What Jesus said with love and kindness, or the Bible said with love and kindness have I drawn thee.
Yeah,
And
but
about the least of these.
Yeah, but I agree with that too. But love, kindness, civility, humanity, and empathy can also be shown in policy or the revert, vice versa of the.
Right. So you can. That's what I'm saying. You can put people in place who, again, represent everybody. But if you put somebody in place who threatens the freedom of one group, sooner or later it's gonna spill over to your group.
Exactly.
Speak on
that. Yeah, man. That's that World War II talk there, boy. The Nazism. All right, Evan. What's the latest update, bro? We've been going for a minute.
We still at a standstill. It's razor thin in the Rust Belt states. It's back to where we knew it was going to come. By about 1 percentage point is going to decide the race either way in those 3 Rust Belt states. Right now, it's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And right now it's razor thin in Arizona.
She was at 170.
It's razor thin in Arizona.
Looks like she might have ticked up.
It's razor thin. It's razor thin in Arizona as well. So, yeah, we're waiting on the Rust Belts. The Rust Belt. When one of the Rust Belt states fall, let's say if he wins one of the Rust Belt states, then to me it'll be game.
Yeah. All right, let's check in with Brian to see what his latest updates are. It was 177 like 2 minutes ago. I jumped to 189.
Yes, I have it at 189 to 246.
Yeah, that's what
That's
he has.
what so the Rust Belt states they're going to determine everything, because she's probably going to most likely, I guess once more votes come in, probably get Minnesota and Maine. So if she gets Minnesota, that's 10 more, and Maine, and probably lose their conservative district in Maine. So she probably in that 13. That'll be like 13 more. So that'll put her at like 202 with those.
Okay, just going to take a quick stretch break. I'll go full screen on the presidential map as it stands right now, and I will be back shortly.
Yeah, and if you're tuned in, you're tuned into the Corner Store podcast, where we bring you live updates of the 2024 U.S. elections. We have myself, Shannon Hot Dog Howard, Micah King, and Edmund Richardson. And Edmund is our researcher who's providing data updates for each state. If you need updates on your state, comment in the chat, and he'll look that up for you. Or if you have any other questions, or if you want to come on the show with us, feel free to click the link and we'll bring your audio up. King, if you're still out there listening, bro, thank you so much for coming to the show. You know, we have our knockdown and drag out conversations all the time. It was pretty civil tonight, so you know we can get pretty heated at times with our different ideologies. Oh, it sounds like he heard me. He's back. He's back. Apologies. Oh, it sounds like he heard me. He's back. He's back. Man, you gotta kill that echo, bro. Kill that echo.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You gotta kill that echo, bro. Kill that echo.
All right, I'm sorry. I had to change.
You switched over to the Harris Wi-Fi.
Yeah. You know, hey man, hey, I heard we had more good news up there. I heard it was turning to the blowout that I thought it would be.
He's been stuck for like 2 hours, bro. At 2:46.
You know what I'm saying? It's turned to the blowout that I thought it would be.
What do you consider a blowout or a landslide, brother?
I thought he would get 313. I don't think he'd get it tonight. I thought he would get over 3, and he may still get over 300 electoral votes.
What did he get last time?
I think that would be like the biggest situation that, you know what I'm saying, that would be something that I would consider landslide, and he may still get it. But I think still, if she loses the blue wall, you have to say that's a landslide. Would you agree? Do I disagree with that?
No, man. No.
Are we speaking now in terms of it's over? Like how bad is she gonna lose?
It's a long way from over.
Are y'all still holding faith that she has a chance to come back?
Are you saying it's over?
No, I haven't seen enough. Once Philadelphia County comes all the way in, I mean, we'll be able to know once we get all voting from Philadelphia County. We get the vote in from Montgomery County outside of Philadelphia, and Bucks County outside of Philadelphia. They're at like 50%. We had 81% in Chester County, and then Harrisburg area, we have about 63% of the vote in. 81% in Monroe, another blue area, and 95% report. But there's one county that didn't report anything. That's Cameron. And Cameron County last time went.
Hey, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna take me a stretch break.
So, Edmund, you don't think Trump
Okay.
has a chance to win the you don't think Trump has the chance to win the popular vote?
Oh no, I don't think he'll win the pop. And this being realistic, once California numbers come in, California numbers will dwarf all the other numbers, and so popular vote, she's gonna win that by like 2 to 3 points, in my opinion. Once all the votes are counted in California, New York, in those areas like that, he's not gonna win the popular vote.
Was this what you expected?
Not what I expected. I expected to do better in North Carolina and Georgia, but they defaulted back to their original position, and so I think we're purple, but we're still reddish purple in North Carolina and Georgia, and so the blue wall is where it is for the Democratic Party, and if you can't hold that, then you ain't got to win the presidency based on the Electoral College, and that's
All right. So you guys are disappointed in Georgia tonight. Y'all think what you think the issue was problematic with Georgia was tonight? Was it the fact that she?
Georgia. When you go into the internals, the country parts of rural Georgia, they came out in droves. They got him out, and those folks came out regardless of what he did, regardless of how he acted, regardless of his felonies. They came out and they supported their leader, and so they did it in bigger droves. And I do think independents, and most independents are white conservatives anyway, just went back to who they are, and sided with, the guy they identify with probably more. So,
yeah. What do you think? They're starting. CNN is starting to say the reason that she lost is because she didn't present herself to the people in the 107 days that she came in. You think the time had an issue with it? The time frame had an issue with it?
No. If you look at the numbers, she's matching Joe Biden numbers and underperforming him by like a percentage point or two. No, this speaks to a bigger issue. I mean, when you look still at the numbers of Joe Biden, he for some reason they're blaming him for still probably the recession, and some feel like the country still is on the wrong track, and so those numbers are real too. And so she had to run a battle against those things too. A sitting unpopular president that wasn't doing well. So that thing, I mean, it's only natural that those things hit. But I thought she would defy the odds, given the climate, to eke out a victory, in these both states. So we'll see. Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan will tell the story. But I still think, and you always discount this, and I'm not saying this, I say this every time, we have an election with a minority on ticket. You have to consider the Bradley effect in some of this, and she's Black and a woman, and so you always discount a few percentage points for that as well. So,
okay, so do you agree with me that she was a poor candidate to choose for the
no, it ain't a poor candidate. I think saying that she's a poor candidate is a bit much. I felt like she did a great job running the campaign, but we still have some structural issues electorally in this country that we still have to overcome. Obama was that feel-good candidate, but Obama, I think, presidency woke up that sleeping thing that we thought was going to die off. And I think racism is still real in this country. We were in denial with it, and I think Obama gave us a quick high for 8 years, but we saw what happened with the Tea Party. Rose up saying it was economic, economic distress in certain communities, but the whole time, and research has shown that it was all about it was a backlash to a Black president. So that issue still is with us, and I'm not blaming all of it strictly on race, but race has a lot to play in these scenarios, and misogyny.
You think that had more to do with? Do you think that had more to do with the disapproval of Joe Biden and the job that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden did in their administration? You don't think that has more of a?
I mean, and I'm biased. I think he and this administration has done a great job. Has done a great job for us. But I still think not all Americans believe how I believe. So I think that could have played a role in, her not doing as well in certain areas that we thought she would do well in. So, but no excuses at the end of the day. Hey, election have consequences, right? And so we're about to see. You're about to see if Donald Trump wins, and I know you might like this. No, I'm gonna say this right here. If Donald Trump wins, look, I'm good. It's gonna be tough around here for women and minorities because guess what? The Supreme Court is going to be solidified for probably the next 50 years because now all those conservatives are going to retire, and he's going to appoint a replacement for Clarence Thomas, Alito, and some of the other ones. So all these folk who, hey, all I have to say is election have consequences. So we get what we asked for.
Well, I think this is the issue. The issue too that we're gonna have too is that it looks like they're gonna have control of the House and the Senate also. So he's gonna have the
absolutely
right now. Let
me tell you something. Hey, let me tell you something. Sometimes you need something like this to happen, but it's gonna be something that we're gonna have to deal with for a long time. He's gonna be able to do whatever he wants to do. So for everybody, hey, get ready. If he wins tonight, and they're gonna take control of the Senate, I already think the Senate's gonna change hands, and they may keep the House. All I can say is get ready. Especially for all my STEMI folk.
You said all your skinny folk?
My
STEMI folks.
Why? Oh, Lord.
Yeah, and then don't worry about, and they qualified the full immunity. Like he's already showed his hand with that.
Here's another thing too you must understand, okay? The reason why I say race is an issue. The white Jewish guy ran against an African American conservative just like you and trounced him. But Kamala Harris lost that same state. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. It's puzzling, but the race factor is still here. And King, when we go back, look at history, bro, we see what side of history you've
I'm
put
on the
your
winning
stuff
side
on.
because I told you who was going to win. I told you from the beginning. I'm on the side that won. I told you who to vote for. I told you why. I told you my reasons.
See, look, Stein. I'm looking at those North Carolina votes. Stein got the white guy got 55% of the vote. He's getting 55% of the vote. Let me see. Let's see, governor, North Carolina.
But hold on now. The brother that was running for North Carolina, he ran. Now you talk about a horrific campaign. He got himself in some trouble that, you know what I'm saying? It was no way he was going to lose that regardless.
But here, can I say this right here? If that logic is true, he ain't no different than Donald Trump.
Exactly. And he's endorsed by Donald Trump.
He's no different than Donald Trump. So look what you just did. You criticize this brother who looks like you, who thinks like you, and support the same policies you say you support. And he lost doing the same thing Donald Trump has done. But you're going to make an excuse for Donald Trump. I'm going to say you're going to criticize him and say he should have lost, but Donald Trump should win. I don't get that. No, I don't get that.
Explain to me, to the people that may be ignorant, what did Mark Robertson do that was wrong?
You know what that man did. Donald Trump said he's MLK. He's MLK on steroids.
So explain to us what Mark Robertson, what he did that was so wrong. You know what I'm saying? That
he was on a porn site talking all nasty, doing all type of stuff, and
apparently cheating with his sister-in-law.
Some people deserve killing. He said certain black folks deserve killing.
Women shouldn't vote anymore.
And I can go on and on.
Yeah, on and
Women
on.
shouldn't vote. But let me say this right here. Ain't no different than what Donald Trump has done. That's the only thing I'm saying. Like, hey, to each his own. But what I'm saying is, if we're going to hold him accountable, but not hold Donald Trump accountable, you can't tell me race is not a factor.
Well, I think if you had a stronger candidate running against Donald Trump, a lot of people. All right, so I talk to people on both sides. A lot of people.
No.
A lot of people that I know that are Democrats was not as enthusiastic voting for Kamala Harris. And one thing I talked to, this is funny because I talked to their kids, and we did at the school in our school today. We did a mock election today, and Donald Trump won the mock election. He won the mock election, and the kids is, you know, and I talked to the kids, and the kids is like, ain't neither one of them really good candidates. You know what I'm saying? That's a little girl. The little girl, she's
let me say this right here. Can I say this right here? I teach civics. I teach civics and AP government. Most kids, and we matter of fact, on this unit now, political socialization is real. Most kids don't know what they believe. They derive their political ideology from their parents. So whatever their parents are saying at the house, that's what they believe. And so when you hear kids saying different things, that's the result you're going to get. That's liberal, conservative, or anything. I mean, that's what that is.
Right. So when I was hearing them saying that, I was cracking up because I was like, "Yo, your mother and father feels like that, or your parents feel like that." And I had 8 girls today after school, and they were saying, "Well, what does Kamala makes all these promises? Kamala makes all these promises, and she ain't did nothing. She had 4 years to do it." And I'm just listening to what they're saying, and what they're spewing, and I'm looking at like, you not keeping up with that. That's coming straight from your mom and dad. You sound like your mom and dad supporter. You're not saying that. So I think that was a real issue where the support wasn't there for her for so whatever reason. I say she was a bad candidate, but I think a lot of people, she did not garner the support, or she didn't garner the passion of the people the way she did for whatever reason. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's oratory skills. I don't know, what was going on there. And do you think? All right, so I give you an opportunity to say something positive about Trump. I know you're not gonna do it. Do you think Trump ran a good campaign this year?
No,
not at all. He has built-in institutional advantages. This man didn't even have a ground game. He didn't even knock on the doors. He outsources this. Trump, let me tell you something what Trump has done. And Trump is a horrible candidate, but guess what he is? He's good entertainment. And I thought the news media, I talked about this earlier tonight, the news media has helped him again. They didn't learn their lesson in 2016. They love Trump. Trump is good for their bottom line. Trump is funny. Trump says anything that comes to mind. They love the coverage. He's good for them. And so that's the reason why. Let me ask you this question. Did you hear about age anymore after Biden left the race?
No.
The media beat that for like 6 weeks until Biden dropped out of the race. Age.
But you do know
it's
that
not
came
difference.
from that came from the Democrats.
Came from the media, bro.
That came from the Democrats
responsible
first.
too.
Democrats
responsible too. But what I'm saying is the media fed it, in my opinion.
In March, I was talking, and I was covering the situation in March, and I talked to, like I said, I have a couple of Democratic chair people that are involved in the Democratic process, and I talked to a couple of guys, and they were telling me, "Hey man, Biden he's losing it." And in March, I made the comment in March, and I'm gonna share the video that when we went live in March, I said, "Hey, they're preparing Kamala Harris to take over for Biden. They're hoping that he can make it. He has a strong showing coming up, but those rumblings have been going on for a while about his age and his capacity to lead. Now, I don't know if they saw the exit polls or they saw the numbers, but those whispers were going around in the Democratic backings. They were going around for a while. They've been going around for a while about Joe Biden's age and the fact that they didn't think that he could win. Now, I'll tell you another reason why I don't vote Democrat too is because of the pandering to black people that they do. The people that they use to pander to black people, I think it's disrespectful. I don't want to see Glorilla.
You don't think the pandering? So you don't think the pandering to Trump saying, I think I'm gonna get black votes because I went to jail and got locked up? You don't think pandering is him going to the black community and really thinking just because you get certain rappers and disrespectful former athletes to support him, you don't think that's pandering to black people and the worst of us?
And then what about the mugshots on the t-shirt, the tennis shoes, all of that, bro? That's not pandering.
I think those were great marketing techniques for the black community.
But isn't marketing and pandering pretty much interchangeable?
I think it's phenomenal. I think what he did was took a page out of the Democratic playbook.
What's good for me is not good for thee, huh?
No. But this is the thing, though. What he did, we want to criticize him doing something the Democrats have been doing to us for years.
What candidate sold tennis shoes or novelty?
Oh, that's new. That's what I said. That's new. That's marketing geniuses right there. I think that's new. That's great.
He didn't even make much money off of that, bro.
That's great marketing and product. But it led the cycle of the news cycles to say Trump came out with the ugliest shoe and they're selling it for a crazy price.
Let me ask you this then. Were you a fan of Colin Kaepernick's silent protest?
Yes.
Okay. Did you agree with everyone who crucified him, saying it was against the military, against the Constitution, against the United States? Did you agree with them?
No.
All right.
So you literally talked to a military person to ask what would be the proper thing to do in the protest.
Okay.
And the guy that came from a military person. Let me say this too, though. And I don't like talking about that because I have to demonize my team, the Dallas Cowboys. And we taking enough beatings as it is. Michael, stop shaking your head. Michael, stop shaking your head, brother. We taking enough beatings as it is. You know what I'm saying? Taking enough L's as it is. But I don't like the way Jerry Jones talked about it. I don't like what Trump said about it. But I do understand that certain passions are different for certain different ethnic groups.
Did you make a post about it? Did you say anything that you didn't agree with it? Or
about Colin Kaepernick?
Yeah.
I think I talked about Jerry Jones.
What about Donald Trump?
I didn't like his reaction. I made jokes about the Donald Trump thing. I don't think I really like, you know what I'm saying, went at him hard. I think I actually kind of said he had the right to, because Colin Kaepernick had the right to kneel. I think people have a right to feel how they feel in response to it.
All right, so a lot of people say that was un-American, like for him to do that. Do you feel like J6 was an insurrection?
Yes.
All right. Do you agree with Donald Trump calling them hostages instead of prisoners for those who broke the law?
Well, can I talk about the insurrection a little bit? It's gonna sound crazy. I know. Edmund gonna give me the business off this one. I already know. Insurrection is really a institution that this country is founded upon. We're founded on insurrections.
Okay, your point.
All right, Patrick.
I mean, like, if you really think about it, like, think about the Boston Tea Party. That was an insurrection against a situation. So these insurrections, George Floyd marches, those were insurrections. But I think
it's
not against the government.
Hold on, wait. Define insurrection.
No, y'all define insurrection, because this is y'all define what insurrection is. That I just believe that when you're talking insurrection, I think that's something that happens a lot. I think insurrection was Rodney King. When Rodney King got beat up and they had the Rodney King riots. I think insurrection is when they had the George Floyd riots. I think insurrection is when Martin Luther King died and the riots they had in Chicago. I think those are all insurrections.
What government was being overthrown in those incidents you just named?
I think insurrection isn't about overthrowing the government. And insurrection is the uprising against it. So it against authority of government. So in those issues where you had authority and government, it's not just government, it's authority or government. So when you had those people marching and coming and bringing violence, those were insurrections. That's why if you notice the media, whenever they say the insurrection, they say the insurrection, January 6th insurrection at the Capitol, right? So, I mean, the country's We've been having insurrections for years. Y'all want to make it a big deal? I mean, go ahead.
So to
Now,
try
the
to
reason I
overthrow a government.
I don't
Now,
think
if
they tried
you'd
to
have
overthrow.
said, like you said, if you they,
I
what
don't
did
think
they
they tried
try
to
to do then?
overthrow
They
the
was
government.
there. They were there just to go in and tour the Capitol.
Well, I think.
Why
See,
did they go to the Capitol? Hold on, no.
I,
I'm gonna use your logic. Why did they go to the Capitol?
they went to the Capitol because they had a problem with the election results.
Okay, and so what were they doing in the Capitol?
They came there. They supposed to have been there peacefully protesting.
Did they peacefully break in?
Why did they enter the Capitol?
Well, they said some of the police officers let them in. So I just tell you what's upset. But I mean,
Why they have a one thing I just a guillotine out there trying to hang Mike Pence? Why they want to hang Mike Pence, the sitting vice president?
Because they thought he was a threat to the democracy.
And why do they think he was a threat to the democracy?
Because they thought the election that had been stolen, he was qualified an election that they felt like had been stolen. That wasn't correct.
How many courts proved or determined that there was no election irregularities?
It was a lot. But I would say you do know that recently they just came out and said that there have been. First of all, every election have irregularities,
but not at mass scale, bro.
So wait, yes or no? Yes or no?
How did they get you? You ask the question, how they get you, man? You've been in a hole, man. I just want to talk to you to see how they get you, man. How they get you?
I've been trying forever, Edmund, forever. Wait. He was just like this in college, but not to this extent.
Listen. Even tonight, did y'all hear what happened in Gwinnett County? Y'all didn't hear what happened in Gwinnett County? Now everybody talked about the bomb. Everybody talked about the bomb threats that happened. But nobody talks about the fact that the same thing that happened in the last election, it went down again tonight, where they lost 400,000 ballots. Every election has some type of issues and problems or inaccuracies. Every election has those. If you think if you think that the election is 100%, I don't know what to tell you.
I can't speak to that. I haven't seen that.
Okay, if you feel like the election is 100%, okay, I just disagree with you. I think every election has their issues.
So why did his own people come out saying it was the most secure election ever?
I think you had some people that weren't, a lot of those people that y'all also said wrote Project 2025. But I think a lot of people, those people.
Oh, get ready! If he wins, I guarantee you a lot of those policies gonna win.
Okay, those same people y'all said wrote Project 2025. But those, I think, if you sit there and you go and politics is fickle, we know that. You do something, it's what you can do for me lately. If you can't help me in my agenda, then I'm gonna come against you. That's just politics.
How long have you been a conservative? All your life? Your parents were conservatives too? Rest in peace.
My mother was more liberal. She grew up. She went to HBCU, Albany State University, as an AKA. My dad was an Alpha. My dad was more, but they both were. My dad was a pastor. I'm a PK. So being a PK and growing up in a religious household, it was some strictness going on there. So a lot of those things happen as being a big PK and being a third. I'm a fourth generation preacher, so being that is something that kind of how I got.
So whenever you get a chance to speak to congregations or preach, do you what kind of message do you relate to them? Like, you're a strong conservative, bro. Like, you say you're independent, but I've never seen you post anything negative about Republicans ever.
Yes, I did. I do.
No, bro. And you know me, we often talk about brand protection, brand integrity, protecting your brand. And your target market is mostly African Americans, bro. And then
it used to be. It's changed now, though.
Well, on your Facebook platform.
Okay, yeah.
But that's why I call you a grifter, because you do stuff to get that mega crowd to come support you and send you some coins or whatever. But to go back to what I was saying,
That's not wait. I can't do
right?
that. That's
No,
not
go
fair. I'm
back
not
to
allowed
what
to.
I'm saying. Your target audience,
Can I
the
object
bulk
to
of
that a
your
little bit?
friends now are African American. I
Wait, can I
never
object?
see you criticize any of African American counterparts. The first thing I noticed years back, when we bumped into each other, is how you criticize Lamar Jackson for not wearing a suit. You say he'll never get a new contract. He doesn't fit the brand, but all the stuff you said wouldn't happen actually happened.
No. First of all, let me go back to something that you said. If I could correct you, majority of the people that support me now are not MAGAs. They support me in sports on my
No,
other
and let me correct you.
right,
I've
but
seen people comment on your Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese posts that have nothing to do with basketball, and it have more to do with misogyny and race. And you leave the comments up and not
oh
delete
yeah,
them.
because you know what, I'll definitely do that because
See,
at the end of the day,
how is that not MAGA? Like I don't
wait,
know no left leaning people who come on to do
because
that.
I do. I'm fair, Shannon. I'm fair. I
But how
lead
does that
both
help
up.
your brand
I lead the
if
pro.
you're
I lead the.
targeting? I don't see
I
no
lead the.
white people wearing your brand, bro. Truthfully.
Hold on. Let me say this. I lead. Well, first of all, well, that's not nobody's business. I say that, but I lead the pro-black that come and have their pro-black stances. I let them defend themselves against the opposite side.
But there's a
I
difference
keep it
between
neutral.
pro-black stance versus criticizing someone using misogyny and race, bro. If I see
I
someone
keep
on
it.
the
Who
left
do I
comment
credit?
on your post, I never see them use derogatory terms for Caitlin Clark or she whatever you want to call it. But I see them what they say about Angel Reese
Yeah,
on
you
your
don't follow
post.
my post then,
You
because
leave it up. You leave it
you
up.
don't follow my post because I seen black people call Caitlin
I
Clark
honestly don't want that kind of energy to look at, bro.
right. What I'm
Hey,
saying, like
fellas.
I don't I see Caitlin Clark as I've seen both sides. I've seen black people talk about Caitlin Clark being masculine, looking like a man, saying that she's not good or she's not as great as she is. And I've seen other people come in and talk about Angel Reese and talk about her in a negative light. I let people speak what they want to speak, and if it gets out of hand and I see something that gets out of hand, I try to challenge it. If I see somebody going at someone wrong, there's been many occasions where I've made videos, I've made posts to say, hey, keep it civil, keep it going. But at the same time, if you're gonna say something that's identity driven, you gotta be willing to take it if somebody else comes back and don't agree with your stance on that. That's just fairness. You want me to pacify one side and not pacify the other.
Yeah, but
I'm saying both of y'all. I'm saying go at it.
the
Draw
degrees
the
are
line in the
different
sand in
though, bro.
Braveheart. Draw the line in Braveheart. And
The
both.
the degree the
Go ahead,
degrees are
Michael.
different, bro.
I'm
Oh
sorry,
no,
Michael.
no. Y'all good. I was just interrupting. I thought I was gonna be able to hang, but man, no matter who win, I got to get up and go to work tomorrow. So
Yeah, I see them eyes heavy, bro.
bid y'all
So
good night.
And
yeah, I
Michael, thank you, sir.
appreciate you,
I
brother.
appreciate your insight, sir. And
Yes,
thank you for
sir.
being welcome in the conversation, sir.
Oh yeah. Y'all have a good one.
All right, you too, bro.
Thanks, man. All right, but
All
let
right,
me say this,
Edmund, what's
Shannon.
the latest updates?
We're
Edmund?
still in a holding pattern. It's too close to call, but I'm it's razor thin. I'm thinking that we may in Wisconsin. She's sitting at another 100,000 votes coming out of there. I'm a little nervous about Pennsylvania though, to be honest. So I just want to see some more numbers come in, but. Yeah, so it's a little tricky coming out of Pennsylvania.
It looks like she should take Wisconsin if it holds
Yeah,
true.
I'm thinking if she net that $100,000 coming out of Milwaukee County, she can eke out a victory in Wisconsin, and Michigan still got a lot of vote to come out of Detroit, that area. I'm just more concerned about Pennsylvania right now. It looked like Alabama is coming out. The Alabama of Pennsylvania. And they're going to take Republicans going to win the Senate, so that's a foregone conclusion. So,
I think Donald Trump is still gonna win Pennsylvania. I think he's going to be down by a slim margin. I think it's probably about like
in the words of in the use of the fantasy football, I will give him a 51% chance of winning Pennsylvania, sitting where I'm sitting right now.
I think he's going to win Wisconsin too. I think Wisconsin's a wrap. I think he's going to win Wisconsin. I'm almost sure to call Wisconsin for Donald Trump.
Yeah, I don't know about Wisconsin, but
no, I'm not. You bullish. It's still 21% of the vote to come out, and a lot of the vote out of Milwaukee County is left to come out. It's only 61% reporting. No, I'm not bullish like that. That's a bit much. That's a stretch.
Yeah, that's too much. Yeah, like what? Oh, they're just showing Michigan. No. Let's see what Brian's
She is
talking
exceeding her mark that she needs to be exceeding. So that is good for right now, but it's worth noting that we're only looking at 28% reporting. So a lot still to be counted in the state of Michigan. I'm sorry, that's Wayne County. That's Wayne County. Let's look statewide and see what has to be counted. We're about halfway there.
Right now, the electoral vote is 213 to 247
to be counted here.
Oh, she's up to 213?
Yeah, 213 to 247.
Oh, she's making a little progress because what was it, 189 last time we talked?
Oregon, Washington is decided. Arizona still 49.
And finally, let's head over to Pennsylvania, see what the state of that race is right now. 84% reporting, Donald Trump leading right now. Let's take a look at some of these population centers so that we can get an indication of how Kamala Harris is doing relative to Joe Biden's.
So there's 19 more percent to come in Chester County,
for example. A lot of ballots still left to be counted. I believe we have a number of mail ballots still remaining. Let me confirm.
Boy, this thing gonna be razor thin.
It's gonna be razor thin.
So the results right now in Pennsylvania will be more red than we expect the final results to be, because large counties like Philadelphia will continue to count and report their remaining ballots, and that will shift the race back in the Democrats' favor. So if we're looking at these margins right now, just know, for example, in Philadelphia County, that these numbers will continue to go up as mail ballots continue to be counted. To give an idea of how big the red mirage can be, in 2020, the Pennsylvania results by 3 a.m. Eastern on election night were 7 percentage points more Republican than the final result. So the extent to which the red mirage is real in Pennsylvania until these ballots are counted in the Democratic population centers like Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, we don't know what it's going to look like. So in 2020, it was 7% more Republican than the final result was. So do not be discouraged when you're looking at results that are more Republican right now. It won't matter what the numbers look like right now. But remember, what matters is what it's going to look like at the very end when all of the votes are counted. I should also note that in 2022, in the Senate, by 3 a.m., there was also a red mirage that was 1 point more Republican than the final margin. So what we see in Pennsylvania over and over, mostly because Republicans refuse to change the law there.
Yeah, they need to change that law.
To allow the
early
election workers
ballots
to start counting mail ballots earlier, like they did in Michigan. What we're likely to see in Pennsylvania is that the numbers will be more red than the final numbers. And so if we're looking, for example, at this statewide number where Donald Trump is winning, this is the red mirage that we've been hearing about. And so these numbers will continue to get bluer and bluer. I'm sorry, redder and redder up until about 3 a.m. And then we should likely see the numbers become more and more and more and more blue.
I think she's going to win Virginia. Virginia's, I think that's
Pittsburgh and Philadelphia
Capitals going to win Virginia.
and so on. You can see right here that there is still 150,000 votes remaining in Philadelphia. There are still 40,000 votes remaining in Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh. There are still 50,000 votes remaining in Dauphin County, which is where Harrisburg is located. And then, of course, in the outskirts of Philly, Delaware County, there are still almost 40,000 votes remaining. Chester County, there are almost 63,000 or almost 64,000 votes remaining. And of course, in Montgomery County, all of these are Democratic strongholds, by the way. Over 120,000 votes are remaining. So a lot of votes left to be counted. Do not despair, because, well, that won't get us anywhere for right now. But we know that this is going to be a long slog with these blue wall states. And so all eyes are going to be on Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
So you think she concedes tonight, or you think she concedes
Let's see
tomorrow?
how things are looking in Arizona.
There ain't no
Pretty
conceding.
close right now in Arizona. Half of the
We may
votes
not know
are
until
counted,
tomorrow.
and Donald Trump is leading
Oh, man,
by just about
it's
half a point here. So that's where it stands in Arizona as of right now. Let's see, compared to Joe Biden's numbers in 2020. Let's go to Maricopa County. Right now, it looks like Kamala Harris is slowly, narrowly exceeding her threshold from Joe Biden's threshold in 2020, and Donald Trump is slightly exceeding his as well. That's because there isn't a third-party candidate taking from both of these in the way that Joe Jorgensen did in 2020. Let's go over to Flagstaff and see how it's looking. Kamala Harris exceeding Joe Biden's margin and Donald Trump falling below his margin in 2020. So a little bit of good news from Arizona. Also, it's worth noting in terms of path to victory. Let's do a little bit of electoral math right now.
All right, if you're still tuned in with us, you're watching the Corner Store podcast. And tonight we have a special guest on the show, one of my Savannah State partners, brethren, and little brother, I would say, one of the most talented people I know, Mr. King Jordan himself. Can you tell us a little bit about your platform, your business, where we can follow you and all that good stuff?
While y'all do that, I'm gonna take a restroom break.
All right.
Go ahead,
Hey, man, I was gonna ask you what did you think that I think she might lose Michigan. How you feel about Michigan?
No, we still got too much. We got too much vote left, and I'll you can tell your story, and I'll come back and I'll chime in.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, she's highly likely to win Michigan, bro.
Let me see. I got her possibly. If she wins, I got Trump by like 1.3 points.
It may be close.
1.3. But King David Jordan, you guys can go to the Jour global.com. I first thank you, Shannon, for allowing me to come on. I've been working in media since 2001. I've been working in radio, terrestrial radio, since 2005 as a profession. In 2011, I won Gospel Producer of the Year, Gospel Choice Producer of the Year, the Middle of Georgia. I've been able to do some things. I've had over 23 songs that have been played on radio worldwide. I don't really like talking about myself though, but I started a company called the Jour, which I named after my son that I haven't had yet, but it's a faith thing that it's some things God birthed in me. So the Jour Global is my company. It's a multimedia company that deals with different things from technology to clothing to music, and also with media. Which has been my new thing that we've jumped in, something that I've really been working in for a while. We also deal with installs. We install broadcasting equipment, sound equipment, video equipment. I know it look crazy over here if y'all see all the equipment in the back of me there. That's just some old stuff I had, but that's basically what we are. We're a company for the people, try to get out message that God is a creator, so you should create also. It's a beautiful thing. We work in our community. We just over the past weekend we gave out meals. We were helping a young lady doing some philanthropy work. We did a lot of philanthropy work when the storms came in Helena, which I'm really, 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 really proud of. I like talking about that more than anything. The stuff that we do in the community. Also, I work. I'm a former teacher. I taught in the school system, um, audio video technology. Right now, I'm working with the state, and I work with at-risk youth and adults that have mental disabilities, anger management problems, and all those things. So I work with them and I counsel them, and I also work with them in the arts, teaching them music production, media, and that's about it. I'm a man of God. I'm a musician. I play for 2 churches. Ordained minister. Um, I think that's it. I love God, love people, love my community, my family, and I just want to see us be great.
Love it, bro. Love it. It has to be awkward for you though, with how you put your political beliefs out there, your business out there, and then you have to go back and intertwine with the church or people in your community. How have you navigated through that, bro?
Well, the thing is this: like, I think people see my heart and they know me. Like when they meet me, when they see the broadcast and when we're talking about different things, um, they get to see the different king when they actually come and experience. Because we all, when we do this, we're real, but then at the same time we all on code. You know what I'm saying? So it's I think when people actually get to know me and they see my heart, they see the things that we do for people, the things that we do for our youth and community, and they hear it makes more sense of what I'm saying when they actually see my work and they hear what I'm doing in the community. They see what I'm doing. It makes more sense. What I'm saying. It doesn't mean that they always agree, but that's always been one thing that we've always done, is had open dialogue and to be transparent and open and tell our real feelings, and to provide different points of views that may not be the most popular point of view in our culture or within our people, but to still provide those points of views. You called me. You always like calling me. What's the boy? What's the beginning? I think it's because I'm fat. You always relate me
No, your ideology aligned, man. You might be even smaller than him, so
it's because I'm big. You
Jason
always
Whitlock,
call Jason
Middle
Whitlock.
Georgia Whitlock.
The thing is, I actually that's not. I don't like, even when people say stuff like that, I don't take that as a disrespect. Jason Whitlock is one of the premier Black writers of our time. You know, if you do your research on him and you see what he's accomplished in the sports arena as a writer, is
I
something that
would agree, bro, but
you
I think
know.
you can tarnish your legacy by what you do lately, because that's what
I,
people remember the most is what you do lately.
well,
Like
my one thing.
when I follow him now and hear what he says and then go look up what he says and it doesn't match what he says, and it makes me think he's disingenuous and he's grifting to get attention off of it.
Well, the
And
whole.
a lot of times, like that's why sometimes I come with you is if you're gonna be hard on a community, keep that same energy for all communities. Like make it fair and balanced, not just denigrate one side of it and then overlook the other side.
Well, I think this is the issue though. I don't. If you look at the different communities and the thought process is I have higher expectations for my community. We are the community of. I made the comment today, and I got calls. People call me because I made a comment. We're gonna make Black Americans great again, and people got calls. I thought it was funny, right? I was like, yeah, I'm a comedian deep down inside. I thought it was funny, but people was calling me, "What do you mean make Black America great?" And I said, I'm waiting for people to say, "When was Black America ever great?" You know what I'm saying? I was waiting on cats to say that, but at the end of the day, um, that's really my aim. My aim is we. I was saying earlier, we demonize some of our most brilliant people because they have different points of views. We call them disingenuous. We call them sellouts. We call them coons, which I hate. I hate that terminology because you're acting like your slave master when you did. That's a term that your slave master came up to call really the rebellious slaves, the ones that were running away. They would call them coons. So even though we try to use that term, even when we talk about Uncle Tom's, I hate that terminology because it shows ignorance. We use it as a diss, but it's ignorance because if you read the book, Uncle Tom was the hero that gave his life for two people to be able to do what they need to do. So I think when you read those when you start acting like that, we persecute a lot of times our brightest because they think differently, or because they are supported by different a different group than we approve of, and I think that's unfair. I think it's unfair. And then I think sometimes when we look at somebody like a Candace Owens, or we look at a Jason Whitlock, or we look at a Tim Scott, or we look at a Donaldson, we want to quickly dismiss them and say they're not brilliant and intelligent, and because we don't agree all the time. But then we look at the rappers, the Jay-Z's, the Young Thugs. I made the comment earlier this week. I said y'all sitting there saying y'all don't want to vote for y'all don't talking about Trump got all these felonies. These same people talking about welcome home, Young Thug. And I'm like, how
Thug
y'all gonna
isn't
welcome
running
him?
for president. He's not
But
running for
Thug,
president.
but Thug was caused of 31% of murder rate in his community that went down when he was arrested and put in jail. The YSL was one of the most detrimental.
Did he
Uh,
go through the due process
the
like your
well,
side likes to talk about the law, being law-abiding citizen? Did he get his due process?
well, this is the thing. He got it, and he pleaded guilty to those situations of being the person that they said he was.
Regardless, did he get his due
What
process?
where is the um accountability from the community to distance ourselves from that? We'll do it with Diddy. We'll do it with Diddy and say, hey, this is
So
greater
when you
because
say distance, so there's no rehabilitation in there. Just straight throw him away. Don't try
no
to
no no no.
rehabilitate him. Don't give him a
We
chance. None of that.
listen when you have people welcome home talking about when is this next record coming out.
I mean, of course they're gonna do that, bro.
We ready to hear the music from Young Thug. His first post was maybe we should drop one for on these rats. That shows
That's the part of the
anything.
entertainment. So I mean, that's why there's a great fall away from the church, brother, because people know you're a
No,
preacher, but then they see what you speak,
the
and then
great
people you
follow is
follow
people don't want to
don't
be
line up with what
accountable.
you say.
This is my thing though. The great follow is the accountability of people wanting to be accountable with the word. The accountability not to themselves but to their community. Like I always say this about when we talk about Trump and the things you talked about Trump and the things that he did earlier, right? The negative things and all the things that he said and the convicts and the convictions and everything that he did. And you say, well, how can you vote for him? Because I look at his policies and his policies aren't those things. I've never heard Trump say I'm running off lying or I'm running off being an adulterer or
Oh,
I'm running
well, I
off.
mean, he really
I never
doesn't
heard that.
tell what his policies are,
But I hear these
other
rappers
than
that
Project 2025 and Agenda 47.
but I hear these rappers and I talk to these kids and I see the influence that they have on them and how they look at these rappers as godlike figures. And it doesn't matter how much we sit there and say, hey, man, that lifestyle is going to end you in jail or dead. Some of them think it's as admirable to die to be in that lifestyle.
Yeah, I don't agree with a lot of it, but name a point in history in the U.S. when we didn't have entertainers that had an influence on them, not just speaking music. What about the movies?
Well, I
What
mean,
about
if you
the
look at,
shows and the series?
You know
well,
what?
if you look,
Hey,
go ahead, I'm
bring it
sorry.
back to politics. I just got some. Oh yeah, Georgia, man. Let me tell you, Trump got 20% of the African American male vote in Georgia.
So they poll was right. His polling
Yeah.
was right. That's what they estimated.
Hey, I ain't mad. Hey,
Yeah.
Are y'all upset? Yeah, you said you're not bad, but you feel some type of way about that?
I'm disappointed.
Oh no.
I'm
I
disappointed.
ain't.
I told you. Why I said it? I told you it was gonna happen though.
Hey. Let me tell you something. One thing I learned, I've been here before. I saw Al Gore where I was disappointed, and I saw John Kerry lose, but at the end of the day, this is what I say: elections have consequences. So regardless of whatever side you may be on, elections have consequences. So we'll see.
My thing is this though. We talked about earlier the switch that you guys said occurred between the civil rights movement and now, right? And my question is this: what have we overcome?
What do you mean? What we overcome?
As a
We
people,
made
what have we
progress.
overcome? We,
Like
I
what
mean,
do you mean?
is it? Do you feel like we're where we should be as a people?
Of course,
Where are we?
of course, we're not where we need to be. That's why we striving. That's why we engage in politics every day to have elected officials champion policies that we agree with. I'm sitting in a brand new house right now because of Joe Biden's policies.
I'm sitting in a 3-story house too because of my hard work. But
No, not only my hard work, but
I was making jokes.
but
What I was saying was this: is I agree with you,
but benevolent policies on behalf of him, allowing me. I teach school and raising kids and his policies to cancel my student loan debt for my service to the federal government allowed me to be in a position to purchase a house. Otherwise, I would have had a high debt to credit ratio, where would have made it much harder for me to purchase a house in the house of the caliber I have.
I was talking to a brother today. He's a business owner, and he talked about the Tim Scott's opportunity zones, right? And go ahead. Evan,
I was gonna say stop him before he go down that rabbit hole.
Okay, can I say this right here? Can I have you done your research on opportunity zones?
Yes,
no, he goes by what he heard. You just said you
No.
heard about it.
Tell me the research you found out from opportunity zones.
Don't Google it either. But show us your hands.
No, I'm not Googling. I'm pulling up my notes.
Opportunity zones don't help.
Go ahead. I'll let you
really
talk about it first. I'm gonna pull up my notes though. Go ahead.
Don't help the people that we say it was meant to help. It's going to well-to-do folk who are already doing well, and it doesn't create the jobs that we want to see. What it does, it creates gentrification.
So black folks didn't get any type of what's the word I'm looking for? They didn't receive from opportunity zones. Black people didn't receive from opportunity zones also. And
I'm listening.
I said black folks didn't get anything from opportunity zones.
I said overall the benefit is it didn't. Let me see.
I'm listening.
Gentrification and opportunity zones are serving their intended purpose. Let's see. I read this article not the other day.
Would you like me to go first? I mean, would you?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I was just pulling up the article I read the other day. Go ahead.
I think there are many systemic barriers that happen. Opportunity zones were good for people that were prepared for those opportunity zones. That's what's called opportunity zones, right? So the people who were prepared for those opportunities were able to benefit from those opportunity zones. Black
what was the
communities.
share of people that benefited from it? Was it a lower share? Did it meet expectation or did it exceed?
In some instances, I think it did not meet expectations. But this is the thing, though. We have to be careful that we're not just become a people of handouts, right? We want to be a people of opportunity. And my issue with the opportunity zones wasn't because what we do is we also want to talk about what they did. And we never want to sit there and talk about what we did or what we didn't do or why we wasn't together as a community to take advantage of these things when they came.
But can I ask you a question? What is the purpose of opportunity zones?
The purpose of opportunity zones is to rebuild Black communities, to bring back not just to restore not only buildings but bring back finances and economic stability to those worn down and torn down communities. That's just me putting it in layman's terms, my own layman's terms.
The reason why I asked that because the article I read, I was able to find it. It says an analysis of gentrification. This ain't what I think it should do, what I want it to do. This is looking at specific data regarding opportunity zones. An analysis of gentrification in opportunity zones in 100 of the most populous U.S. cities, analyzing data from major affordable housing programs in D.C., shows that gentrifying neighborhoods received a larger share. You know what a gentrifying neighborhood is, right?
Yes, sir, definitely.
Okay. Larger share of subsidized private investment. Even though these neighborhoods tend to be in transition, at the same time, the low-income residents that opportunity zones were developed to support are moving out as gentrification drives up the price of everything. This outcome is directly contrary to the goals of the policy. It sounds good. It sounds good to say opportunity zones this, opportunity zones this, but developers are only investing in neighborhoods that they know they're gonna get the biggest bang for their buck, and they're saying, "Oh, we're going into these low-income neighborhoods to help and provide affordable housing." When in all actuality, they see the trends and they go in and invest because they know they're gonna make their money back when all the black folks move out and these well-to-do white folk come in and build and buy. And so, you know, I'm not a fan. I like, and here's the thing: as a Democrat, I like the policy objectives of opportunity zones, but I don't feel like it's a policy that truly helps, you know, the African American community like they are promoted to do.
Well, I look
if
at
you
it
look
from
at
this.
the data though, King, it looks like it pretty much takes advantage of marginalized communities.
Well,
Yep.
I think you have to look at it this: Black communities did benefit from opportunity zones.
What does the data say though, King?
I'm about to tell you that there were examples like Erica Boyd, her family investment group, Cecil Rose.
Nah, I don't want no anecdotal. What is the average?
No.
I'm talking about data, research data.
Okay,
What
hold
is the
on.
average? What is the median?
I'm getting there. What I'm saying
Well, don't
is,
give no anecdotal examples.
anecdotal would be singular. I'm giving you multiple, right? So
You
what
can give
I'm saying
singular.
is,
You can give multiple singulars.
Multiple still can be anecdotal.
it can. But listen, but when you look at what I'm saying is this: the reason I bought up Erica Boyd's family investment group or Cecil Rose affordable housing projects, these were people who took advantage of the opportunity zone. Even my friend Brooker Terry Robinson, who's on my page, that talked about it today. As a matter of fact, today talked about how him and his wife took advantage of opportunity zone to start their new business, right? So when we're talking about this, Magic Johnson jumped in. People who were in the right position and who were able. Robert Smith jumped in. The Harlem Collab. These people came and they had success stories about potential when Black entrepreneurs and investors engage proactively with these opportunities. The problem is it's not a large enough number, and I agree with you guys on that, of us because of lack of education, because of really lack of capital, right? That's a big thing. Lack of capital. We always talk about Black Wall Street, but what was the one in the foundation of Black Wall Street? Being able to have,
can I say this real quick? While you
been able to borrow capital to be able to take advantage of certain issues and situations, and being able to borrow money and start their businesses with the money that they're able to borrow. Goes back to the rappers.
What is the only presidential candidate that's running right now that offered up a plan to do just what you're talking about?
Talking about the $25,000 tax breaks?
No, 50 for a small business.
Where was she going to get that money from?
Where's she gonna get it
from?
Where
did they get the money from now? These aren't new plans or new concepts, bro.
I'm saying who
just increase the threshold. Where do they get it now? Like right now it's 5,000. Where did they get that from?
All right, listen. The money that she's talking about doing, she's talking about exercising, making a higher tax on what she says is the rich, right? What she says is the rich. Those people that's considered rich was $179,000 or above. Right, she's going to increase taxes to do it because if she doesn't, she's going to increase the the debt.
Taxes wouldn't rise on anybody making under $400,000.
Right. So what I'm saying is, her plan is to Robin Hood people that work hard to get to a point in their life where they've done that. So say me. Say somebody like me.
People got it through inheritance.
Wait a minute. We're talking about percentages because it ain't talking about trying to rob rich people. It's saying you should pay the same percentage that workers are paying. If I'm working, I'm paying 30% of my income, and I'm working just as hard as you, and you on Wall Street trading, making money off stocks, you shouldn't be able to evade paying taxes to support building roads, schools, and parks for our communities just because you're wealthy. No, even I'm the richest investor in the world. Warren Buffett said he paid a lesser tax rate than his own secretary. That's not right. That's not fair. That's not the American way.
You think the unrealized tax gain is right? You think the unrealized
Bro,
tax
what's
gain
the threshold? What's the threashhold on that?
Wait. Do you think
No,
unrealized tax
before
gain?
we even
No,
get
ask
into
the
that,
question first.
because that question shouldn't even pertain to us.
Right. That's neither here nor there. We're just saying tax rate. Should a corporation pay a higher tax rate? That's the only thing we're talking about here. We as citizens, we pay about 30%. We pay about 30%. We pay about 30% of our income that's taxed directly to the federal government for taxes to help support all the things that we have in this country. But you telling me rich people we can't pay, charge rich people a little more? I think even her proposal was not even raising it 30%. I think around 26, 27%.
Well, I think this is the thing, though. The reason why a lot of the rich are able to get out of those loopholes, and Trump said this when he ran first time, the reason why they're able to get out of those loopholes is because they're able to use their LLCs and their businesses to be able to get these tax breaks and different things in that situation. You ask, should they tax these corporations? And I'm saying, I don't know. I don't think they should, because when you start taxing corporations, who does that end up hurting the most? That ends up hurting the employer or employees.
They gonna pass that stuff on anyway. And
that's what I'm saying.
Let's keep it 100. But my thing is, that still shouldn't stop them from being charged a tax rate, because we have these folks benefit the most. I worked in local government. I know what it's like to give incentives to these companies and to get them here. So they're not poor. The federal government gives them tax abatements where they don't have to pay taxes on their property for 50 years. They have so many different mechanisms in order to lure them to create jobs and things of that nature. And so you're telling me not only on top of what the local government are providing these companies, the federal government can't tax them at a reasonable rate to help fund the very roads they use to get their goods and services back and forth to their businesses and to their customers? Come on now. I just think that's crazy.
I don't know. I don't know. I do know Trump's tax policy allow 55 of the largest American corporations to pay no federal income tax.
Right, and because he didn't pay any income tax over the last several years.
But it led about 3.5 billion in rebates. Okay, 3.5 billion in rebates. Those are the numbers, right? So we're talking 3.5 billion in rebates. That if you tax them, you put her tax plan in place, you're talking about $3.5 billion. That's all. Mm-hmm. Now we send more than that to Ukraine. We send more than that to other countries every quarter. Would you agree?
But you're talking about two different things at the same time.
No. I know, but
right. You're meshing the conversation. You remind me of my barbershop.
No. We're talking about
we want to conflate. You trying to conflate issues?
No, we're talking about the debt. We're talking about the debt. We're talking about the economy.
But who ran the debt up? Who added the most? Let's just do numbers. Who added the most to the deficit?
Probably Obama. Come on, bro. This is the genuine part. I know you try to be funny, but that's why it's hard to take this serious.
You're not gonna do that.
Probably Obama. You know what I'm saying? I'm probably gonna say Obama.
Do you realize?
Yeah, blame the black guy. Blame the black guy. Blame the black guy.
Added a few $1 trillion to the deficit. Let me pull up my stat. I got that. How much Trump ran up the debt? Man,
I got that too.
I know it's around 8 trillion.
It's like 7 to 8 trillion. He ran the debt up, and now he's trying to play like oh my God.
All right, but can all right, while you look at that, can we
go back right before that, man? We have a comment from Roger, who's a co-host with us. He said, "I'm disappointed but not surprised. The same thing that happened to Clinton is happening to Harris, especially black men. We help them." Them fools. Yeah. So what do you say, Edmund? I tend to agree with if that number is correct with the 20%. Yeah,
20% of black men voted for Donald Trump.
They should have. It should have been. The NAACP said it was going to be 1 in 4. It says it's going to be about 25%. So it's actually a little lower than what I expected it to be. I was hoping it would be 1 in 3. I was hoping to be 33%. But so I think we fell a little short on that. We was going for 33% of black men to vote, not vote for Democrats.
He got to have Vernon Jones up there in a leadership position.
I'm gonna tell you why. I want to go back to the opportunity zones. The reason why the opportunity zones were good, but we weren't ready for them. Would you agree with that?
What happened?
I said that the opportunity zones were good, but the black people weren't ready for them.
What? That makes no sense. Who initiated the opportunity zones?
Of course, you know who did. The next president, number 45, 47.
So you saying they didn't do an assessment to see how it would work? Like postpartum of it. Looking at it, it's not effective, bro. Like you saying,
it definitely was
we
effective.
weren't ready for it. We didn't benefit from it. What does the data say? Did it meet expectations of what they started out to do with the initiative?
To rebuild those neighborhoods, yes. The thing that they didn't think about was
not just rebuild the neighborhood.
The thing that they didn't think about was the disparaging.
Did it rebuild the people in the neighborhoods?
All right. The thing they didn't think about was the disparaging of the citizens at that time in the neighborhood, right? But this is the problem. It's not the opportunity zone bill. It's not the opportunity zones. The problem is we're not in position to take advantage of the opportunity zones. Shannon, me, you, and Edmund should have went down there and we should say, hey, we're starting the Shannon, Edmund, and King building fund. We got enough capital to go down there and we're gonna buy up those zones and then put affordable housing there. But I'm not saying y'all. I know y'all got loan money. Edmund look like he rich over there. So, but we weren't able. But a lot of people weren't able to. And you had some. You had Magic. You had Robert Smith. You had ones who did go and try to do that. But I'm saying, like, as a collective black organizations and groups, we have to start forming partnerships with these larger investors, right? Not only that, we have to have literacy, have people, that understand the tax laws and leveraging local community development corporations.
Don't forget, we got to get systemic racism out the way, bro.
We also got to advocate for anti-displacement measures and developing affordable housing. So those are things that we could do ourselves to put ourselves in a position to be able to do it. Forget the racism, man. Racism. Haven't you learned?
What are we? Okay, King. Wait a minute.
Okay. All right. Now I feel like you being this. I felt like you was being disingenuous.
What are we starting a venture capital company to try to help our people?
That's what.
Someone like Stephen Miller comes and sues us. Then what? What do you call that?
But that's what I'm saying. That's why I said you have to have experts and lawyers in position to be able to handle those lawsuits. We wouldn't be the first company to be lost to have lawsuits brought against us.
I said that to say that. Have you heard of the Fearless Fund?
No.
Hey man, you've heard of the Fearless Fund, right?
Yeah.
The venture capital company that was started by black women to help black women, and they got sued by Stephen Miller because they were saying they were being discriminatory.
That is, man. Like, I mean, in a way it is, but I mean,
when black women only get less than 1% of venture capitalism.
But I'm just saying though. But if you say, hey, we just gonna do this specifically for us, that's discriminatory. Like, it is. I don't know why y'all get mad at me for calling that stuff. That's just logic.
Bro, how you say that when you turn around and say, what is Kamala Harris doing for the black man? Like, that makes no sense. That's double talking, bro.
Well, let me tell you. So we talking about black men, and we ain't finna get on black men and rate them over the coals. Latino men, 54% of Latino men voted for Donald Trump. the people he said he gonna deport.
Wow.
Latino women, 37%. Oh, no, they're not gonna blame this at black people's feet. Lay this at black people's feet. No, this ain't got nothing to do with black men or black women. No, this is all these folks.
Republicans. The Republicans just won the Senate.
Oh yeah, they I told you. I said that earlier.
They got 51. They won the Senate. They won the
Yeah,
Senate. And they're about to win the House.
all the seats that were up for grab was on their turf. When Ohio went, I knew the Republicans were gonna and they gained the seat. They've gained 2 seats in the House. Ooh, they finna have total reign, and I'm gonna sit back and eat my popcorn.
Okay, Trump is up. Cali them hadn't closed yet. Yes, they have kind of closed.
Yeah, Calico. This is gonna be. I don't know. I how Philly.
I don't know. Trump might win that.
I will tell you right now. To me, it's a 51% chance he's gonna win Pennsylvania, and that's the ball game. And you're gonna if he wins Pennsylvania, the Republicans take control of the Senate and they maintain control of the House. I'm just sitting back. I don't know what nobody.
Then guess what they gonna do, Edmund?
Huh?
And he go with the popular vote.
They gonna invoke the 25th Amendment. J.D. Vance becomes the president. Then whoever's over the Senate becomes the vice president.
Oh, man, that ain't gonna touch him. Trump is gonna do all they bidding. They want Trump to do everything.
No, he's gonna do it to a certain point, and then they gonna get him out of there.
Yeah, okay. You know how they say F around to find out. Oh, we about to F around. We F around to find out.
I don't know.
So I ain't saying. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm glad I got all my stuff for Biden left. I got my student loans forgiven. I got my house. Let me tell you something.
Edmund, Shannon, I want y'all to take a deep breath.
Oh,
good.
I just want to know, doesn't that air feel great again? Does it feel like doesn't that American air feel great again?
Man.
You know what I'm saying? I'm celebrating over here. I don't know why y'all look at gloom.
Oh no, let me tell you something. And when I tell you, I can look right here. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm out here fighting every day for the least of these. All right.
Exactly, bro.
Exactly. Money in it.
And so,
and I told you not to. I told you don't invest in that. Don't put your money in that. You said, man, I believe in what you're doing. I said, Shannon, don't believe in it. Don't do it. And Edmund, I'm giving my brother a hard time right now. I said, don't do it, Shannon. Don't do it. Come on over to the winning side.
The same thing make you laugh, gonna make you cry, but election have consequences. And I just hope we all live to see through it, because the same conversation I'm having with you in between 2016 and leading up to 2020, them same jokers not even here no more because they follow the fools. Now we're gonna see if we can make it through the next one if he wins.
Man, this world, I'm more concerned about the world stage, and I know it sounds good to talk about sending money to Ukraine and all this other stuff.
Oh, that's over with.
Oh, no, it's over with. But see, let me tell you something. I studied foreign policy. I took a few foreign policy classes.
We finna take a back seat in the rest of the world.
A lot of people are ignorant to the geopolitical landscape outside the borders of the United States. And so now we about to see, okay, let us pull back and NATO crumble, and we end up in a world war, and y'all think gas prices are high now and all this stuff and the unstable markets and stuff. All right, play with it. It's like a kid. You done told that kid, don't touch that stove hot. Oh, I'm gonna touch it anyway. So we about to touch this stove, and we about to see it in real time. And I know some of y'all support Trump and y'all say all this stuff. I'm fine. We
talk about tax increase.
Women already are seeing, but we're about to really see about these opportunity zones and Project 25. Because let me tell you something: a lot of those policies, those people that wrote that policy, finna have jobs. And you think the federal agent, who's gonna check him when he go fire everybody in these federal agencies?
The largest employer of black people, the federal government. Y'all talking about black jobs being taken. They finna cut black jobs.
I don't want nobody to come here saying, man, we did this right. Hey, election have consequences. And I believe to show solidarity, I'm that type of person. Biden, everybody need to go to his inauguration to show this is how you peacefully transfer power. But they about to see. This country is about to see.
Do y'all think any Democrats at the food tomorrow?
Huh?
Y'all think any Democrats at the food tomorrow?
No,
I don't think so. Because I was gonna say, do y'all think any Democrats out of pocket tomorrow because of the election results?
No, we ain't y'all. We ain't y'all. We ain't gonna go storm the Capitol. we believe in democracy. I believe in democracy. If he wins, he wins fair and square. I mean, it wasn't my choice, but he won fair and square. The election wasn't rigged. The election, they counted all the votes. It didn't go my party way. Hey, you ain't finna have me out there going to jail and trying to overturn and burn down the Capitol and say the world is coming to an end. No, but I'm gonna tell you, it's about to be some consequences.
Y'all know what I want to see? I want to see The View tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? I want to see what Whoopi, I want to see what the ladies got to say tomorrow. I want to see The View and see what the ladies got to say tomorrow. I want to go listen. I'm going to listen to The Breakfast Club and Charlamagne the God tomorrow. I'm definitely going to listen to that at the morning time.
What everybody gonna say? I guarantee you, what Charlamagne, everybody gonna say, Charlamagne, they're good. They're right here fighting for our country, fighting for the policies they felt were in the best interest of all people, not just them and what they make. But at the end of the day, you gloat, y'all won. If these numbers hold up, and hey, like I said, on my side, election have consequences. All right,
Yeah,
that's all I got to say.
And you mentioned taxes earlier, King, bro. You got a lot of equipment you like to order, and a lot of that stuff is made across seas. Just get ready for them tariffs.
Get ready, them tariffs come on. All them. Let me go buy my TV tomorrow. I need to go buy like 2 TVs.
Okay, now I agree with you guys on that because I do. It's another, like I was talking about my company.
Bro, that could literally wreck the economy.
It could. I do think that the tariffs is going to be interesting. That's the one thing I don't agree with. Say that because, of course, when me working in clothes and different things of that nature, and there are more white people that have bought my the Jordan Black people though, Shannon. The crazy thing is,
I said
okay, and the crazy thing is, people that I know, my brothers and everybody, they don't support it, but it's all good. It's all right. The Lord still makes.
Bro, when it comes to brand, I always tell you, brand. I don't buy it because of the design or the shirt. I buy it because of what it stands for. What is the integrity behind it? What is the credibility behind it?
So when you talk about brand,
what is the message behind it? What is the message behind it? If my message don't align with it, I just can't do it.
Family, God, and country, that you can align with that?
Nah, bro.
You can align with Family, God, and country?
Not with just anybody. If somebody with integrity.
I ain't talking about nobody. I'm not just anybody. It's
you don't show following Trump. That shows a lack of integrity, bro.
No, following Trump.
And you lowered the bar for him and raised it for everybody else.
Even your own president.
You lowered the bar for him and raised it with everybody else.
We saw that in real time.
Even with your own president.
You raised it for Lamar Jackson. You raised it for Angel Reese. You raised it for everybody else, bro.
Hold on. Even Obama said, "Hey, it's politics. You don't fall out with your family over politics. You still love them. You still support them. You still do the same thing."
Politics affect whether I have a house over my head. It affects if I can feed my family. If I can travel freely without getting stopped and frisked.
I haven't been
Get ready for it. Get ready for it, bro.
I haven't been
racist towards you too, man. You know, Foresight kind of tough, boy.
You know, I haven't been racist towards anyone. I don't do nothing but show love to people. I don't do nothing but show love to my
community. You ain't gotta be. The racists don't care about
racist
towards you.
I give back more than sometimes than I receive. So at the end of the day, I just believe that's the way they do it. That's the way I was raised and I was taught to look out for your people, your community. I've dedicated my life to working with community and people. But because I said I don't like Kamala Harris and I think Trump is the better candidate, my brand is off? Come on, man, that's crazy. That's what I mean when I say we destroyed the best of the black. We destroyed the best of our own people. And I'm not mad about you being emotional because we're soulful. Soul is mind, will, body, and the will.
No, I ain't mad. I ain't mad.
No, I'm not saying
my family gonna be good. I want my community to be good, though.
Right. Bro. So I feel we both want the
thing.
same
So you say good intentional things, but then you lie with somebody who doesn't have good intentions. So that's why I can't rock with it, bro.
First at HBCU,
bro, who in your family went to prison and got a who in your family was impacted by the First Step, right?
I have family that's in jail.
They didn't get out with the First Step, right?
No.
So how did that benefit you or impact you directly?
Well, hopefully they have a second wave and they can get it the second wave.
Yeah. Right, that's that
The
disingenuous stuff I
the,
be
ca-
talking about, bro.
that's not disingenuous. That's real
Did
talk. I
prison
told the truth.
reform start with Trump, or did he add on to it? Did he just happen to sign it? Was it already in play, and then someone talked him into doing it, and he happened to sign it?
Does it matter?
It does.
Did it come through?
Who signed it?
For those 3,100 people that were released?
Did it meet the expectations of what it did? Or did a lot of? Like, I'm glad you brought up the numbers. How many have gone back because they hadn't met the standards and the requirements of the first step? Right?
I don't know.
See, that's what I'm saying. If you follow it fully, bro. Don't decide to go for it because it sounds good. Follow it because it worked.
We're gonna see how Young Thug does on 15 years of probation. He got a second chance.
Yeah, Young Thug has no bearing on my life, bro.
But what I'm saying is, he got it. I use that as an analogy to say he has a second chance. What he does with that second chance is up to him. What we're trying to afford, Shannon, what we're trying to afford is people a second chance.
Right, but that has no bearing on my life.
If a brother's on parole, if the judge puts judge or the committee allows a brother to go on parole, what he does.
Speaking of judges, boy, them federal judges finna line up too.
66% in. Trump is up 65 million to 60 million in the popular vote. Man, y'all gotta start listening to your little brother. Your brother be knowing what he be talking about. I'm trying to tell y'all this stuff ahead of time. Y'all don't want to listen. But all I'm saying is, hey, I think we as a populace, you know what I do like about this election though, Edmund?
Mm-hmm.
And with the 20%, I think we start to recognize our voting power. And I like another thing I like about this election, the fact that we utilized that to get some things that we wanted in this election.
What y'all get? What you get? What you about to get? What you getting?
No, I'm saying like we used that to at least get some type of attention in this election. Because the Democrats, because of us and our voting populace, we were able to get the first woman of color to run for president. Because of our voting. So we're starting to recognize the power we have.
Shirley Chisholm ran for president. What are you talking about?
No, what I'm saying is, Shirley Chisholm ran for vice president, didn't she?
No, she ran for president.
Did she? What party did she run for?
The Democrat.
Did she? I thought she ran for vice president.
Hey man, these votes coming in slow, but they've been stuck at 228, 249 for a minute.
Okay, that's what I thought. She didn't win the Democratic nominee. She didn't win the Democratic nominee for president. So we have a woman of color as the first Democratic nominee. Like I said, that's something to be that our populace made that happen. Knowing the power of our vote made that happen. So I do.
Hey, Evan, boy, this thing might come down to a tie, bro.
Mm-hmm.
What y'all talking about coming down to the top?
Electoral
it's over, man.
College.
Huh?
The Electoral College. It could come to a tie.
It could. That would be crazy.
The forecast has her up by 10, but boy, it's too close to call, man. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Who has her up by 10?
Yeah.
What? Where? Up by 10? Where?
Look at the screen, bro.
I don't know what y'all be watching, man. Y'all watching something different than I'm watching.
Oh yeah, I'm watching a decision desk so I can get just the raw numbers without all the
other stuff. I got Trump up in. Let me see, New York. Let me go back. Let's 39. They got him up in Arizona. He's up in Nevada. I don't know if he's gonna win in Nevada. He won Georgia, South Carolina's over, North Carolina's over. He's up by 300,000 in Pennsylvania, right? You got the same thing?
Yeah, he up in Pennsylvania.
He's up in Michigan by 2 million, about 200,000.
Yeah.
Or about 150,000.
Well, we got to wait on those. We have to wait on those blue counties come in because it could be a red mirage where it looks like it's red, and then they come in and that's what we were waiting to see. But I think in Pennsylvania, I just don't know if there's enough vote out for her to overcome the deficit right now. So that's what I'm waiting to see.
Yeah, Philadelphia County, they're at 89%.
Yeah, so if that's the case.
Yeah, they're 89%. Montgomery County's at 94.
And people out here, these Latinos, boy, you have black folk out here going harder for Latinos in their survival and their position.
They were more offended than Latinos was, yeah.
Right. And I mean, and they about to get mad. Now, what they gonna say when he does? Because I mean, he campaigned on it. He's gonna deport. He's gonna come up with concentration camps. He's gonna deport all these. He's gonna do it, and I believe he's gonna do it. I take him at his word. I think
he is too. I don't think he played.
And they all voted. They voted for this, and so hey, all I can do is sit back, and we can't say nothing. Election have consequences.
Yeah. All right. So I got him at he's up. Well, Kamala's up at in Chester County, but that's 80%. In Delaware County, 95 in. Montgomery County, 94 in. Bucks County, 69 in. Yeah, it's over. It's a wrap. I hate to do that, but it's over. I don't see where the votes gonna come from.
Yeah, that's I got to go back in and look in a second.
Agami County is 95% in. I don't know where the votes are gonna come from. I don't know. Maybe 95 of Lee County, Butts County is 69%. Maybe that comes from there. Montgomery County is 93%. Chester County 86. They probably called that within an hour, man. Yeah, Delaware County is 95%. I'm looking for Philadelphia. And Philadelphia 89%. They're probably gonna call that within an hour. They ain't called it already.
Unless they got some outstanding mail-in vote that could change, but I don't.
I don't see it, bro.
Yeah, that's they're gonna call Pennsylvania. That's tough. That's tough. Let's see what's going on in Michigan.
Yeah, I don't see it. Let me see.
I don't know, bro. Listen, man. Go look at Michigan. Look at that map of Michigan. That Michigan looks tough too. Grand Rapids is at 90%. Well, Kalamazoo.
Yeah, Robert said CNN being nice.
Yeah, they holding off, but I'm looking at these. No, I don't know where these votes coming from. Well, Wayne County, she got a shot with Wayne County. They only at 25% in. Go ahead, Edmund. What you see, brother? I'm just talking loud. My bad.
Yeah, let me see what Brian's talking about.
Extends his lead to 3.4%. We want to keep that number below 3% to be in good shape in PA.
Oh yeah, it's a wrap in PA.
It's over. Yeah. What gave him 251? I mean, he won. He gave him something.
Yeah, he just went up. What was it? 239.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. Oh, they gave him Pennsylvania. They already gave him. Well, my people, they gave him Pennsylvania already. I'm trying to figure out what did he win though. Did he get? He had to give him Pennsylvania if he had 251. Yeah, it's a wrap. It's over with, guys.
It looks like we have some results from Nevada's abortion rights amendment. So let's check. It doesn't look like we have those final results here that are being reported by DDHQ yet, but I am seeing that. I am seeing from MSNBC that Nevada has passed an amendment that protects access to abortion, but it doesn't look like we have those results right now. It says 0% reporting, which is a little bit strange because when we look at the presidential race in Nevada, we at least have 68% reporting. So I'm not sure why we're not getting these numbers yet for the abortion rights initiative, but as soon as we have those, I'll bring them to you. But again, MSNBC reporting that Nevada has passed an amendment protecting access to abortion. Decision Desk reports that Donald Trump has won Alaska. So not a huge surprise there. This is a state that Trump has carried before. So this puts us at 213, 251. And slowly we are getting to the point where once Minnesota and Maine get wrapped up, then it'll all be up to the swing states here. Again, the only absolute necessity right now, as far as Kamala Harris is concerned, is Pennsylvania. There is no path to victory without Pennsylvania. Just a quick note for anybody watching right now, if you'd like to support this stream and stay on top of this as we continue to get election results in, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. It doesn't cost anything to do so, but that's the best way to support my work.
Y'all think they'll call it tonight? You're on mute, Ken.
They should. Pennsylvania's a wrap. It's over with. She should go ahead and do it. She should go ahead and do her speech tonight. Concede tonight. I mean, unless you want to be petty, she's not gonna do it. But yeah, it's over. It's over. I got one question though. You want to ask one question?
What's that?
Was it a landslide?
Heck no, it's close.
Close how? It's 280. He had 251 and 213. That's like saying we beat
Yeah, you can't
Clark.
call a landslide. You gonna call a landslide before a game is over?
Hey, that's like we beat Clark by 40 by 39 points. You don't think
With
that's
a second half to play.
You know what I'm saying? Man, this thing is over, bro. Pennsylvania has just been projected
Going back
to
to
win in
Pennsylvania, still at 91% reporting. Let's head over
It's over
to
with.
Michigan and see if we have any update there. 71% reporting is still very close. The win probability is 45 to 55. I would imagine it's anybody's game in Michigan. And of course, Wisconsin, 90% reporting. We've gone through these numbers. Kamala is not hitting the numbers she needs in Wisconsin. But with Wisconsin's
I think Wisconsin and Pennsylvania gone. I'm being a realist.
With Wisconsin's 10 electoral votes, she can still win Arizona, and that can compensate for Wisconsin if she isn't successful there. So there are a couple of paths to victories, but right now the guaranteed one is going to be winning Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I don't see how she gonna win Pennsylvania, man.
Right now.
These ninjas.
Let's see. Yeah, if he wins, let me pull up my map I got going over here. If he wins Pennsylvania, he wins. There's no way around it.
You win Pennsylvania, it's a wrap, bro.
If he win Pennsylvania, I don't
Some
think
good news out of North Carolina. It looks like Democrats have broken the Republican supermajority in the General Assembly. So that is good news there.
Man, no,
They also elected North Carolina, elected a Democratic governor, a Democratic lieutenant governor, a Democratic attorney general, and a Democratic superintendent of public education. But that state also went for Donald Trump. You can leave it a little bit open.
Donald Trump could possibly end up with 298 to 240 on the high end.
See, this is what made me upset with CNN. They'll try to draw this out as long as possible. They're at 93%. They're gonna I get it. Count every vote though. Count the vote, man. Count every vote.
That's those ratings, bro. You know the game.
Count the vote. He's ahead in Michigan by 50.
Yeah, I'm not. She still has a shot in Michigan and Wisconsin, but I don't think Pennsylvania. And if she loses Pennsylvania, there's no way around it because he's probably going to win the vote up in. So we're looking at 267 to 271 if she ekes out a victory in Arizona and Nevada. There's no way around it. I'm doing the math. There's no way around it. The best she can do if she loses Pennsylvania is 267.
Yeah. I just want to know if my landslide prediction is coming true. I think it's coming.
Oh no, it ain't no landslide, man. This is evenly split. It's just a 50-50 country. But she's gonna win the popular vote. So that's for one, that's not a landslide. But yeah, that's what we are. Dang. Yeah,
that's tough.
Yeah, if Pennsylvania goes for Trump, that's the ball game, in my opinion. So once they call that, that's the ball game.
It's kind of anticlimactic, right? A little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we about to be big embarrassed in the international platform.
Oh man,
Okay, so
I
at
know.
this point,
I know Europe. I know Europe is like, oh,
results to
heck,
come
what we
in
gonna do?
the blue wall states. It is going to be late. I actually don't even anticipate that we will get these results tonight.
They might as well stop playing. I want to know the outstanding.
There's still a lot of votes left to be counted. I presume that
I can see I'm making up a
Pennsylvania, we won't have final results in until tonight. In 2020, we did not have them on election night, and so I don't think we will here either.
I don't see I'm making up 220 votes. I just don't.
I don't see where she can get them from. Where can she get them from?
Where there's only 81% is in Philadelphia, so there's still 19% of the votes still out in Philadelphia. There's 12% of the vote out in Montgomery County, where she's 60-38, and there's 18% of the vote out in Chester County, around that Pennsylvania area.
When we anticipate having the results.
15% out in Dauphin County. They're still in a blue county. It's going evenly split. It's still 8% of the vote out.
We're likely not going to have the results in Pennsylvania.
And 95% is in.
Remember, in 2020, in the last election,
so yeah, it's the Philadelphia suburbs in Philadelphia. So yeah, we're not gonna have no election result tonight, but
so
I think it's an uphill bat. It's a uphill
here. Fox has called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. Decision Desk HQ has not called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump.
It's over. There's no
Neither
way that it's
has
over.
New York Times, neither has NBC, neither has AP, but Fox has called Pennsylvania for Trump. So that's where we're at right now.
If that's the case, that's the ball
It's
game.
over. It's over. It's over.
You gotta take that with a grain of salt, though. But it's highly likely.
There you go.
Okay.
Hold on to the edge, man. I love that. That's dope.
Decision Desk HQ projects that Donald Trump has won Pennsylvania, and that will
that's
give
game
him
done.
enough votes to become the next president.
Ball game.
So that's where we're at right now. As far as the results that we have, it looks like Donald
This
Trump
joker
has
won
been
the Electoral
elected
College.
the 47th president of the United States. That is from both Fox and Decision Desk HQ. Democrats have also won the Senate, and it all remains to be seen how things are looking in the House. Let's take a quick look at the House right now, which will serve as a bulwark against.
Nah, we finna be in gridlock all over again, bro. Getting nothing
Right
done.
now, Decision Desk HQ has
Oh, no.
about tied.
He probably made them just change the
leading
rules.
slightly. So it is possible, where it stands right now, that Republicans could come into office with unified control of government.
Elections have consequences. Get ready.
One thing that I can say, this is a difficult night. Obviously, I know a lot of people worked really hard to make sure that this didn't happen. And we will continue to work really hard to make sure that we do whatever we can to defend democracy, defend women's reproductive rights, defend workers' rights, defend healthcare.
Throw all that out the window.
As much as we can. There's a big community of people who have come together and who've made it their life's mission to make sure that this, to do what we can to protect a lot of what is being torn down by Republicans right now. So I don't really have a lot of, obviously I'll have to like collect my thoughts here and figure out.
Hey, they can be all bad all they want.
Way
hey, peaceful transfer of power. They ain't got to worry about us doing what they did.
Yeah, we not storming the Capitol.
Nope.
Hang on one second.
They done effed around and found out. I'm just gonna sit back and eat my popcorn. I ain't saying nothing. This is about to get very interesting.
We try to warn them about Project 2025.
One thing I can say is the folks watching, you're not alone. There are tens of millions of Americans who are with you, and you'll have a huge community, and we will continue to work and fight to protect what we can insofar as we can. Hopefully, again, we have some bulwark to
Education Department of Education about to be jacked up.
That remains to be seen. We'll take that race by race. But again, there is a huge community. I know that a lot of people are going to feel hopeless and abandoned and alone, but that is not the case. There are 61 million Americans and counting right now who have voted for Kamala Harris. There are 61 million Americans in this country who understand the dangers that are posed by this guy and who will be fighting for the next 2 years at a bare minimum to make sure that we can protect whatever we can in this country before we have the opportunity for midterm elections. So
Ooh, these jokers about to be bold.
I hate even go on TikTok, bro.
Man.
I think the reason that they haven't officially called the race is because we are waiting to see what happens in these other states. But let's just do this forecast right now and assume.
I mean, it's no way to do it. I mean, the best she can do is 267. This race is over. They need to stop. See, they're doing ratings now. They need to stop this. You leading people on an emotional roller
So I guess
coaster.
the reason that they haven't called it is because we're still waiting to see.
Yeah, we know Brian. He's on YouTube, so
all of these, but I'm not.
He's
sure
sick as hell. He don't never sound like this.
I'm not sure
He's sick.
That's a viable path. So let's see. Let's say Democrats.
No, this is America, man. I hate to say I'm happy, but this is America. This is who we are, right?
So I guess we're waiting right now. Is that correct? I can't even tell if that's correct.
I just think we have to come together. Unity is important right now. So for us to unify under this president and come together and show love.
Oh, there's no unity because he ain't gonna want unity. He want vengeance.
I don't.
He finna go after a lot of people.
So it's not about governing the country. He would never give a speech like that. So I ain't worried about that. And my thing is
right now,
hey, just brace yourself. Get your raincoat for the next 4 years or so.
I'm reading right now.
I'm saying right now, these 4 years and the next 50 years.
The winner of the election.
So
y'all,
hey,
I will agree.
This is gonna be the America. This is gonna be the America we're gonna leave here with. Because for the next 50 years, this is what it's gonna be.
So that's where we're at right now.
I will agree. That,
as I was saying before,
it's gonna be tough, especially for all that. Aren't y'all excited to see how everything's gonna play out now?
You can see
hell no.
Pennsylvania.
The press is off, you guys.
I'm telling you, bro. 1 million people died in 2020, bro. Close to 1 million people.
I don't think that's partisan though.
I don't really know what to say right now.
Look,
obviously, this is
right, but that comes to crisis management. If you trust him with another crisis to hit us,
results.
I think he learned from his mistakes.
We don't need nobody to learn from. We need somebody to be prepared for it, bro.
I think he learned. I think even with this election, I think he learned from his mistakes. He came back.
Wait for the AP to call it.
Think about everything that he went through to get to this point where he's the president. This is one of the greatest political comebacks, probably of all time.
Before the rest of the networks
like
called
him,
Georgia.
dislike him, love him. You got to give props that this is one of the greatest political. I mean, if you look at everything that he had to go through to get to this point and to still win the conventions,
until the other networks call. And then again, Fox has called
all the negativity
for Trump,
the losing before.
HQ has called Pennsylvania.
Everything he had, the 82% of the negative media attention that he got, and he still won. And right now he's up in the popular vote. 65 million Americans have voted for him. This is one of the greatest comebacks of all time. This is one of the greatest political comebacks of all time. And it is, and I agree with you, Edmund, it's going to be very interesting to see how he deals with those who came against him. I hope, I can only hope and pray that it's not a revenge tour. I can't say it's not going to be a revenge tour. I kind of think it is going to be a little bit of a revenge tour. And I think those people who were his detractors or who came against him, I think they are shaking in their boots right now because.
So again, yes, we could.
Donald Trump is
we could wait
the
until more
47th
networks
president
call it
of the United States.
But as I was saying before, I think it's worth reiterating here that over 60 million people came out and voted to protect democracy, voted to protect women's reproductive rights, voted to protect kids who are going to school from being, mowed down by weapons of war, voted to protect healthcare and pre-existing conditions and the Affordable Care Act, voted to protect combating climate change, and a lot of people in this country didn't. And we've seen these swings before, and there was a big contingent of people who served as resistance against Donald Trump, and if that ends up coming to pass, where all of the other networks, all the other outlets rather, continue to call this race in the way that Fox and Decision Desk have called it, then we'll be prepared to do what we have to do again. And it's as simple as that. And we will get up day by day and just keep fighting. But I know that there's people who feel really despairing and hopeless and afraid right now, but there will be a big community of people backing you up. Again, we are looking at, right now, 62 million votes for Kamala Harris, 66 million for Donald Trump. One small silver lining is maybe they'll look at the fact that Republicans won the popular vote or are on track to win the popular vote, and maybe that will mean that we can get one step closer to the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact.
Boy, they finna change so many rules.
So right now, it looks like Republicans will control the U.S. Senate. This is the Senate map right now. They're probably going to win Montana, and that will put them at least 52 votes in the U.S. Senate. So best case scenario, we're looking like 52 to 48. And then, of course, it remains to be seen how we're looking in the other states. Eric Hovde right now leading Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin. Mike Rogers right now leading Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan. Dave McCormick right now leading Bob Casey in Pennsylvania. Remember, a lot of votes left to be counted. We have seen this before where Republicans are leading late into the night of election night and Democrats have turned it around as they continue to count ballots. Take a look at Philadelphia, for example. Still 150,000 ballots remain. So do not write every state off as some loss. Fox has officially declared Trump
See, it is.
the
It
winner.
said Trump got it. What about landslide?
The Decision Desk has as well.
Man, y'all making me feel bad, man. I'm a bit, you know what I'm saying? Y'all look so upset and down, man.
Let me tell you something.
Oh, man.
Hey, let me tell
I
you
don't like
something.
seeing my brothers like this, like, you know what I'm saying?
Hey,
I think, okay, so we're seeing the 270 electoral votes right now.
We good.
It's pretty simple to look at home. So
I feel bad for the people who, the main people that voted for him are the main people that are going to be hurt by him.
North Carolina and Georgia.
Yes, sir.
He doesn't.
And essentially, welcome to the
Take a picture of that map, Ken, and let's revisit this time next year. See how much worse they doing.
Let's do it. I'm all for it coming back and coming back a year, 2 years. If Lord gives us breath, 3 years, 4 years. You know what I'm saying? I'm all for it. You know what I'm saying? To see if we're right, see if we're wrong, where we're right, where we're wrong. You know, it's gonna be interesting.
You know, we already subsidize all the red states anyway, so about to get super ugly.
Somebody said let's hope it's only 4 years.
That's same thing. Couple of them. Same
tough.
thing. Some of them ones said during the pandemic. Hope like his life depend on it.
America has revealed itself. Since Barack Obama woke these folks up from their sleep, man, this country ain't never been the same. And it goes back to our conversation earlier. This is the reason why Joe Biden was on the ticket.
Yep.
Black folks felt like the only way the Democrats could win if they put an old white guy on at the top of the ticket. to go against Trump. And we saw that in the numbers. Because when you look at those Pennsylvania numbers, she did better than Hillary, but she didn't get she kind of regressed in some of those areas about a point or two. And so that adds up.
Dang, you think the Shapiro pick would have helped in Pennsylvania?
I think so. That was my pick. Y'all know who I want to be the vice president. I think Shapiro could have put it across that. But see, here's the thing, even with Shapiro, if the other states are going how they're going, I don't know. This is a cultural thing, man. This is cultural across the country, because if you look at Pennsylvania, Wisconsin and Michigan, look at Georgia and North Carolina, those white folks who we had hope in, them white folks didn't cross over, and some of the Republicans didn't cross over. Those Republicans stayed where they were. They don't. This is cultural, man. That's the reason why I keep using Mark. What's the man from North Carolina? Mark Robertson. See, it'll be one thing if we didn't have this anecdotal information looking us in the face. This man is Trump incarnate in North Carolina. He hasn't done anything worse than what Donald Trump has done. But guess what? They penalized him, and he lost.
No, that was a landslide.
Yeah, he lost. So how do we explain that? He lost, but Trump won. But look at the two individuals that lost, regardless of their ideology, conservative or liberal. Let me tell you something.
You're right.
I'm trying to tell y'all that race is a factor, man. I remember years ago, there was this guy, I thought his name was Melvin something. He ran out of, he became a state representative from Gwinnett County. He was a black conservative, but then he ran statewide for an office here in Georgia. I think it might have been Secretary of State or Labor Commissioner or something. He couldn't win because the white folks wouldn't vote for him. Why do you think those white folks beat up black Trump supporter at this rally? I'm trying to tell y'all, these folks.
You know, this is going to have ramifications for years, elections to come. You know how many people demotivated by this now?
Absolutely.
It's going to be hard to get them back up.
You're going to have a lot of people that's not going to be voting now. You're going to have Trump getting ready to solidify the Supreme Court for the next 50 years. So all affirmative action, any program,
all them federal judges too.
All that stuff is gone out the window. They gave this man immunity. He pretty much can go out and kill somebody right now. And he said it was a part of his job. He's immune.
He said he want to tear up the Constitution. We don't have to vote no more after this one. Yeah, it's a wrap, bro.
Y'all get ready. Ain't nobody hold this man accountable. He's in the office with no guardrails.
34 felonies, awaiting sentence. Now, well, it
don't matter on the state level. On the state level, he can be sentenced. But the thing is, would it be a constitutional crisis?
Like they held off his sentencing for the election. Now, what do they do with the sentencing? Does he go to jail, house arrest, or not do anything?
America.
Yeah, man.
Well, that's all she wrote, folks.
Wait a minute. Say 34 convictions again.
Hey, David. I want you to go commit a crime and run for office. I want to see how many votes you can get.
Exactly.
No.
You can't run down the street.
Listen, listen. It was the way you said it that tickled me. He's like, man, 34 convictions. And I think this is if I can give my point of view. The only conservative on here right now. I think this is a tribute to a couple of things that I've said earlier tonight. I said that I hope it's not one of the things y'all real doom and gloom right now. I hope it's not one of those things where y'all said people stop voting. I think actually, if anything, we should be more motivated to see our political power We had a lot of good things. Black people had a lot of good things going on both sides, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. So there's a lot. I think there's a lot of the things where we actually were for a period of time. We actually were being what's the word I'm looking for? Courted by both sides, and I think that's a big thing. I think Black women showed their voting power by coming out and saying, "Hey, if Joe Biden steps aside, you better put Kamala Harris in there. If we don't, we're not voting for you guys, Democrats." And it worked. I think Black men came through and said, "Hey, we're really just considering going to the other side." And 20% did. I thought it would be more, but 20% did. And guess what? We got some things, some initiatives toward Black men. So I think as a people on both sides, we got some initiatives on both sides, the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. So I think as a people, once we recognize, hey, we are the number one voting block for the Democratic Party. We're the number two voting block for the Democratic Party. Once we understand our voting thing, I hope it encourages us to go out there and work harder, encourages us to go and know in 2 years in our next elections and our city elections, it encourages us to go out there and be more active.
Bro, we all that sound good, but we got to work in the confinement of a system they built and building.
No excuses. That's what we said in football. No excuses.
Hey, what do
Go
you
get it
mean
done.
no excuses?
No excuses.
Like you
We gotta
give
go get it
police
done.
full immunity? Like that's crazy, bro.
I
Like,
mean, listen, civil rights.
take away from like with the abortion
if our
bans up
ancestors
today,
could do it,
my wife wouldn't even be able to get. She had 2 miscarriages. I don't know if you was on the show earlier. She
No, I
had 2 miscarriages. Each procedure she went through was banned today.
okay. And I apologize for that. My condolences to that. But what I'm saying is
I
this.
say that to say this: what she went through, women are dying from right now, from it.
What I'm saying is to say this though, because I don't want to just be doom and gloom all the time because of this situation. Our ancestors came from slavery, and we are at the point now where we're homeowners, we're teachers, we're business owners. We're doing these podcasts, we're doing these things where we're the media now. We're doing these things. So I don't want to put us in a straitjacket to say we can't do. You know what I'm saying? And I understand like you guys are really disappointed. You know what I'm saying? I get it, but and I'm on the winning side, but still I don't like to see my brothers disappointed. I want you guys to understand that we still have power. We gotta stay motivated as a people to go on and do the things that we need to do to reach our ultimate goal, which is equality and getting the things that we need to get done. You know, I just think
I
in
don't
this
think that message doesn't need to come to us. You need to go to our counterparts. Only they can stop racism, bro. Only they can stop systematic racism, bro.
We're never gonna stop racism. Racism has been here from the beginning of the
Okay,
time.
slow it down to where it's barely hurting our community the way it's hurting it for years since it's been here. Like it hasn't stopped.
I think I agree with you. I think they put systems in place that have our guardrails. You know, like you have the little the electric fence there, your dog run out past the electric fence and shocks them, and you don't have to put a real fence up. I think they have those systemic things in place that we have to be smart enough to get the collars off of us and be able to run. Some things we're looking for them to change, and some things we have to make the change for ourselves. And I think one of the things that we have to do is develop our own first, develop our own banks, develop our own system of voting, develop our own candidates.
Every time blacks have
You know.
made progress in history, what has happened, bro?
Okay, but that doesn't stop us from continuing. You just told me earlier that you guys have progressed 60 years. You've made a lot of progress. Now you're saying
We have, but every time we make more progress as a collective, what happens?
It seems like something throws us back.
Okay, this is another thing that throws us back.
But I think sometimes
you just said we just made history with running the first black candidate for president.
Mm-hmm. Well, first
America still wasn't ready for that. She had initiatives for Black America. America still doesn't, and I haven't seen his initiatives for Black America.
See,
like every time we make progress, we get thrown back, bro. Every time.
I'm different in that. I don't think that it was because she was a woman of color. I think if Michelle Obama would have ran, I think Michelle Obama would have won. I think independent, she would have.
I think it would be the same results, bro.
No, I think
Exactly.
independence.
See, here's the thing: everybody
I
like a
disagree.
candidate. Everybody like a candidate that's unknown until they run. Everything looks good. It's like the shiny object out there. Oh, Michelle Obama run, she'll win. That's a bunch of bull crap. And we've seen it in the past when people was popular. Obama will run. He should be. They almost tore the bark off him. Yeah. So everything sounds good in the abstract, but man, when it comes to the real thing, it would have been the same results. America's not ready for another black president, and let alone a woman. She actually did better than Hillary Clinton as far as performance wise, but we're just not ready. We're just not there. We say one thing.
I think that's a cop out.
No, we say one thing. We're not ready for that.
I think that's a cop out. I'm sorry, I disagree. I think it's a cop out, and I'm tell you why it's a cop out. You guys had because the Democrats had everything in their favor for this election. You had one of the worst candidates running against you guys, and you could not beat him.
No.
Listen
No,
to wait. You had a candidate that had 34. All right, agree with me, disagree with me. Yes or no? Is he not a 34 count convicted felon?
Okay. Can I say this right here?
Not racist?
There's always context you have to add here. We've discovered and know that Donald Trump is not the typical political candidate. Donald Trump has awakened the grievance caucus in this country, and no matter what he does or do, and he even said it with out his own mouth, I can shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and still retain my supporters. This is what he said, and everything since then support that statement. So Donald Trump is different, and then the media loves him. They say one thing, and he loves to say the media is after him. The media treats him with kid gloves. He says everything. They cover him like, oh, that's just Donald Trump being Donald Trump. But every other candidate has to have this stellar reputation, this stellar record, and all this other stuff. And so they play a part in this as well. They play a part in this as well.
82%.
They probably high fiving right now because this is another 4 years of controversy they can cover.
They have to. They have the owners of the newsrooms right now. Man, they high fiving because they know now they got drama to cover. So guess what?
Okay.
That's high ratings for them.
All right, I'm looking at CNN right now, and these cats look very despondent. They look like Anderson is about to start crying. I'm looking at MSNBC. The dude looks like he's about to commit suicide on NBC. He don't know what to do. They
just got another year, 4 years of job security.
It's not that gloom and doom. It's not that gloom and doom. But
the guy that y'all was just listening to on the platform, we was just listening to on here, he was doggone near tears because you guys even said, man, he really hurting. Like, y'all think that these cats wasn't invested in Kamala Harris? 82%. Now, 82% was negative. 82% of the media coverage of Donald Trump was negative. 82%. This is, if you had a stronger candidate, all right, I could prove it. If Obama runs against Donald Trump, who wins? Donald Trump.
Now, in this environment, Trump.
No, crazy.
Donald Trump.
Obama wins by
Donald Trump.
A political strategist that I respect. He said if Obama runs against Donald Trump, Obama wins in a landslide.
That's hypotheticals, man. But I'm gonna tell you right now, based upon the numbers that I see, ain't nobody beating a white candidate like this. Right now until people get. I can see Republicans winning the presidency because of the Electoral College for the foreseeable future, based on what I see here. Because guess what? When you put a white candidate on the ticket that doesn't have any affinity to the African American community, they're not going to be able to get the African American vote out. So it's a win-win proposition move forward. So Democrats going to have some soul searching. What do? You're going to have a candidate that can balance all those things and get the support of all these demographic groups, but also have the ability to draw African Americans and other minority groups to the polls.
What did Biden say when he talked to Obama and they read his lips and said, hey, I'm a better candidate than her? And he said, I'm stronger than her. And Obama agreed with him and said, yeah, you are. She was a weak candidate, bro. Y'all should have kept biting in. Y'all would have done better keep it biting.
This goes all the way back to 2016. When we had a chance to keep him out then, we should have did it. So, but man, we're going to go ahead and end it, bro. I really appreciate y'all coming on and having a great civil discourse with this. And we'll see where it goes from him. If he wins, I can't do nothing but pray for him and hope he does a better job than last time.
I hope he does what Kemp did. run crazy and govern responsibly.
Exactly. Hey, I can't put it no better than that. I agree.
Yeah, that's good.
I agree.
Hey, I thank you so much for allowing me to come on, Edmund. Thank you for the discourse, man. You guys are amazing, man. Thank you,
All right.
Shannon. I appreciate the time, brother.
Yes,
And
sir. Come
unity,
back
man.
when we have a full cast, man. When we have our
Unity,
full
baby.
cast.
Let's come together under Trump. Unite under Trump. Let's make America great again.
I don't know
Man,
about all
goodbye.
that.
Goodbye.
All right, bro. I'm sure we'll be texting tomorrow. Yeah, I feel sick.